Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus. It was LPX 777. Apparently, I've got some more ghosts in the room. Hope you guys are having a fabulous Sunday. This is an awesome day. I'm in a great mood. Lots to be grateful about. That's for damn sure. Let me know if the volume is clear. Let me know if you can hear me. Apparently, last time the music was too loud. And before that, it sounded like I was on a Transformers spaceship. So let me know if you can hear me clear. Jumped off the shelf by itself. I've been in here for like 30 minutes. And this glass just jumped off the freaking shelf. Deal with that later. So, like I said, hope you guys are having a great Sunday. I certainly am. So, in the building, peace, Alex Cooper. That here, I knew peace, fam, peace. Up the uniform. Greetings, greetings. Of course, say peace, bro, peace. Straight Panther 79. Peace, greetings. It's a good day. Loves more soda. Zaire Anu says volume a little low. Does anybody else feel the same way? Volume a little low. Rather get that sorted out before I get possessed and go on a tirade. Tachi Uchiha. Sound is a bit weird. What's going on? What is going on? Maybe I'll have to pull this up on my phone and see what it sounds like. I didn't change anything, so I don't know what that would be. I'm going to check real quick. Oh, I see. I see. I know exactly what the problem is. I don't recognize it on my microphone. Thank you. That one. It's not recognizing my microphone, so that's why it sounds weird. I must have unplugged it at some point. We'll get it fixed though. Peace. All right, well, give me just a second to fix this microphone issue. It's not recognizing it for some reason. Gosh, I'm gonna have to unplug everything. Caesar, what's up, bro? It's been a minute. Cosmic chlorophyll, peace. All right, I'm gonna unplug my microphone and see if it picks it up now. I have to restart my computer. Peace, Nuru. All right, you know what I'll do? I will reset Zoom and then I'll come right back. That's what I'll do. your horses. Right, let's try this. Okay, so I'm restarting my computer here because microphone and technical difficulties. So that'll be settled here soon enough. So, as I was saying, good afternoon. Hope you're having a great day. So, I'll be honest with this week being the first week of me starting the course. My attention has been there, just making sure that everybody is on board, getting situated, and able to access everything. So, haven't really been doing the readings, at least this week, but we'll certainly get back on that once everything gets balanced and harmonized back out. So that's probably why, well, it's definitely why you haven't seen me doing the live reads. But as I said, we'll get back on that, certainly enough.
Still restarting. Yeah, the sound is better now because I'm using my phone. But once my computer restarts, then I'll be able to have that problem fixed. So Ankh Shield says this third chapter of Karma and Karma Yoga was no joke. Yeah, Society Eject says the third chapter was a punch in the face. Yeah, serious business. Serious business. And you know, I was doing some thinking about karma and about love and the different aspects of gratitude, right, and what that all means experientially. And I started thinking about the top was the elements, you know. First of all, the more that I've been studying this stuff the past couple of weeks, past couple of months, it really, really seems all like a bunch of algorithms and computer programs, you know, like equations that can be mapped out. And I couldn't help but remember how in basic magic, Philip Cooper had a basic formula, and that was input equals output. You really can't get more basic than that, you know. And Ophio would write about how the Tetragrammaton, the name of God, was actually a formula, an algorithm, right? When you take away the emotional attachment and the sentimentality of religion, you start to understand that we're dealing with a bunch of cosmic principles, a bunch of cosmic laws, and it isn't anything to do with good and bad and getting punished or anything like that. It's all based on cosmic law. That's what these formulas are. These formulas are cosmic laws. That's what these archangels represent on the tree of life. Cosmic laws, right? So when you look at how we deal with things like attracts like, or as above, so below, pretty much the 7 hermetic principles, right? Polarity, rhythm, gender, different things like that. We're dealing with cosmic laws and cosmic principles. And you ever notice how the more refined and the more pure an expression is, the more that it seeks to be with itself, right? The more refined an expression of nature is, the more it seeks to be with itself. So I was just thinking, and not just like animals, not just like how animals flock together. I mean, like the most pure aspects of life. For example, you take water. No matter where the water is, whether it's bottled up or it's mixed in a bucket of Kool-Aid, water has a tendency to seek itself. Whether you pour it on the ground or you run a tub, like it all collects together and sticks together. And if you take the element of time out of the picture, eventually all water goes back to where it came from, right? It cycles through rain clouds and through people and through animals, but eventually it all goes back to where it came from. Likewise with fire, like fire is always trying to return to the dimension that it came from. It's always trying to go upwards, right? Earth always seeks itself. Earth clumps together. It always falls to the ground, right? Same thing with air. Air is always racing outward to get to where it is. Basically what I'm saying is the more pure and the more refined an element is, the more it seeks itself. And this is why it's so important to cultivate the expression of sattva in your life, in your mind, in your body, because the more of the sattvic element that you have in your expression, the more it's going to seek itself. The more that you do selfless acts, the more that you think selfless thoughts, the more that you seek harmony and balance in your equation, it's going to seek more of itself. The same way that if you're extremely tamasic, depressed, always negative, always trying to, be ignorant, basically, you're going to get more of that. Input equals output. The more rajasic you are, the more busy you are, the more fiery and passionate and just jumping back and forth to this, to that, monkey mind, you're just going to get more of that. they say that the sattvic quality is actually very rare because the conditions have to be right for the sattvic element to be cultivated. But the beautiful thing is, once it is cultivated, you have an opportunity to double it, and then to double it again, and then to double it again. And it begins to increase exponentially with effort until the point that it starts to maintain itself. So this is why it's more important to exercise compassion. Why it's more important to exercise selflessness, not just because it's going to give you a reward and you're going to go to heaven, but because it's going to harmonize your life in such a way that it lines up to be able to express more of the sattvic quality. Like I said, the conditions have to be right for the sattvic element to manifest. Well, it only behooves you to help the environment be conducive to the sattvic element. Let me know if that checks out. Let me know if that makes sense. Speaking of checking out, I'm about to check on this computer to see if the microphone works now. But these are the kind of things that are coming to me as I go on my gratitude walk and just kind of think about what I've been studying and how it applies to my life directly.
There we go.
Oh, it works. How's the sound now? Is the sound better? Let me know in the chat. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, good to go. Good to go. So yeah, this is what I find to be so important about studying this Vedic information, is that it gives new concepts than what I've been used to. Right now, I have words for things that didn't have words for before. Now things are able to make sense a lot better because we have concepts to kind of compare and contrast to. That's how the logical mind works. We need examples. We need metaphors, right? And it just so happens that this Vedic science is so perfectly balanced that all of the metaphors check out against each other. So there's no discrepancies. There's no, like with the Bible. Speaking of which, so I just recently did a video yesterday of me opening up some Amazon boxes and pulling out some books. Well, just real quick, I wanted to mention this one here. It's called The Holy Science by Sri Yukteswar Giri. This is another short book. And this would be a good one to get, I would say, if you're interested. It was written in like 1895, but basically he does cover a lot of the basic principles as far as the aspects of the mind. He also talks about the different yugas. But the main reason why I wanted to get this book is because everything comes from the Vedic, including the Bible. So he literally lines up a lot of sutras from some of the OG texts, OG manuscripts that actually the Bible has taken and reinterpreted through King James language. Basically, you'll see where Genesis in this verse, where they directly got this from a Vedic text, and where John and Matthew and Mark got specific quotes and sayings that they took straight out of the Vedic. So this book literally has like side by side multiple verses of the Bible that were taken from Vedic texts. So I thought that was pretty cool, right? So if you're somebody who wants to just see that line up, go ahead and grab this. That's something I'm interested in. I haven't finished it. I really just got through the beginning of it. But yeah, man. Louis says, I love the yogi teaching on the Bible and Jesus Christ. You know, and it's something that I really wouldn't have considered. I know there's a few books out there like that, but the main reason that I'm interested in a thing like this is because it before the demons and before the candle magic and all that stuff, my interest and my intent has always been to find the connecting thread between all spirituality, right? That's what I wanted to find since I was a kid. Didn't know where to start. So of course I started in the dark side, but as I'm older and more mature and more knowledgeable, I'm able to clearly see the breadcrumbs, basically, right? I'm able to see the breadcrumbs. And a lot of the stuff is pointing back to the ancient Indian time period, right? Now, look, it doesn't matter who, what matters is this information correct? Does this information check out, right? None of this belongs to anybody in the first place. Nothing belongs to anybody. You don't own shit. You don't even own yourself. You don't own your thoughts. You don't own your words. So how dare you get upset about culture and who said this and who took that and who did this? Nobody owns anything. Nature runs the show here. And if nature says at this time period, these people are going to become ignorant, then that's what happens. If nature says, okay, now it's time for this information to go to this culture, then that's what happens. Nobody owns anything. Hell, you barely own the thoughts that run through your head. If you really think about it, the thoughts that run through your head have been inspired by something that someone else has said and done, whether it was earlier today or 20 years ago. There's no reason to get upset about anything, really. Really. I think I mentioned last week that I had a lot of friends who like randomly got stolen from, like around the same time period. In particular, person that I know had $4,000 stolen from her Cash App. I don't know how the hell that happened. I mean, she had to have given somebody the information somehow. I don't know. But that sucks, man. Anybody would be upset about that, especially if that's like all the money that you had at the time. Like, yeah, understandable to get upset about that. And then she asked me, well, because of course I'm saying what I say about non-attachment and things like that, trying my best to help out. But she's like, wouldn't you be upset if that happened to you? And I had to think about it for a minute because, I know that the answer would be bizarre. Like, no, right now I wouldn't be upset. It would suck, it would burn, but I wouldn't be butthurt. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because I've been through enough experiences in my life to understand that everything comes and goes. Nothing is permanent. Especially not money. Y'all know that, right? As soon as the money hits your account, it's going somewhere else. That's just the nature of things. We're not meant to hold on to and grasp anything. Nothing lasts forever. But we are it behooves us to understand the transient nature of reality and how things come and go. Sometimes things come a lot and sometimes things go a lot, but neither state is permanent, right? Neither state is permanent. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. And what I also understand is from my past of working with spirit and working with myself is that when something drastic like that happens, again, the universe is about balance. It's an equation. If I take an L like that, if I take a big ass loss like that, it has to be compensated somehow, some way. It has to. So because I know and I understand that deeply, no, I wouldn't be upset. It would sting. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, that would suck, but I know it's going to come back. It always comes back. One thing that I did get from my days in Christianity and from the Bible is that God doesn't give you more than what you can handle, right? God doesn't give you a situation that you cannot handle, right? That's one thing that I kept from my days in Christianity. And I find that to have been true always. I've never faced something that I lack the ability to handle. Now, it might take me pushing myself to the next level to get it, but you're not faced with something that you won't be able to overcome, right? You're not. You can always find a way, always. It may not be a pretty way. It may not be a way that you want, but there's always a way. Always. So, I mean, if you are one of those people who has fallen under a little spell of misfortune, don't stop your life. It sucks. It stings. But understand that the whole quality of this reality is its transient nature. Things come and things go. But it's that ego that attaches. It's the ego quality that says me, mine, forever. And that's the illusion. The illusion is that we identify with that aspect of our mind. We identify with the ego. And it's that very same ego that causes all the problem of humanity. The same problem that we've had since day one, which is attachment. Attachment causes suffering because it's incompatible with reality. Reality has changed. Nature has changed. Prakriti has changed. That's all she is. Manifest reality is change. So ego is a little bit of a leftover remnant of pure consciousness. It is still divine. Ego is divine, but just like a dog is divine and a Komodo dragon is divine, you got to understand its place, right? You're not about to sit up here and pet a Komodo dragon and kiss it on the forehead. No, you can observe it in nature and let it do its thing, but you put it in its place. When it's out of place, it's going to cause you some pain. Not only will it bite you, but its saliva is poisonous, so you're going to suffer a lot. Likewise with ego, ego is divine. It's a child of the Most High. Literally, it's a child of the combination of consciousness and matter. It's the child of God. However, understand its place. It is a function. It is a machine. It is a program. It has a role. It's not you. When you think it's you, that's when things start to get shifty, right? So just understand that. Ego wants to attach to things, right? All the stuff that, I have and identify with, yeah, like those things bring me joy. They do. But if something breaks, if it gets lost, if it disappears for whatever reason, I'm not about to sit up here and cry about it. Like, I appreciate the time that I had with it and I move on. Listen, y'all, everything is an equation. When I say equation, think back to when you were in algebra or math class, how you had those type of math problems that were A plus B equals A plus B, right? A plus B equals A plus B. As Philip Cooper said in Basic Magic and in The Magician, he said that input equals output. So when I say it's an equation, what I mean is that in that equation mark, things have to be the same amount. It has to. That's what I mean by balance and harmony. Things are exactly the way they're supposed to be. So if I add 5 to one side, I got to add 5 to the other side because that's the equation, right? No matter what changes on one side, it has to equal out a balance on the other side. Check. So what that also means is that it's time to start really paying attention to the equation of your life. Start paying attention. What are you getting as a result? What are you experiencing as a result, right? That's an indication of what you're putting in. That's an indication of what's on the other side of the equation. If you have a lot of pain and suffering, then that means somewhere, okay, now check this out also. That little equals mark, we can just say that that's you. You're the equals. Now, the one side of the equation is your internal subjective reality. The other side of the equation is your external objective reality. They equal each other, although they translate a little bit differently. So if you see the world as a dangerous place and there is always somebody out to get you and out to hurt you, you're going to manifest that simply because you're subconsciously looking for it, right? You have to balance out what's on the inside with what's on the outside. It's an automatic process. It's an automatic process. I mentioned earlier about the water seeking itself. Nobody has to coach the water or teach the water or train the water. Doesn't read a book on how to find other water. It naturally gravitates towards itself. Hell, water will defy gravity and turn into gas and float up into a cloud just to collect with itself, right? It's nature. You don't have to teach water to do that. Fire is naturally going to go up to heaven where it came from. Earth is going to naturally sink as low as possible and compact together. These elements do what they do naturally. naturally. So likewise, when I talk about this equation process, this context of equation, it's a natural, universal thing. And honestly, I think that's what love is. I think that's what love is. Love is that process of harmony and equality and balance. Love has nothing to do with no human shit. Love is not, oh, I love you and I want to hug you. That's attachment also, right? That's attachment also. That's sentimentality. That's you know, for your own comfort. But when I talk about love, real love, universal love, the love of God, it's that harmony, because it is through this context, it is through this equation that evolution happens, that goodness happens, that purity happens, that growth happens. This is also the same equation that allows for the negative things and the things that are no longer useful to the whole to be discarded, right? The whole tree of life is that equation. As above, so below. That's what love is. Love is simply the idea and the fact and the concept that input equals output. It is grace and harmony for that. You feel me? If it wasn't that way, this would be a terrible place. Life is fair. Yes, it is. It is fair. If you feel that it's unfair, then it's time to analyze the equation that you're dealing with. Now, sometimes you're given an equation that it don't feel good, it isn't pleasurable, and sometimes it downright sucks, but you can adjust it. You can change it. You can change it. That's the beauty. That's what the beauty of being woke is, right? Of being somebody who is spiritual or whatever you want to call yourself. The beauty of that is you're starting to understand this process. This is what manifestation is. This is all the think about it. When we do these magic rituals and these spells, what are you doing? You getting these certain colored candles, or you're working with these certain spirits, or you're getting some kind of different object. This is part of the equation, right? You're trying to put together different pieces of an equation to equal something to manifest in your life, right? This is a process that is always going on. It doesn't stop, and it doesn't just happen when you cut on the binaural beats and put on your robe and light your candle. It's always happening. It's happening while you're at work. It's happening while you're asleep, right? It's happening when you're playing with your kids or you're playing with your lover. It's happening all the time. And it's so much a part of reality that it depends on the environment that you set up. I'm very particular about the environment that I set up because I understand that what's on my outside is a reflection of the inside, right? I mean, what's going on in my head to have this around me 24/7, right? Your environment is extremely important to what's going on inside or outside. So your internal environment is just as important as your external environment. And you have a great level of control over at least the internal environment. If your external environment isn't where you want it to be, start changing what's going on in the internal environment. Nobody told you that you have to make yourself suffer. Oh, I hate my life. I'm worthless. Nobody loves me. You don't have to be saying that stuff to yourself. Damn it, this sucks. Fucking shit, I can't believe. No, you don't have to do that. If you start adjusting the little things, you start making big changes. Because you got to think, the big chunks, the big parts of your life, they're not big chunks. They're a bunch of little chunks that you group together, right? So when you change just a little piece of this formula, the whole thing starts to shift. Let me know if that don't make any sense. Darren MC15, greetings. He says, I studied engineering in college and had to take up to calculus 5. Damn. Most of the results was to see if something was diverging or converging. Yeah. And it almost seems that the more complex the process, the more granular and specific the results that we're looking for, right? Because when you start really analyzing the details, you start getting very, very particular. I think that's where we start getting to the level of mastery, right? When we're first beginning and we're first starting out, we're
we're doing the basic equations, right? The self-talk, the shadow work. What candle do I use? What demon do I use? That's all the basic stuff, right? Because we're shifting a big part of the equation to get a more general result. But as we get more and more advanced with the work and with this technique, we start shifting little tiny pieces, little small aspects, right? This is where things start really starting to matter, because they begin to change. They begin to have a different result on the other side of that equation. But if you don't get anything from this, a huge thing to take away from this is it's time to become aware of your patterns, to become aware of your thought loops, to become aware of what's in your environment, internally and externally. I say be aware of it. What I'm saying be aware of is there something there that you don't want, that you don't need, that isn't serving you anymore, or is being harmful to you? If so, what's stopping you from removing that from the equation? Right? The colors that you surround yourself with, right? Don't we talk about how the different colors stimulate different parts of the mind? Oh, McDonald's is yellow and red. That makes you hungry when you see it. You know, it's goofy, but that stuff is true. That stuff is very true. Certain types of companies use certain colors in their logos because it stimulates a certain aspect of you. So even the colors that you have in your environment, the colors that you wear every day, the articles that you wear every day, the words that you speak out of your mouth every day. Got to give up that self-depreciating humor, right? Oh, I suck. Oh, I'm an idiot, right? Like little things that you're saying to yourself like that, catch that shit and delete it. Because that's part of your equation as well. Every little piece is part of the equation. And if there's something there that you don't want, take that shit out. And isn't this why we use these entities in the first place? I mean, think about it, y'all. Like there's not no spooky creature on the other side of the veil, right? There's not like this demon that you can't see that's hanging out in the corner. Like, come on now, you know that's not how it works. What we're actually dealing with are aspects of nature, aspects of the universe. And the only way that we can comprehend those aspects is if we visualize it or conceive of it as a symbol, right? That's the only way that we can actually work with these things. The same way that when working with calculus or math or algebra, you can't work with all those numbers. So you have to symbolize them in formulas. And it is through those symbolized formulas that you're able to get the results you're looking for. Likewise, there's no sharp tooth fang demon over here that you can't see. That's a symbol that your subconscious mind is working with. And it's okay to know that. That doesn't spoil the mystery if I tell you that. That's what's been going on this whole time. So that's why you see when you got people that are like, oh, I want to have a physical manifestation. First of all, you're not even in this for the right reasons. Second of all, you're not going to get a physical manifestation, right? Because you're just looking for entertainment. But if we understand that we're working with symbolic representations of cosmic forces, we're going to go a whole lot better. Now, with those symbolic representations of cosmic forces, right? Those forces have correspondences, whether they're different smells, right? I got an awesome blend right here, y'all. This is a cinnamon clove orange. It smells amazing. I love it. I love it. But anyways, different forces, different cosmic forces, they have correspondences that have been built up over centuries and thousands of years of use, right? Some entities are associated with different frames of time, periods of time, tarot cards, right? The Kabbalistic elements, herbs, crystals, right? There's all these different correspondences that you can use as parts of the formula that you can add to your environment to shift your environment. I'm telling you how magic works, right? If you just want entertainment and you just want people to do these deep, spooky videos of them, oh, I summon thee from the depths. I mean, that's cool. That's cool. And let's be honest, for you, it's mostly entertainment because you're not doing it. You're just watching it and saying, oh, I saw a ritual. But see, that person that's doing it, hopefully, they understand that what they're doing is they're shifting the environment. They're doing magical equations to make things change in their reality. You're not doing that just by watching them. or listening to them, you have to do it as well. Now, yes, you observing it is adding it to your environment, but the impact is not going to be anywhere near the impact if you actually going through the process yourself. Look, let me know if any of this is making sense, because sometimes when I get to talking about this stuff, I know it. I already know this shit. I've been through it. I've been doing it, and I'm still doing it, right? When I go work with the Goetic spirits or whatever entity I choose to work with, yeah, I visualize myself sitting here talking to this entity, yes. But you know what? I also know that this is a higher aspect of my mind communicating with numbers and equations and fractals, right? But I can't sit here and do that. So I translate it into something that I can understand. Ain't it in the Bible where hell, let's even in the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna shows his true self and Arjuna's like, hey, bro, I can't handle this. Go back to your human form, because this is too much. I think I pissed my pants, right? Even in the Bible, you know, when God showed himself to Abraham, his whole hair turned white. I think his skin turned white too, right? We can't handle it. And it even says in the Goetia, you know, certain of these entities, the magician has to command them to take on a form that is pleasing to the human eye. Well, what do you think it was before? So you're thinking it's this tentacle creature with teeth and shit, because that's the best that your imagination can come up with, because that's what Hollywood gave you. But in truth, they're seeing something that literally blows the mind. They're seeing something that wasn't meant for human eyes. Go to YouTube and type in, you know, 360 fractal animation, right? It was probably something more like that, because that's a representation of number given form. Now, this is what this universe is. On those supernal realms, and those highest realms, you're getting closer to pure mathematics. That don't look like tentacles and teeth. That looks like some shit that your mind isn't equipped to process. But I'm pretty sure the closest we can get is like fractalized images, because that's what that is. But anyways, this is what you're dealing with when we talk about working with spirits and doing magic and all this other shit. This is what we're talking about. So in order for you to really work with this information, have that in mind. But at the same time, right, here's the cool part. At the same time, employ your creativity. Employ your creativity, right? I'm not saying this to like shut you down or make you feel like you can't do it or you've been doing it wrong. What I'm trying to do is explain that this is a very multi-layered process. And it sounds complex, but you've been doing it since before you were even incarnated in this body, right? You're always making changes and doing balance and working this formula. Mad Bear, thank you for the donation. I appreciate you, brother. This is a part of your life. This is what you've been doing. Now, what I'm teaching here is how to do it better, how to get more specific, because yeah, everybody's doing it. But how many of us are getting like these mishmashed half-ass results? Sometimes it works. Sometimes it definitely don't. Sometimes it goes wrong. If you're tired of that shit, then it's time to sit down and study and practice and get it right. This is what I've been doing when I say, oh, I've done this for 20 plus years. Like, that's not to make myself look cool on the internet. Like, yo, I put the time in. I didn't just figure this out last week and suddenly making a YouTube video and trying to sell shit. Before I sold a course, I've been on YouTube giving thousands of hours of free information, right? So it's not to like brag or say that I'm better than anybody, but it is to demonstrate that this is to be taken seriously. It is an art. It's an art form, which means that you can get better at it if you practice, right? And there are certain things that if you understand, it can serve as a shortcut, not a shortcut that's going to hurt you, but a shortcut that's going to keep you out of inefficient ways of thinking. An inefficient way of thinking is that, oh, I have angered this spirit and now he's trying to get me. No, you don't anger an algorithm. You don't anger a process. That's like saying I angered the sun. Who angered the sun? Who angered the? Can you anger the moon? Can you piss off the moon? Can you anger the wind? Can you anger the water? No, you can't do that, right? So that's how you sound when you say, "Oh, I've angered King Payment, and now he's trying to get me." You're doing that to yourself, and you're still using King Payment as a symbol, to punish yourself. Why you doing that? Maybe you like getting spanked. I don't know. That's you, do you. But I prefer to get nice things. So I don't use King Payman to spank me. I use King Payman to help me get better at what it is that I already do. Ultimately, you choose. But these different entities represent different algorithms that you can use to get different results. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Oh my. Sunshine Chick says my March book, Jnana Yoga, got lost in the mail. What is going on? These I don't know, these BR School of Yoga books. Amazon is acting real wild with these things. Multiple copies have been stolen in the past couple of weeks. I'm gonna take a minute to read the chat here because I was just going off on my equation stuff. Smooth Shaddai says Gray takes the condom off in Kabbalistic concepts. Yeah, I see. Interesting way to think about it. Parataxic distortion. Aria Fletcher Ratcliffe, greetings, greetings. Well, Laura sent you, but she's not here. Ain't that something? Black Knight, peace, peace. Belle Rodriguez, greetings, greetings. Thanks, Maxine. Good stuff, good stuff. Peace, Stray Panther. Thank you. If you guys are enjoying this content, please hit the like button. Because as I've said before, this helps the algorithm help with these videos. So slap that like button with the stiffest thumb that you got, preferably your left thumb. Will Trent, I see you, bro. Will Trent says, got my Rudra Kasha shit happening. A lot of shit happening. Good, 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 good. Ride that wave, my friend. Ride that wave. Ankh Shield says, just like the protection rituals are more about you than the external. Absolutely. Absolutely. Man, y'all killing me out here with this externalizing of your inner problems. We got to stop doing that, y'all. Got to stop doing that. Regardless of whether or not the Illuminati exists, regardless of whether or not the Freemasons are doing whatever, regardless of whether or not the reptilians or whatever scapegoat boogeyman you want to call them, regardless of whether they exist or not, or they're doing what you think they're doing, they have no effect on you. They're not doing anything to you. You're using that as an excuse to not really do anything. Keep it real. The same way that I did it. When it comes to these issues and these problems in the world, you got to recognize
they have no effect on you. They're not
right
doing anything.
Even if the Freemason Illuminati was real, what are you going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. So why not take that same energy and that same excitement and apply it to yourself? What can you change about yourself that needs changing? What can you fix in your life that needs fixing? Right? But if you waste all that worrying about the reptilians, come on now. Please get over that. We got way more pressing matters to deal with. MC Maestro, how are you this afternoon? Right, but if you waste them.
Hello.
Oh, I've got the volume down.
I mean, my volume's off. Hold on.
Hello.
Oh, my friend.
Ah, greetings, greetings.
How are you this morning?
Doing very well. Very well.
We're just hitting all the right points. Kind of been embarking on this ritual, and I had a lot to do with identity work. And I think it was Thursday, because I kept joining and leaving the class because one of those, I guess, trials popped up where I had to go help a family member jump their car. And I could have reacted the old way, but in the middle of that conversation, I was realizing like that I've been reacting the same way ever since I was a little kid. So I decided to react differently in that situation, and it felt a whole lot better.
Yeah. Those moments where it counts. And the key thing you said that you realize you've been responding that way ever since you could remember, ever since you were a kid. That's that loop. That's that pattern.
So too, yesterday I woke up, did some Kaisterium chakra shooting, and what I noticed with doing a lot of the etheric catalysis, a lot of those they call like the little blue light or whatever. So those started popping up a lot. And then specifically yesterday, I should have checked the top with time, but I don't remember, where I ended up taking a nap. And it was like during that time where I didn't ping Gala or balance, but I ended up taking a nap and leaving a podcast on. But the nap was like I was still awake. I could have moved, but I chose not to.
Mhm.
And in the Cheetah Kasha, I saw the blue light, but then it started growing. I was like, let me just let me let it manifest, do its thing. And so it started changing into like a literal like animation, I would say, of like a kid on a tricycle, like but surrounded in blue. And then that image sort of like expanded into this clear tunnel hole type thing, which when I got visions before, in years past, it would always like rip open and then show me an image in black and white, and then my body would probably be like convulsing or some shit. But this time, it was like a smooth and almost perfectly round hole. I was able to see out the other side, and then my physical body's just chilling, and I'm also able to see on the other side, but like in color this time. And I sort of got sidetracked, ended up having like an active dream, but the podcast was still on. So like the story they're describing, I was actively in. And yeah, that was pretty much that experience.
I enjoy those kind of dreams. Interesting. That cheetah kasha doesn't happen for me every time, but it's very strange to see a blue light while your eyes are closed.
Yeah.
And why is it always blue?
I have, that may be an Ajna chakra. I need to go back in that one. But I remember seeing in like, it's kind of like a small PDF. And the little tip the guy gave on the side was to focus on that. And then through his description, it was like pretty much the astral realm, or like the etheric or astral realm, but like that's the first telltale sign of it. I've been working through a book by John Munford,
The workbook?
the top one.
Okay, okay.
And like I feel like that one's been helping a lot too, like to impose physical imagery onto a blank surface
Mm-hmm.
and creating that 3D image and whatnot. And also, he also gives Ophios exercises, but he adds stuff that he learned from the Bihar School of Yoga, which was I forgot what the actual practice is called, but I think it's in there. It's like the psychic writing. So after you do your rounds of the body of light walking around,
Mhm.
you end it with a round of psychic writing. And I always try to, it says write your name on a board. So I'd always do that. It said in white, under it, you do it in yellow, under it, you do it in red. And before it was like all white and the last one was red. But now, like, even in my mind with my eyes open or closed, I could see like the full differentiation in colors.
Might have to add that. Wow. Yeah, I think one of the issues that I have is that there's so many different things that I do and I'm so used to doing that I don't think that other people don't do it. So I guess in a way I
Mhm.
kind of assume that it's just known. But that is a good point right there. One of the important things is to learn how to see things with your eyes open. You know, that especially helps those people who want to see the physical manifestation of the spirits. Like there is practice for seeing your visualizations with your eyes open. I know I've been doing that since I was a kid, mainly because, I used to draw and stuff like that. So I
Right.
would daydream while paying attention.
I think to actually get a manifestation like that or to impose your like how Nikolai Tesla did to impose your imagination and fully interacts with it is you have to match your open eye visions with the prowess of your closed eye visions. And I had like super powerful, even to this day, super powerful open eye visions that I could create or like daydream with my eyes open, but I could not do it at all with my eyes closed.
Hmm.
And through these taught way exercises, like the more I've been doing it, is the more the skill and the prowess has kind of been matching as I've been building and building. And that's when I started to notice I'm able to physically like impose an image over what I'm looking at. And two, I've been working with brain magic and like I'm actually starting to see when I'm creating these state entities, I'm actually starting to like fully on see them. Um, like I'll get an internal vision of a flash of the details, but like the actual outline, I'll actually see like a frame, a body frame standing in front of me for like a couple seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, my cousin has been getting really good at that part too. Like what you said, seeing the somewhat of a silhouette,
Mhm.
but like you said, the details on the inside. Wow. I don't really see it that way, but I know that at least my cousin does.
Something to that.
Like I always say, mostly with me, it's I can mostly hear these things clearly, but the visuals, unless I'm actively imagining, I don't really like see,
Mm-hmm. The auditory, I do plan on working on it. Honestly, or I think after these visual exercises, I'm probably going to get into the auditory aspect because sight was like kind of my biggest plus. And I know through the auditory, there's different methods of doing it, but just choosing one, hunkering down, and doing it consistently.
One thing I've noticed is that I feel like I don't know why people are so scared of technology, but I feel like technology is evolving as we evolve, obviously. But just this whole augmented reality where it's just like, the Pokemon Go, you're able to see these things imposed on reality. That's a good example of what we're doing, what we're talking about here. And
Right.
before that was created, it was kind of difficult for most people to imagine it. But now we have an example to help, so you don't have to imagine it. I think that's part of the role that technology plays is it helps people who lack imagination to be able
Mhm.
to conceive of what we're talking about.
Right. I was saying that a few years ago. Me and my aunt were kind of arguing because she didn't truly see the spiritual side of things. Was I don't hold it against her, but I started to bring up like, what I could achieve with my mind, you are going to be able to achieve with technology. They're just different means to accomplish the same thing.
Yes, yes. But naturally people are going to be afraid, because the machines are taking over our soul and our jobs. Take our jobs. But like when you get past all that, it's not doing anything but helping us evolve faster. Not faster, but on track, really. Nothing is out of order. This is all supposed to be happening. It's happening according to plan. But with that being said, it was interesting because I was even reading in this book earlier, The Holy Science, how he's talking about that there's actually 5 different types of electricity, and we've only really discovered the first 2. Or I should even say, he said 5 types, but one way that he talks about is they can be expressed in 5 different ways, which is the same way that the human body expresses them. We've got this electricity of our eye that enables us to see form, the electricity of
Right.
our ear that allows us to hear. That's why we've got cameras and screens. That's why we got microphones and speakers, because we're able to access those too. But as we evolve, we're going to come into the awareness of the other 3. And they're already doing, there's machines that produce smells.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they working on where you can lick your screen and taste what's on your phone?
And they already had, for a couple of years, they had this bodysuit kind of meant for video games where you could feel the impact, but they're not like, I guess they recently gained attention, but that whole thing has been made for a long time.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be made, and there's a balance between what the masses are capable of perceiving and what's actually, because this is a good book so far. But one thing he was saying is that we're suppressed under the influence of time, the yugas specifically. And there are some individuals who eventually work their way so that they overcome the influence of time. That's why we can have people like Nikola Tesla or whoever you want to name that is able to see ahead of the curve, because they're able to see reality as it is. Like none of this stuff is new. It's just that the masses of humans on this planet aren't at a state where they're able to conceive it yet. And when we're heading towards a more open space as we move on.
Right. I've been working with, I've been going back down the tree now. And so just started going back down. And right now I'm on the magician's path. And I started contemplating that path working and what I can do, blah, blah, blah. And I started to realize that that's really, I guess there is a relationship between Hesed and Binah, but I think we could only access Binah for a temporary amount of time. And as the path working in the book gives it, that path specifically, you could pull forms straight from Kether. So I'm thinking like the minds of these great geniuses, they sit in Hesed normally and they temporarily tap into Binah and then just draw down an idea already in kind of this formulated sense and then hop back to Hesed once they're on this physical realm.
Yeah. That's kind of like how Dion Fortune puts it, how they sit in Chesed and kind of receive almost like seeds from Kether. And the seeds, they already have what inside of them is what they're going to be, but it takes an ascended master in the realm of Chesed to bring those seeds down to the plane where they can actually be planted and grown.
Right.
Interesting.
And even in I was looking at several decks I had, which kind of, some of them reflect the higher sense of the cards, some reflect the lower. So for the higher, I started seeing that the magician, he has the wand upwards and he's pointing downwards, and it's significated like where it's signifying the ability to turn force into form. like he uses his ritual and what's also called like the spirit of Hermes, so kind of like his wit to work effectively to fully translate an idea down to physical manifestation. Whereas the fool is like, kind of goes up together, grabs something, and falls all the way back down. Whereas like, if you fully have, and that's why I'm grateful as well for your inner light activation system, because now I have tools on the table. And even if I'm kind of stuck, which was one of my criteria, I didn't want to feel stuck or confused anymore. So even if I feel that way, I have literally something I could tap into to, find what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And I've also come to the realization, and this helped me with one of my decks because it kind of deals with Necronomicon and whatnot. And that little seal on the front cover, the seal on the front cover is pretty much signifying the alignment with the energy center, the emotional center, and the psychic center. And the magician is also the same that way. He's fully confident or self-confident in all these three centers, meaning that all these three centers are acting in alignment, and no matter what comes his way, like he's maintaining his frame. So all the stuff's happening externally, but all the centers are focused on one. He has the willpower to achieve his goals, the maintainment of the emotional state he wants to achieve, and then the focus. And then with all those three things, like really nothing is impossible.
Right. Right.
And so that's probably gonna be my like yearly thing, is just gonna be because there's things that I put off, or like, that's gonna take too long to learn, but now I have no excuses. I gotta get this in.
No excuses. I love it, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. Alignment. I think those three worlds also tie into like what they're saying in the Gayatri mantra at the beginning. Om, Bur, Bhuva, Swaha. Those are three different planes. And I think it's also, and they line up with the three bodies, the Annamaya, Pranamaya, and Manomaya kosha. There's a big deal to this alignment of these three planes that we have access to.
Yeah. And I saw an older video from your channel, like I think it was a few weeks ago. I was watching and going through like some of the old stuff, pick out the gems. And then one was where you were talking about these three bodies. And then when one of them's out of alignment, that's when we have problems.
Yeah.
It gets pretty interesting when you get really familiar with working with your multiple bodies, is because you can quickly see when you're talking to people what they have out of alignment. Quickly see.
Mm-hmm.
You literally have people that talk something that makes sense, but you can also tell that emotionally they're so scattered and elsewhere that's why they can't get anything done, because they're not in alignment with themselves.
I was finished that Kiyosaki book last night, the second one, and towards the back where it gets pretty much, he's just quoting NLP. He's also talking about left, right brain, and also the subconscious mind. And when I was reading that, I was understanding that as these three centers. And he was saying the same thing, that a lot of people, he says, who wants to be rich? And everybody wants to do it. But then he'll say something like very general, like go out and buy a business today. Then everybody kind of like freezes in fear. Then he's like, all right, that's their subconscious, or like, I guess that would be their willpower center. Or some people have the drive to do something, but they don't have that emotional, like that state. They don't maintain that state. But he has to be messing with this, man. Reading these two books, he had like, there's no way in hell he didn't get some occult training.
Yeah, man. I'm starting to think that about Mr. Brunson as well.
Mm.
I think that the more that you learn about these occult principles, you can backtrack and find a way to express them in a very human language. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure that, I mean, isn't that what happens with a lot of these movies? Some of these movies that are actually really deep, they just found a way to express it in a more mundane way.
I feel like all movie, at least in Hollywood, like if you really sit down, no matter how, I mean, I haven't looked at a love movie to try to see these, but like when it comes to these adventure movies, which is really up the tree and back down, they like actually no matter what it is, they always have it there. It's just a matter of, you know, watching for entertainment or are you watching for the symbols? And then you could go through like you go through the entire Marvel catalog and then pull out gems for days. But if I go back to at least when most of them came out, you know, when I was younger, I would have just thought they were entertainment. If I was told like, oh, they have these deep meaning, I'd have been like, dude, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, you're doing too much, man. It's just a movie.
You're digging too deep.
Man. An observation that I had, something about water, right? And water is H2O, isn't it? So you got 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen, right? H210. So if you really look, if you look at it, it's almost like a curved shape, like a crescent moon. Then you think about a grain of sand, like the smallest that you can break down an earth particle into, and it's like a cube.
Right.
Look at fire. You look at oxygen as itself, or air particles. They're just that circle. These Vedic seers was on some stuff, man. The H2O thing, that just put it all together for me.
There was a rabbi, or is the one I posted in the chat, Rabbi Yam Tov Glosser. And a few years ago, he was breaking down, I don't know which video that was, but it was a pretty old video. It was before he started his channel, bless you.
Thank you.
And but he was breaking down how in the Torah, certain things like when Adam's talking to God, certain things are first laid out. Like when God says, like, what do you breathe? Or he's testing Adam. He said, what do you breathe? And then he ended up saying basically the letter O, the Hebrew for the letter O, but he says it twice, which signifies what we breathe as O2, or because we don't breathe pure oxygen, we breathe oxygen compound of 2 oxygen atoms.
Oh. How do we breathe double oxygen but not regular oxygen?
For our physical composition, regular oxygen is too pure for us.
Ah, gotcha. Oh my goodness. Human being. What a place. What a state of existence. When you start to see that all of our problems are literally caused by attachment, you see it all across the board. Everyone that you care about and all the problems that they have, it's all attachment and an inability to deal with that. It can be kind of sad, but This information brings clarity. It just brings clarity. I don't feel confused about nothing. It's kind of funny, really.
It's like the quote unquote 85%. Like you could lift people out, but there's just so much people on the planet Earth.
I think that because the number is so large, I think it's supposed to be like that. I think because
Yeah.
that's a massive number. That's like everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's supposed to be like that, which is another reason why this whole quest to save everybody, that's going against nature. I think that Prakriti actually needs, I guess if we want to say batteries to run, to operate. I think it might even be some type of symbiosis. The fact that she exists is because we're ignorant.
Yes. And that's like that was what I was deriving from Tawashuti. And then you also broke it down as well in the first round of the class where these deities already exist because so many people have thrown energy into them. And you broke it down even more and said they're egregores. But what if Prakriti itself is a giant egregore?
And
Literally fed by us existing inside of it.
can't blame the Matrix no more because it exists because we do.
Oh, that's right too. Everybody's plugged in the Matrix, feeding the Matrix. It's not like they're just in a pod and they're just bodies just chilling there. Now they're literally batteries feeding this thing.
Right, right. So it's like a huge part of seeing clarity is to get the fuck out of this stupid ass antagonistic duality perspective on reality. They got us in this prison. They're trying to kill us. They're trying to get us. You got to get out of that shit. You've got to get out of it. Because you will never see reality clearly if that's your mindset.
A big thing with my dad. I saw him again as well recently. He goes, because I was talking about it's always been my passion, like stocks, and I'm not gonna say forex, but even as a little kid, I didn't understand stocks, but I would wake up in the morning to watch MSNBC and all that. He really did not, talking to him recently, because he doesn't understand it, so he's going off, blah blah blah, and then he goes back when I started doing some sleight of mouth. He defaults on his main thing, which is other forces control, blah blah blah. From his childhood too, he just never really had freedom. So a lot of his trauma and a lot of things he feeds himself with have to deal with the government, FEMA camps, all that whole camp right there.
Can't do it. I cannot do it.
Because what does it yield?
That it's sticky. That's a bottomless pit. If you don't pull yourself out of that, you're gonna keep finding worse scenarios.
Not even worse scenarios. I feel like everything will just slowly start to literally the demiurge equation. Start like I don't know if you ever ate a lot of chips, several days in a row. The result is not great. You're gonna get backed up. And then and if you keep eating it, it'll just only make it worse. You gotta sit it out for 1 or 2 days.
Yeah.
So that's really like if you feed a demiurge some attachment, some stickiness, that's gonna suck. And even if it does shit, that's not even quality shit. No. You can't start a garden with on a potato chip diet. Like you're making worm tea. You can't do that. You can't just dunk hot dogs and chips, shit in a jar, and then use it as fertilizer for your garden. I don't know what those plants about to look like.
Those shrooms are not gonna be psychedelic. Okay, what spores you got? Worm garden.
I don't even think those worms about to come out looking the same either. About to have like 6 heads.
Oh man.
Organs on the outside.
Like these chickens that we got from KFC.
Have you seen Super Size Me?
No,
So
what it is.
like, yeah, as a kid, I didn't eat fast food for years because of the first one, and I recently watched the second one. It was solely based off chicken, and
Oh,
then they were describing like that a lot of chickens. First of all, like cage free isn't really cage free because there's no. That's just a general word or like a ambiguity. So as long as you have the door open, it's considered cage free. But like naturally, at least the chickens we bred nowadays can't even take sunlight because they're too frail.
damn.
But they get to grow so big that a lot of them just end up dying of either their bones crushed
Mhm.
because of their weight or like they have a heart attack because they can't support it.
That's red flag. That's red flags everywhere. Like the animals that we're eating aren't even suitable to live.
No,
They're not
but
even able to survive.
me, that's like I guess a microcosm perspective of us as human beings.
Absolutely.
Because there's people who come here like, and I guess their karma is to suffer,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
feeding the larger whole in some way, shape, or form. Like
Yes.
imagine in a third world country, like someone starving to death, and then they see like a Coca-Cola label or some, or a McDonald's logo or something. Like, if only I could have that.
Mm-hmm.
And then they die. Like that's a lot of energy to feed any egregor.
And your dying thoughts are to taste that Coca-Cola and that Big Mac. That's a different dimension right there. I mean, don't they talk about these different levels of hells and these different levels of, living in the plane of mankind?
Right.
It's not some bizarre Star Wars looking place. It's right next door. Don't look now to Israel. It might be your homeland.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of that too, I watched the Vice documentary of like evangelical Christians supporting the state of Israel. But their reason for doing so was so that if all the Palestinians are kicked out, then it'll fulfill the biblical prophecy for the book of Revelations to start. And there's this one, so they're doing tours. There's this southern guy and he's pointing over a field and he says, in the Bible, it says that China, Russia,
Really?
Africa, and the United Nations are gonna fight on this field. And I was just dying.
Look
But
at that. All that based on a misinterpretation of a metaphorical book. Nuts. But
and it's perfect, but that's like I'm like, damn, where in the Bible was that? What was I missing?
right. It says a bear, so we're gonna assume that means Russia. It says a dragon, so we're gonna assume that means China. I mean, it makes a good point. I can understand that. However, most of these preachers that I've heard quote the Bible are misinterpreting it, because most of these preachers, look, man, this Vedic stuff is universal. They haven't studied non-attachment. They haven't studied ego, self, mind. So everything that they spit out of their mouth is going to be very human and not very divine. I don't think anywhere in ultimate consciousness there's this pattern of you can't wear wool and fleece and synthetic fibers or you're going to be cursed. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I guess it had to come from somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
That's still
demiurge.
yeah.
What's up, Alora?
What's up?
That's still like even how companies run when they export, labor to other countries, and then they have to work for lower wages, which you can't up the wages there because that'll throw their entire economy off. But that entire system is like literally the egregor system, just represented on a physical level. And then when someone doesn't understand it, that's when all these factories are using,
Right.
child labor or like cheap labor. But it's like if you were to up that, say if someone works for 50 cents a day and you start giving them $15, all hell is about to break loose. But there's a balance because like the way how it's done is natural.
Mhm. And natural according to the entire economy, right? The entire environment. Like it's not a, we look at it as an individual thing. This is where a lot of this misinterpretation comes from, because we just see it as how I would have it be. It's wrong because I wouldn't do it that way. But when you look at the
Right.
whole, the dynamics change. This is why these people that are in, governmental positions, we may not agree with what they do, but we also have to consider when they make their decisions, supposedly, they have to take into consideration, the masses of people that are involved. Obviously, they're still human beings with ego issues, but we don't have the right to sit up here and say they shouldn't do that because I won't do it that way. I mean, you can say what you want, sure, but you also have to take into perspective that there's, like you said, there's an economy that we're dealing with. There's an ecosystem. And if you really start adjusting things too much, the ecosystem is going to change. And are you really prepared for that?
I'm glad that you describe it that way because like I'm starting to see individual markets as entities. Like there's a rising, there's a falling, and even economics as a whole it's dealing with push and pull. It's literally hermetic science.
Mhm.
And a lot of people harp on 1971 we went off the gold standard and printed out money, blah blah blah, and now it's currency and not money anymore. But the way currency works, like it has to move or it'll die. That's still a natural principle.
Yeah,
In a way, that we have technically a more real economy. It may
right.
not be great, but that's literally nature.
You actually taught me that when you were teaching me about the crypto stuff, like the fact that you were saying when the big coins move a certain way, that has a massive effect on all the others. Like,
Mhm.
so just like with Kabbalah or Goetia or anything, we have to look at the system, right? But so many people just look at individual, like, how do I access Bina? It's like, no, you're not going to access Bina. This it's the relationship with everything involved. You don't just pick out one piece of it.
Right.
Ecosystem, relationships. It's about the relationships.
Mm, I'm, I thought of this last night, but I didn't like fully sit on it. So in Hod, where the magician is, so we take that whole pillar, Bina, Gebra, and Hod. Like the paths associated with those are really dealing with physical manifestation. And what that whole left pillar is about is like that's the maintain your frame magician's pillar. Whereas if you shoot the energy that you gathered from Bina to different like other spheres, um, these other paths will do like maybe getting a business idea and trying it out and then reconfiguring or just going with your luck. But there's like those three. So there's you maintain your frame all the way through and it'll manifest. You try, you fail, but you reconfigure and then try again till you get it right. And or there is a path for luck, which is the Jupiter side.
Mhm.
Because when we're going down Jupiter to Netzach, that's the wheel of fortune. So there is a way to quote unquote get lucky, but it's may not be as efficient, or it needs like you need the handbook for it.
Right. You need the handbook because we're not ever just dealing with one piece. We're having to juggle the whole thing. So yeah, when you describe that, it reminds me, I don't know, well, I'm not gonna say that. There used to be these toys, at least when I was a kid. They were very cheap and basic ass toys. Hell, sometimes they were free because they gave them away at little party bags, little dumbass toys. But anyways, it was like a little square with little tiles in it and one little circle. You know what I'm talking about? And you would shift
Yeah,
the
yeah.
tiles, and if you get it right, it makes a picture, but it starts out scrambled.
Mhm.
That's what Kabbalistic magic is like. You don't just access Bina. You gotta shift the whole thing around because what you do over here is gonna affect over here.
Or it's like those games with like currents or like water where you have a pipe or some type of thing, and you
Mhm.
have to start to rotate these to get it to like the right area.
Yeah, yeah. And if one of them doesn't connect, then that water just flows out into it overflows basically. Now we got an issue.
Oh man, it didn't work. Not gonna mess with this Kabbalah shit no more.
Shit ain't real. Or
This
even
was
worse,
that devil magic.
don't mess with the Kabbalah, it'll drive you crazy. It,
Mhm.
it drives you mad. Who do you know that's been driven mad? What does that even look like? Before I hear with the Goetia stuff, oh, that's the demon stuff, that's the devil stuff, you're gonna go to hell. But with Kabbalah, it's always don't mess with it. It's gonna drive you mad. It's gonna drive you insane. Where do you get this from? Who told you that?
But what is that person doing?
Yeah, what does that look like to be mad? Like in a room somewhere with like a bunch of papers on the wall, with crazy hair, like I got to Doth and Bina.
Hey, yeah, we saw that before.
True.
So it's possible.
I think he was mad. Well, he did say he read the mystical Kabbalah up, down, left, right, inside out. So maybe driven mad,
See what that reading it sideways is like.
man. I don't know how they pulled that off.
Drawing a darshan too, how we have to put our manas and chitta in the same direction, which is really these same principles as the three centers. We have to put our manas and chitta in the same direction. Otherwise, as Niranjananji like describes it, that's gonna lead to a broken mind, regardless of what exercise you're doing. It could be chakra shuddhi, it could be the psychic sleep, it could be psychic writing, any of the things that they have in that book, or any of the Vihar practices. But if you don't have your manas and chitta in the same direction, it's kind of like you could put energy in these two things. It'll be like a container, and manas directs, chitta stores. But you imagine having that apart. That's just kind of like filling the gap with just shit energy, like, and these two things could never come back together at a certain point. So I see why someone would say, it drives you mad, but it's also dealing with it from an impure stance.
Yes.
I'm really glad you brought that up, Maestro, because I was thinking that, because I've been doing a lot of research with the yoga books on the mind and how prana gets transformed and compartmentalized into 4 aspects that actually make up the mind. Right. So this expansiveness is now compartmentalized into different sections as to how it plays out. So we have like ego, we got chitta, we got buddhi, we got manas, and then vrittis, right? And vrittis are kind of like the in-between. And you get your personality types by whichever one of these aspects of the mind are predominant within you that you're acting out on mostly. And a lot of people get caught up in manas and chitta, but they don't realize that there are these other aspects of mind that are also playing out that perhaps they need to also downplay. Like, so part of that mastership, right, or that mastery is being able to recognize what parts of the mind are being active and then utilizing each part to balance whatever is being activated. So like, for example, if someone calls, like they had a great example in this book, right? Like if someone calls you a dog, right? You're operating from the ego because now you're all hurt and you're like, what the fuck? Like, who's this?
You're no fucking dog.
Right. But if you were acting from buddhi, right, that aspect of the mind, it'd be like, that's ridiculous. Humans can't be dogs.
Yeah, I am a dog. What's up?
Yeah, right. You'd be able to like detach, right? You'd be able to detach. But because you're operating from ego, now ego is activated and is utilizing its expression. And its expression, all of the aspects of mind are expressions and reactions based off of the awareness that is behind the scenes operating them.
Mhm.
So in order for you to like really gain that control seat in the ability of taking these different aspects of mind and balancing out each experience by utilizing these different parts of the mind, you have to detach yourself from the mind and become one with the observer, because that's actually the role that you're supposed to be playing. So like and I think that a lot of us, we have this idea that like that we kind of misplace our judgments as to what part of the mind is operating, which then leads us to misinterpreting what is happening and how to best handle it.
Right.
So I think that it's really important for us to be able to understand the different parts of the mind, of how this prana is activating and expressing itself in this compartmentalized behavior. So then we can better analyze and adjust and navigate within this realm.
Mhm. I'm glad you used the example of the dog story, because in that, he brings up reframing. He doesn't say it directly, of course, but the guy's like, "Oh, Ray, I got this medical condition basically because I was called a dog and I attached to it." And so Swami just said, like, imagine, or you are a dog, but just imagine you're a dog living in a luxury hotel, getting groomed every day, getting fed the best food, and that condition improves. So it's either like, I guess the Jedi way is the non-attachment, whereas the Sith way is like you take it and reframe it.
Yeah. And both, I think the mastery comes in knowing when to apply which method.
Mm.
Because the truth is, I think that the real advanced Force user wouldn't classify as Jedi or Sith. I think they'd study what works and then use what works when it's appropriate.
Mm.
Yeah,
And
that's like the entire role of utilizing buddhi. When you're utilizing discrimination, there's two types of buddhi. There's the firm buddhi, which is where it's like this direction, and then there's the negotiable, which
some
is like,
booty.
yeah, I know, dude, that cracks me up. I can't believe they choose that word, but that's okay. But like the firm, right? The firm type of knowledge is like that firmness in nature or the idea or the thought, right? That gives it a direction. Whereas negotiable is like, it flips around. Like you can, like they described it as like someone speaking to one person, telling them about a problem, and then they get given an answer. And then they're going to a million other people talking to them about the same problem and being like, man, I can't find a good answer. And it's like, well, you're getting the perfect answer from everyone, but you're seeking perfection from someone else. And like, you're not actually sitting with the knowledge that you're getting in, that's coming in from all these different people. You're just spending time in this cycle here, asking this question, but you're not actually like sitting with any of the answers you're getting. So
that's the first path too.
Huh?
That's the first path too.
Yeah.
Either sit and discriminate, or you're going to be stuck, or you're going to approach this occult information and then get turned around. Now you in talking about some dark side clip off, what candles and incense you need to use to summon the spirit.
Right.
Ritual.
Which, if used appropriately, which means you're utilizing discrimination and you're also gaining clarity, then fucking do it. It's all a formula, but you have to know the formula.
Right. Or just know what you want. And then the second person you gave, the person doesn't even know what they wanted. They just came around looking for answers.
I get that all the time. I hesitate to call names because that's not what I'm here for, to call names, but I get that people message me and they literally will say, hey, Trev, I asked this YouTuber, this influencer, and this person all this question, and now I want your opinion. I don't even answer the question. I'm like, look, why did you have to ask all of us? What do you think? Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking y'all. No, why are you asking everyone except yours? Basically, I try to focus on the process. and it's always about either like aliens or white people or something like yeah. And that then I also finished off with like, what does it have to do with you and your growth right here, right now? Well, I just want to know. You can just tell me you don't. No, it's not that I don't know. It's that no matter what answer I give you, guess what you're going to do next?
That's the next person.
Right.
Yeah.
You're in a
And
pattern. Go
I
ahead,
gotta
Laura.
add to that too, because in one of the notes that I wrote about it, you got to manage that, right? So say you're one of those people that's asking like the same question to a million people and you just can't find no fulfillment or nothing like that. Even just in general, for us to be able to balance that out, you got to manage it through discrimination and detachment, because the buddhis, right? The Buddhi is also the source of all passions and desires. So chitta, your memories and experiences from those memories will attract you, but it's the Buddhi that attaches you. So you've got to learn how to detach. Like, and a lot of these people are attaching themselves to an experience that they're reliving over and over and over again, which is why they can't get this answer. And the next thing you know, they become attached to the experience of the mind. They start living as the experiencer of the mind and of the thought, which is something that they are not.
Mm-hmm. You could get some booty, but you got to know how to handle it.
Right. Loose booty is fun, but that firm booty is going to be the one to get you over the hump.
Gets you the answers.
I came to a revelation when I was going over. I'm still like, I didn't catch up with the Ladder of Light, so I'm just reading those or like listen to your audiobook while I'm cooking or something. And what William Gray drops was like, certain things are cultivated, like the paths are useless if not filled with subjective experience.
Oh yeah.
And what we learn from these yogic texts is that these nadis are cultivated through attention. So I'm starting to see, like in the Kabbalistic or the yoga of the West per se, the nadis are cultivated by attention through subjective experience. I mean, it's pretty much the same on both sides, but one's more, I guess, tangible for the Western mind, and the other one's more, kind of abstract and like focused on this part of your body, blah, blah, blah. We're in the Hebrew thing. You'll spend a week going through a process of some sort, but that's cultivating the memory, the chitta in that specific nadi.
Man, that's really cool. Like that gives answers. Like that's another reason why I love to study like this, not just because I like to collect books, but when you study, like I said earlier, you have words and concepts to kind of fill in the gaps and make things make sense. Everyone's like, well, how do I know this magic works? Or what about the demons? Like all these questions, I can't answer them for you. You have to build your own subjective experience for each concept. That's why they say do the work. That's what the books are for. I love that part of the book because he just put it so plain and simple. And that's how I feel about the Tree of Life. First, memorize the spheres and where the paths are first. After you do that, now you've got to do the task of filling in subjective experiences for each sphere and each path in order for it to make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But that applies to all spiritual practice.
Yeah. And once you do that, you're able to, as Laura brought up, it's that balance. So not only are you able to balance your personal tree, but through what I brought up earlier is you're able to manifest down these paths, but through like a clear and concise method. So you'll have that memory of, okay, when I was dealing with this path, being at a Gebra, I had to go back and kind of go back into my subconscious, clear out the blocks. All right, we're dealing with Gebra Dahad. That's me maintaining my frame and hanging in there. And then you choosing, basically you could choose which way or with path something manifests down, but you have that chitta, you have that RAM, that random access memory to be able to like, okay, I need to like, this is how this, if you ever delete RAM or the cache off of a program and then you try to log in, like the little box is not going to pop up. You may have to do the damn tutorial over again. it's kind of like that. We're filling up that access memory in these specific tubes. So we're just go in. You could act in a certain way, act in accordance. Not only using that nadi, but you have energy, emotion, and then your physical action all in like one place with less effort.
Look, for the 50 people, 51, 52 people in the chat, I hope you guys are understanding, like, this is some grade A quality prime meat information. Like, all this stuff, I don't think we really disappoint on any of the videos, but especially the stuff that Maestro just said and that Alora was saying, like, that's really important. If you want to learn how to use the tree of life, if you want to learn how to organize these concepts of yoga, tantra, you have to build these experiences in your subjective reality. You have to. It's not enough to hear what Panic said or whoever you listen to. It's not enough to just hear what they said. You got to do it.
I remember a couple of years ago, like before really hopping on this, when I was on the whole law of attraction and love and light phase, to where I wouldn't even meditate. I would literally say, okay, if I watch two of these videos, it's worth one meditation.
Oh man. Yeah, I've been there too. And you know what? At that stage, it's accurate, right? Because we're also dealing with levels of prana. Now, most people don't have enough prana to do jack shit. But when you at least start doing like what you just said, you're gradually increasing that pranic level. But there comes a time where now you got to take them training wheels off. I mentioned earlier that like attracts like. Well, that's part of the reason why we do the spiritual practice, to increase our prana, because prana attracts more of it if it's distributed properly, right?
Through the nadis.
Through the
and our
nadis,
subjective experience.
Right.
Perfect system.
It's 3 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. And if you don't distribute those if you don't distribute this accumulated prana through the nadis, then the equation is going to happen. It's about the equations. If you don't do the work to distribute the prana properly, it's going to go off to other people or other situations in your life, right? Somebody's going to steal money out of your account. Now you're going to freak out and burn that prana up. And then you're going to go back to where you were before you started getting better at life.
Yes. And that's like just my journey. I have like a heavy Martian influence and a lot of fire. So, and even in the raise I was raised, I was told to literally told to get angry, you know, X, Y, and Z, of just little stuff. And then that kind of is my experience with dealing with some of these practices. Like I could do taco shooting, all these some scars get brought up, but that's really because I'm like, it's dealing with a heavy level of prana, especially taco shooting. Taco shooting, I was looking through the BR website, like all their books, beginner to advanced. Tawa Shudi's near the bottom. That's an advanced practice.
Yes.
So with that level of prana, that's just gonna like whatever's not sorted out, it's about to go hard into. And that's really like my fascination with the clip off is not of the dark and spooky demons. It's really showing you what happened, like the result of certain equations. And I don't think it's meant to be seen as like, you can path work it as a whole, but I don't really see it as a whole. I just see it as, what if these nadis are not properly cultivated? And one of these Sephira overloads, what does that quality look like?
Yeah, clip off.
It's not legions of hell. It's really what all these paths are blocked off, or like how I described earlier, eating potato chips. The tree of life, you know, you're eating a healthy diet, you got a balanced diet. Cliff off is you just ate McDonald's, 3 bags of Lay's,
Taco Bell,
and
Crystal.
Taco Bell.
Crystals, there it is. Chili cheese fries with bacon on and ranch.
Freaking Whataburger and White Castle, all 3 of those, plus everything else. That's what the clip off is. That's like what our disease comes from. Some type of thing is not working properly because ultimately something has stopped. You eat a certain amount of food while your arteries are about to get clogged. And what we have 3 arteries of the heart that's dealing with the information that Tiferet gets from what's it? Bina, Hesed, and Kether.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also between the lungs, which we could look at as what's it called? Hesed and Gebera. Or at least the pathways to Hesed and Gebera.
That ties into breathing and pranayama.
For people to look at the clip off differently, you're not going to become a horn monster sitting on a throne somewhere after you die because you worked with Doth. You're studying what you basically is a science, the study of diseases.
You're absolutely right, because when you look into the tunnels of Set, what do you find? You find that each one of the guardians of the tunnels of Set rules over a disease. See, we didn't even get to that shit yet, but yeah.
Tree of Life is Grey's Anatomy, and then like the Tree of Cliffoth is, whatever book doctors have to read on diseases of the human body. First, you learn how this thing functions, what it's supposed to look like when it's properly flying. And now you got you want to be a heart specialist. Now you got to open up the book and look at all the maledictions of the heart, and really we're dealing with the whole tree here. So you're looking at the maledictions of the body and what causes them.
Now you're getting too advanced. We're not ready for that conversation just yet. But that is an excellent analogy. See, we thought clip off was how to be a reigning demon, but really it's how to not die of heart failure. Or how to inspire it in someone else, maybe. I don't know.
And speaking in a yogic concept, a lot of that time, if you're trying to figure out the root of a disease, it's actually an emotional agreement you've probably made or an experience that you had that then altered your mood state. And so it became a subconscious state that basically manifested in the physical as a disease. Like in that book of mind management, they were talking about this doctor who did all of his research and all of his career on how to cure asthma, because he's had asthma since he was a child. And he was unsuccessful on the medical front. But then he went to the Bihar school and he spoke to Swamiji, I think. And the Swami told him, go meditate on your memories. And so when the doctor did, he remembered that one time when he was very young, I believe it was his mother or he had a babysitter who had yelled at him and forced him to eat this food that he didn't like. And he felt like he was like choking it down. And from that, he felt guilt and shame. But that had manifested as his asthma, because that was something that had been held within his chitta, within his memory state for so long, that as a guilt and as a shame, that it then manifested as a disease.
I'm about to give some high science so people take notes. But in the game, there's a game called Vampire. And, of course you're a vampire. But one of the features of the game is you talk to people, and the more you figure out, basically doing NLP, you get to figure out their emotional attachments and whatnot. But the more they release those attachments, one of the cool, neat features of the game is the quality of their prana increases.
The quality of the prana of the main character?
You could choose not to consume anybody, but you basically help them out.
Okay.
Which I gotta ask, just because some people, and I know like for myself, can we do a clarification on what prana is? Because I had a moment earlier that was clarified for me, but I realized that I was getting prana and Shakti mixed up.
All right,
So
so
let's
in the,
clarify on what prana is.
so to dumb it down or layman it, if I were to put it in a book right now for kids, Shakti is the objective energy that reality runs on. That's just, we know matter is energy. That's the particle and wave type thing. So Shakti is the waves. Prana is the amount of attention we bother to even give those waves on a subjective level. So if I hold some type of information, that is also energy, that is electricity. Our brain is using electricity. That right there is prana. But like if we wanted to build prana, then we have to slowly but surely expand our frame of mind. That's expanding our quality of prana. To where if we're looking at things with low prana, like, I'm not going to give examples. We kind of already know what was previously called negative vibrations, low vibrational energy. That's just low prana we're holding on to. Remembering this song and not reframing it, putting, making it work for us, taking the meaning and just running with it. That's some low prana we're holding it on to. Just like our environment, how we interact with it. Yeah, it's built off of Shakti. It's the code, it's the ones and zeros, but like the individual memory we have in this, in this dresser and this TV, how we treat these certain things is the prana. So it could either be of high quality, of being useful to us in our goals, or of low quality.
Yeah, I think that was pretty well displayed.
So to clarify, prana is when the cosmic consciousness comes into this realm, right? It is it is that consciousness that then operates as the one who creates the reason for movement, whereas Shakti is the primal energy that actually creates the material world.
Yeah.
That operates the material objects. So like our bodies and our senses are made up of Shakti. Right. But the prana is the consciousness, the other part of the cosmic consciousness that manifests, that inspires that material realm, whatever's in that material, to have a mind, to run.
It's kind of like if we have a TV or a Game Boy or something. By itself, that vessel would be the Shakti. But how it runs the electricity, blah, blah, blah. Let's say if we're putting a game in that Game Boy and we boot up an old save, we press continue, now we're dealing with the prana. And even when we play certain video games, there's a percentage level. You could beat it, get through, and it's like 30%. Or you could flesh out all the paths, flesh out all the story. That's 100%.
So when we're discussing increasing prana, we're not saying that it's a physical thing that you're increasing. What you're doing is improving the cosmic awareness, the ability to move through Shakti.
Just the ability. It's not, more prana will come regardless, but if we cultivate these paths, it gets distributed properly. And like how Trav said, like attracts like. So if I cultivate all my nadis, cultivate my prana, then that's more energy able to flow through these things. Energy is always flowing. That's why, people say, oh, I'm going through it, or I'm having a bad day. These type of things, or, my dark night of the soul, that's just really a blocked off path. But if we cultivate just how these things are, just like the pipe games, we're making the water run from here to here. We cultivate that, and more water is going to flow infinitely. It's going to flow through perfectly, instead of some cyclical up and down type thing.
Right. And let's go even further, right? Because we're talking about karmas and stuff like that, right? Actions, causes, and effects. So why is it that we have these bad days, or we have good days, or anything like that? It's because we're attaching ourselves to the experience that's happening, instead of recognizing that we are also the awareness that is in the control position thus why meditation is so important, NLP is so important. All this kind of stuff is really important because it teaches you how to detach from being the experiencer and instead being the one who yields these experiences as the tools that they are. So the mind and the body that each of us is given are they are meant to have experiences because they are the harborers. They're the ones that are basically our capsules, our ability to be able to walk around in this realm, right? To have these kinds of experiences. But they are simply the tools. And a lot of times, pretty much all the time, right? This part of our journey is that we identify as being the tool instead of as the one who yields the tools. So we try to reach these higher levels of mastership without realizing that we're supposed to be in control of it the whole time. We're the one that is directing it. We are the awareness. We are not the experience. But we're trying to live as the experience, which is keeping us on these lower levels, which is keeping us from thinking that we have to, cultivate more to try and find direction, when really it's always coming through us. We just have to be able to gain command.
I'd like to clarify also for some of the people in the chat, because there's always new people. It'd be a good idea to do a little bit of research on prana. So to really break it down even more simple, Nuru talked here in the chat about saying that prana is the primordial energy that pre-exists existence. All right, so that's one thing to keep in mind. Prana has always been here, and it will always be here as long as here is a place to be. But what we're talking about is the active expression of prana in our individual experience. So to really understand any of this, we have to go back to the fundamental. And the fundamental is that there are only two aspects that exist, and that's consciousness and energy. Consciousness is not your mind. Your mind is a product of the combination of consciousness and energy. All right. So it's really good. It's really good to have the separations and clarifications to understand how this machine works. We are in a machine. It's the matrix, but it's not as simple as being plugged into a computer. Like it's the same, but we have words for it. There's no need to be spooky about it. So we've got two things that exist: consciousness and energy. Now, energy can be described as anything that can be conceived of, right? So that is solid, liquid, gas, your mind, ideas, emotions, everything that can be apprehended. If you can think about it, that qualifies as energy. Consciousness is what else, right? Consciousness is something that cannot be conceived of within the realm of energy, right? So we got these two different aspects. Now, these two different aspects, they combine together and they create the illusion that we exist as individuals. So because consciousness and energy have combined, in the middle, we have our personal experience. We're half consciousness and half energy, right? That's where our mind is created. So here's the thing. There are varying levels and degrees because everything here exists as a gray area. In the realm of manifestation where we are, nothing is absolute. Everything is a blend. Now, the ultimate realm of real reality, that's where the absolutes are, but we're not there. So where we are right here, we're taking that into consideration. The way that prana manifests itself here is in gradations. But if we were to classify it in the two groups, the two opposites, prana is going to manifest through energy and it's going to manifest through consciousness. You see what I'm saying? So this is now where we get to what Maestro said as far as the objective and the subjective experience. Objective experience being what's happening in your environment outside of your body. Subjective is what's happening inside of your perception. So how does prana exist in those two different places? Same prana, but its expression is different in two different places. Now, when we talk about Shakti, Shakti would be remember I talked earlier about how we're dealing with cosmic forces, right? We're not dealing with people floating around with 8 arms. We're dealing with cosmic forces. The only way, well, The easiest way for a human mind to grasp and work with these forces is if we picture it as something that we can recognize, right? If you picture a cosmic force having a beautiful face, a couple of arms, holding a couple of symbolic things, you can kind of interact with that. You know that you can speak to that face and get a response back. But really, you're dealing with a cosmic force. So we see Prana Shakti as an entity, as a force that represents that primordial juice, right? Now, when I say juice, this is what I mean. Imagine consciousness and energy as a machine that meets together. Prana is the oil that flows in between the gears and lets the machine flow and move. Without the prana, there wouldn't be any movement. There wouldn't be any evolution, right? It would just be consciousness and matter, which it is, but we're experiencing life. So when that slap happened, because they say it's a slap, they say it's shabda, right? When the man and the woman meet together and they meet together, a certain clapping happens. There's a name for that, cosmic clapping. And from the echoes and the slapping of those cheeks, we have Om. That's where Om comes from, right? It's the highest conception of sex. So also the prana is formed between that. So let's get to the point here. When we talk about accumulating prana, increasing prana, and growing prana and things like that, that's what Maestro is talking about as far as this information, the study, the practice, the spiritual work that you're doing. Information is energy. Your experiences is energy, right? It's a type of energy, it's a type of subtle energy. When I said earlier, it's a gray area between energy and consciousness. Well, your inner experience is energy that's closer to being pure consciousness. So that's going to manifest differently. The more experiences that you gather of a more pristine, purified state, it's purified because it's understanding that it's consciousness and not matter, right? The more that you get in that purified state, the more that you're able to expand closer to consciousness as opposed to just being matter. If you believe that you're matter, you're literally ruled by nature. You literally must do what nature forces you to do, just like animals, right? A dog will shit on the carpet if it cannot get outside. It's not going to say, oh, well, I don't want to have to clean it up and wipe it. No. Animals don't think like that. They do what nature tells them to do. So increasing your prana allows you to become more divine, and it helps you to expand outside of just your animal nature. Most people, they only have the capacity for a very small amount of prana. 90% of people have the capacity for that's why we see the world as it is today. But when you do spiritual work, you begin to increase your capacity for that prana. Let me know in the chat if that makes sense, if that checks out.
Basically, the vessel can hold an infinite amount, but it has to be a clean vessel. If you go to the river, like if you have to get your water from a river, you could have the most expensive pot, that's what people think is the sauce in life or the goal in life. But if it has shit on the inside, it was a latrine pot that's not cleaned out, and it's been that way for years, and you go get the purest water, it does not matter. You're still going to be drinking some malaria water. Doesn't matter how clean the water is. Your whole vessel's fucked up. Malaria. So you have to go through the process of refining, get the sandblaster, get everything you need to clean out that vessel. Then you could drink that water.
That also brings up a really good point, Maestro, about cleaning out the vessel, because say you got so much gunk in there, you can hold less. And you can only hold a certain type. You can't actually hold the full amount that perhaps that vessel could hold if it's not cleaned out, right? It taints everything that's in it, but it also gets clogged with all the shit that's in it. That's literally like our minds and our bodies. So we have to take care of the vessel that we're operating in if we want to have that expansion to happen.
And let's take it back to talk with Shooty for a clarification on what this purification means. So this clean vessel, because like I said, if 90% of people have a very low capacity for prana, it can be expected that 90% of people are going to misinterpret spiritual information, right? And that's not an attack on anybody. We literally live in a world where the majority of the people are not used to having an increased amount of prana or an increased amount of sattvic expression. So again, why it's so important to clarify everything. When we talk about purity, before in religion, we're thinking about, oh, thou shalt not sin, don't have sex, and don't steal nothing, and don't eat pork chops and pigs. Purity isn't about anything on the outside. It's not about what happens out here. Purity is how you frame your subjective experience. And that's true. We talk about the negative confessions when you die. Did you steal your neighbor's goat? Did you sleep with your neighbor's wife? Did you kill somebody? If your answer is yes to any of those questions, you come back. Why? Because you sinned? No, because you believe that you're matter. You believe that you're part of nature. So you go back to nature. Like attracts like. Until you learn the lesson that you're not this thing, you're going to keep coming back to it.
That has to do with the barrier of Da. Like Gabriel could be seen as like the trial, I guess, the trial of the courtroom, and Hesed is the judge jury. Oh yeah, Hesed will be the judge. Your experiences and what you identify with is the jury, and Gebra is the executioner. So we come up to that veil where only consciousness can exist. And if we're trying to identify with certain things, like it's kind of like going to like a toll road and you don't got the money. Like just go on, get back to the side, go back to where you came from.
Right. Greetings,
Well,
Corporeal Chaos Consulting. Corporeal Chaos Consulting says purity is your mechanism for comprehension. Human is the lie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So just again, it's nothing to do with taking a spiritual bath, right? It's nothing external. It's literally how you interpret this thing, because you're the one that punishes yourself. I talked earlier about how this is all an equation. The subjective and the objective, they balance, they equal each other. So if you're doing stuff in the back of your head, you're saying, oh, this is wrong, this is naughty, this is bad, I should be punished for this. You're going to express that in your environment some way, somehow. Life is not just about what you want. Life isn't just about what you consciously agree to. It's what you subconsciously agree to as well, right? It's what you metaphorically agree to as well. So if you say love is war, prepare to have casualties. Prepare to have wounds and explosions. If you say life is a bitch.
Or go ahead, I wanted to hear that one.
Oh, you know what happens when you deal with a bitch. Or not. Maybe, I don't know. I don't deal with bitches. So your metaphor that you believe is what you're going to get.
And that's like what Tawa Shuddhi deals with. And it's considered advanced practice for various reasons. It combines a lot of other ones, but if you really look at the process, like say if you don't do the japa or the chiasterium with Tawa Shuddhi, you just look at the process of Tawa Shuddhi. The process is it's like when you go to the bottom of a pond, you shake everything up. But what Tawa Shuddhi does specifically is reorganizes how that dust falls. And, if it's reorganized better, we thus have a better quality of prana, a better quality of life. And who do we receive boons from at the end of Tawa Shuddhi? It's prana Shakti.
Yes. It's a fine process for putting everything in its place. You start at the gross, and then you literally you literally take yourself step by step up the ladder to the subtle. And you try your absolute best to experience Shiva in its pure state. You try. I mean, we can't do that because we don't know what the hell it is, but you try your best. But the important thing is You're gaining an experience, right? Because we talked about prana, we talked about nadis, we talked about building subjective experience. You're building an experience of separating the wheat from the chaff. You're building an experience of separating gross from the subtle. Because what you're seeing up there at your Shiva aspect is not what you're seeing down there at your Prithvi aspect.
Yeah, and
All the way up. Go ahead.
And karma, I think it's karma yoga. And maybe I may be ahead on this one, but he talks about
Excuse me, when he found out Santa put him
the cheetah in life with, or replacing the negative experiences with positive experiences, then replacing the positive experiences with spiritual experiences. He's not talking about, I guess, summoning something or something like that, or a 5-week meditation retreat. He's talking about subjective experiences like what we get in taught with Shruti. The more we're building up a memory, or a quality of prana of Purusha each time we do it.
It's the experience alone that you build it. Even if you're doing the talk with Shruti, the memory that you get of being separated from what you identify as gross, you take that with you. You carry it with you. I was coaching somebody last night for the first time meditating, the first time, and they just didn't get what the hell I was talking about. So I'm supposed to just sit here and think about my thoughts. What is that supposed to do? And I'm just trying to let them know, like, that's exactly the point. No one does that. People don't think about their thoughts. People don't think about their thinking. Again, shout out to Arius, Corporeal Chaos Consulting, because that's where I got that from. People don't sit there and think about their thoughts. They don't analyze themselves. So I told her, just do that. Just sit down, look at what's happening in your mind. You're going to hear thoughts that say, oh, I want to scratch my nose. I want to lift up my leg and let some gas out, right? There's going to be a lot of thoughts. That's not you, right? That's something is saying that and thinking that. But if you never sit down to separate those, you never gain that experience to work with.
Yeah.
Right, because you're focusing as the experiencer of the thought. You are now identifying with the thoughts. You're not the thoughts. You're not the experience of the mind, nor the experience of the body. So all that, like, a lot of people, I think, when they think of meditation, exactly as you said, they're like, what, I'm supposed to think of my thoughts? And it's like, yeah, you're supposed to detach. You're not, because that's not you. This another big aspect of ego, right? An effective ego is illusion. So everything that you do, as long as you're experiencing a thought, as long as you're living in your head like that, and you're just letting that dictate your reality, you are living within an illusion. You're considering yourself, like a lot of, like I read the different personality types that get established, right? When someone has one state of mind that's predominant over the others, external world, and so they try to go and find the divine. And the issue with that is that they never detach. They never recognize that this shit isn't real. For them, it's so real that they can't even be here, which means that they can't sit alone. Right. They have to try and reach out for something else outside of themselves because they think the world is shit, which is it's an illusion. It's all illusion. It's not fucking here.
Or the common thing you'll hear is, my thoughts are mine. But that shows the level of attachment that someone has, to think that the thoughts are actually theirs.
Goodness gracious.
Take the time to sort it out. You may have an original thought, but it's only like 2 of them junks. If there was
my truth
for every person on earth, then you probably just only have yourself as your original thought. That would be it.
But what if I wanted to speak my truth?
You don't have a truth. If you're trying to speak it, you're probably not speaking the truth.
I don't like the spiritual group. It doesn't make me feel good. It doesn't affirm my previous beliefs. So I'm gonna go find another group who just agrees with everything I say.
Oh, that's like in Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Like Ed keeps confronting, or there's an objective truth, but he keeps coming to each time he interacts with truth, he's dealing with his own door, or basically his own cheetah. And then at the end, he pretty much gives it up. He said, I didn't need my powers in the first place. And then, truth is testing him, like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to do this? He gives it up and he's like, congratulations, like you figured it out. You didn't need this shit.
Yeah.
Not you.
Speaking of the identification and the me and the my and the level of consciousness, Naturally Nature in the chat says, like when playing Call of Duty, when you're done playing, do you feel guilty for the other players that your character killed as part of the game? It's a good one.
And even I was thinking, I have a friend who he could probably get some occult stuff, but he's really wrapped up in like racial identity.
Oh boy.
But we do have great discussions. And then I was thinking, like, and that whole situation that happened with Whoopi Goldberg, we can't possibly clarify race, because in its explanation, we'd find out that it really doesn't make any fucking sense. And even more so, we couldn't get rid of it because people lose their identification. They did this to us, my people, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Half of the time, people have no like connection with that culture or whatever that they're trying to, that they're identifying with.
Man.
Which is nationality, not race.
Mm-hmm.
Race is a concept that was made up to begin with by a botanist.
It's not even
Carolus Linnaeus. It's not fucking real.
it's not even
It's a
nationality
paradigm.
no more. Like at this point, we're talking about just culture and commonly held beliefs, like just memes. Basically, we're just talking about memes nowadays.
You're talking
That's
about
all.
politics.
When people say race,
Yeah.
it's just a
about
collection of
politics.
memes.
Yeah, you're talking about politics and the move of the economy.
There's only about 10 memes. There's one economy. And I guess 1 degree of politics with 2 extremes. And it's universal, but we just fill it with, like, every country fills it with their own bullshit. But if if someone, it's like people who travel, like, never really, they may say some shit about a country, but overall, the more experiences they gain, it's like, no, there ain't no fucking difference.
Mm.
How people dress, how people look, what they eat. Yeah, but that ain't really shit. Like, they're just humans with, as we know now, attachments. We're just attached. Right. It's just content versus content. The context is the same, but there's different content. We identify with that content. This is mine, my people, blah, blah, blah.
My people. You don't even have your own thoughts. It's no my people. It's no us. It's no we.
Right. And even if, I don't know, even Arius brought it up in his video that I was like, oh, it's how you label it that then changes its definition. You know, what we're labeling as countries, what we're labeling as certain types of people, that shit can change at any point, which means its context changes, right? Everything changes according to the label that you put on it. Why? Because we attach to those labels with specific emotional responses. Like, let's not forget, language itself is resonance, right? And so we speak in a way to evoke certain emotional responses that then activate attachments or effects to the words that we say. So when we label something, like in English, right? When I say Mexico, I myself, as a United States citizen, am going to have a different emotional response to that label, and therefore a different experience to it than someone from Mexico. They may be like, why the fuck are you mispronouncing my place? Right? Because they have an attachment to it that's something different.
You say they don't even know what the hell that is. Have no emotional connotation to it.
Right. Which shows you the disharmony of it all. Which shows
Not
you
even
the
disharmony,
untruth of it.
Yeah, the untruth, the unexistence. Like the fact that someone cannot hold an idea to me is a verification that that shit cannot exist. We all breathe. That could hold some truth, but you know, you break down the science, blah, blah, blah. But if it's an idea that someone's like, this is true, but I could go to somebody like, just turn around and ask somebody, hey, have you heard of this? And they have no idea what it is. That definitely ain't fucking real.
There you go. You know,
And even on go ahead.
And then sometimes you have to identify when people come up to me like, hey, Trav, have you ever heard of this? And I haven't heard of it. But what I also understand is that sometimes things go by different names. So that's one thing I find to help before having like an argument with somebody is to try to find out what it is they're talking about. Because more than likely, it is something that we both understand, but they call it something else.
Right.
And that
I
breaks
actually
down.
sat.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I keep accidentally cutting you off. That's why I'm like, fuck, I'm sorry. So go ahead.
I sat through one of these Pleiadians videos. It was actually pretty good, you know. It was good because I understood. There's just a battle of language. They're still talking about the same stuff that we're talking about, but it's more entertaining and more Hollywood and more like, you know, Galactic Federation of Light. Like those terms are cringy and they make me itch, but the concept is generally the same, you know, with a little bit of an agenda in there. But that just goes to show that you can pull truth out of anything, really. It's just if you know how to look for it.
Where the black aliens at?
Oh my God. Yeah, they're all blonde hair, blue eyed. Thankfully, they didn't show any pictures. Thank you. All right.
That reminds me of the of a passage I was reading in Mind Management today about, so it, like, for example, right, in our Western culture, right, we tend to confirm the mind as conscious or unconscious, but we don't ever go deeper into unconscious, right? We think that unconscious is like, oh, there are stored memories and we access them when we sleep, you know, and like that's about all of our concept. Whereas there's a totally different level of reality that's playing out on the subconscious level, on the unconscious level. There's a deeper level to that we don't even have a word for in our language. And how much do you think that spiritually fucks us up if we don't even have a reference, if we don't have even a word to describe this? Whereas in Sanskrit, they call it turiya, right? Which is the mode of the unconscious where there's a sub level where all time, space, and objects, you are detached from all those senses. So all of that ends up blending together. This is where the Aborigines would actually perceive reality. They would go into conversations and say, what realm are we talking about? Are we talking about the subjective or the objective? Because to them, it all ran the same. It was all the same thing. This is the Turiya realm, which as Westerners, we can't even conceptualize that because our very language doesn't even have a concept for it. You know, like how much does that actually limit us? So instead we attach ourselves to these other images, trying to search for these deeper meanings when really we got to look outside. We got to, well, look internally, right? But like, you got to look at some more ancient texts than what Western science tells you, than what our own language tells us.
I think that goes into like how there's at least when societies start off, there's an innate knowing of how the abyss works, of the objective reflecting the subjective. And this kind of goes back to what we were talking about prana. Our subconscious beliefs, and as we know now as the demiurge, that whole machine, whatever we feed the demiurge is whatever it's gonna we're gonna see the lens of objective reality through. So it's kind of like the whole Prakriti thing. Imagine a game where you could customize a house, but like the layout is the same. Our prana or our subjective experience would be, I guess, the colors of the wall, the furniture, blah, blah, blah. But to us, that would be home to where another person, they would look at it and be like, that's not my home, or I couldn't live here, blah, blah, blah. But the contents are, hell, even the contents are the same. It's just the customization we give to it that's different.
Right. Oh, this is ugly. Oh, I love it. That's the illusion. That's the attachment. That's the shit that's not real. It's not ugly or beautiful. It just is. It is. Does it work? What's the relationship?
Isn't that a vritti?
It's a vritti.
Is it the vrittis that inspire that?
It's a vritti, and it's probably even a samskara.
Yeah, the vrittis are like the objective identifications, like how you know something is a. If you see a cat or something, like a vritti is that objective label we put on it. And some scars would be what we fill that we'll fill it with. I don't like cats. That cat's cute. Black cats give you bad luck. That would be the samskara. And even me driving right now, I had in my subjective experiences, I represented a certain road a certain type of way, certain landmarks where they really aren't. So my subjective experience wasn't properly sorted. So then I turn on the street where I think it's at, and then now I missed the whole objective, so I'm circling around back. But it goes to show like how our subjective experience could taint the objective. The place is not going to move just because I'm thinking about it real hard. It's not going to teleport.
Right.
It exists, but my subjective experience is all.
The subjective experience. That's everything. That's so just we talk about expansion of prana, and we talk about how information is also prana because information is energy. If you expand the details on what a subject could be or represent and how it connects to you, the more that you learn means the more options you have, the more capability you have.
Excuse me, Trav got bars. So glad I found this individual.
Oh, thanks, Maxine. You're the best. I don't know why y'all are so scared of computers, man. Technology is our best friend.
So the natural equations expressed in the external through like a physical medium. Need to go on Google Maps. Now see, look, technology's helping me out.
See there? I'm not going to use the metaverse because I'm going to go live in the mountains and the forest. Okay, well, that's cool, but examine your intentions. Are you doing it out of fear? Are you doing it out of love?
What are you afraid of?
I'll tell you what, though, even if you do that, you will come back changed. Like, doesn't mean you won't have an experience of what you're meant to experience.
Either way, right?
Like,
either way,
that's
whether you go with the goggles or you go out into nature. So, it's how you framing it. Are you out there right now, Laura, because you're afraid of technology or because you enjoy being out there?
Right. Well, and even if I didn't, if I'm there, I'm there. Because that has something to do with what I'm supposed to be doing right now. Like that's a lesson that I got to be learning. I'm creating this cause that's having an effect, whether I'm conscious of it or not. Because my karmas and my shit are playing out, not saying you should just like let go of life, like we're trying to help people be, like, I know for myself, I'm trying to like work on being the master of my own ship, of this shift, or whatever, to as consciously move through space and time as I can. But like when it comes to whether I move out to nature or some shit like that, or whether you feel called to it, if you feel called to it, dude, fucking do it. Like, because some within your virtues is making you. Now, analyzing as to why, that's a good idea, because then it'll help you better be able to have that experience, right? And get the most from it. But shit, even if you don't, man, you'll be a changed ass motherfucker. So, like, that's where you kind of gotta, within your own, detach from the experience, you know, just be like, all right, shit's gonna happen.
Going off.
Isn't it?
I have a friend. Well, yeah, I guess he's a friend. It's an older gentleman. He, when cell phones and Facebook really started getting popular, back then he was like, I'm not doing this technology shit. I'm backing out of this thing. I'm going off the grid. And he's still off the grid, but you can definitely see the quality of his life in comparison to someone who didn't avoid evolution. And this isn't like a judgment on this is the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do, but you're not going to be able to stop the world from the direction that it's going. And if it's going in this direction, then maybe it's supposed to go in this direction. Who are you to say that this is wrong? You don't know the full story. You don't know where this is leading to, and you don't really know where it came from. So how can anybody say that?
In the Doom book, you can't. There are people who can stop the worm, but they're literally masters.
Mhm.
Instead of stopping this giant behemoth coming at you, the only thing you could do is write it and direct it for yourself.
There you
That's
go.
just where it's gonna go. But that could be you could walk 5 days in this direction, or the worms are gonna go to its direction regardless, but you can hop on the back and maybe cut 3 miles off that trip, whatever.
That's it, maestro. Because, this is what I'm realizing, right? Shit has never fucking changed. The world has never stopped suffering. As long as it's been here, these are the same fucking issues that people have been coming up against. The only real monster here is you. So you gotta and the only way to change that is for you to be able to detach from you and then mold that shit. Change it. Mold it. You have the power. And a lot of these ascended masters, right? A lot of these masters here, they don't go out into like civil protests and shit like that, like they don't do that. Yet they change the world because they can literally mold it.
You'll see them at the start of it telling people go do this and never be in it.
Yeah. They actually draw people to them. They don't even have to go nowhere. Like people literally just are drawn to them. Why? Because they are in Tortilla. They are actually molding their reality. They're changing their shit around them because they were able to do that with themselves.
I could start a war with a tweet. That's the age we live in now. That's a master right there. You don't even have to be talking about a specific country. You could just talk some shit super unspecific. The nigga's about to go to war. Got the nukes armed.
And think about how easy that is, dude. Like how easy it is to do that. I could post something on my Instagram, right? And this is how our media works, right? They're masters of this. You literally can manipulate people so easily if you understand behaviors, if you understand emotional responses.
What you have to do for understanding self.
Right, but it takes so much more power to be able to control self. And not control self in the sense that like, I can't feel nothing or anything like that. But there's a level of restraint where you actually confront the ego. You confront all the senses. And there's an act of restraining that goes on that then allows you to direct the path. That takes so much more control than starting a fucking war. So much more control.
I'm gonna have to dip out, but it was nice talking to y'all. Chat, I hope you gathered some stuff to help your life out. So you don't stop jumping from place to place. You got the knowledge now.
Hell yeah. Peace, Maestro. Enjoy your day.
All right, thanks, man.
Bye.
Hey, Melissa.
Hey, how are you?
Doing mighty fine. How about yourself?
Doing well. This is a bomb ass conversation.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
And
Really
and
dope.
all this because I'm gonna have to keep it real. I have to keep it real with everybody. You know, I didn't read the last chapter. I did.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I was so busy working on some other stuff. I didn't even read the last chapter. I was gonna be able to get away with not saying that, but had to be honest.
Oh, it was loaded. That chapter, that's a loaded chapter. A lot of information, a lot of techniques. Yeah, man, that was a slap in the face chapter. For sure.
That's what they're saying in the chat. I'm gonna read it. Probably gonna read it tomorrow on the YouTube live streams. But
Yeah. I think one of the things that I got from this chapter was, aside from like labeling where some of like my thoughts come from, it was much more about like organizing, how to organize the thoughts, or identifying the patterns first, being aware about the patterns, especially when you're in it, which in a certain part, he says that like no one does this. Like you're not aware when it happens. You're aware after, or you could be aware after. But right in the moment, it's like if you have some type of trauma, or if you are dealing with something, like those are the patterns that are going to be played out. Like it's just like you said about nature. Like nature is going to have to take its course right then and there. And yeah, like once I read the whole chapter, which took me like the whole week actually. Like I had to break it up because there was a lot of information. And I just been thinking about like, or visualizing, kind of like organizing my thoughts and putting them in kind of like labeled storage bins or something. um that's pretty much what's been going on. And then like immediately when I first read the chapter, that same day I got tested. Just things happen, and I self-identified, forgetting what I'm like teaching myself, what I'm learning. And yeah, it just goes to show you how like you can identify this, you can learn this through a practical manner, but it really does take a sadhana to like to iron things out for real. And I think that's what, like, this is why I'm taking your class, which is, it's just perfect timing. Like this is so awesome. Because it's all like coming together just naturally, like not gonna lie, like sometimes like I have like these time, like, oh, I have to get this done now, or I have to do the most in this time, or I have to be this in this certain time. And lately, just with all the meditation, like the meditations I've been taking out to do in the mornings, and my mantras, that's been like kind of easing that, you know, um, easing that. I don't know if it's anxiety, but it's been easing that fear, and just letting me do what I do naturally on like my own pace, and being happy with it, you know. And then like the more at peace I feel with that, the more things just continue to like pop up for me. And it's like, oh, this is a tool right here, this is a tool right here. um like I think right after I was tested, um I read a couple of pages of that third chapter, and then an old video of yours popped up on YouTube, and I think it's called "Don't Make This Mistake," memory or something like that.
Yes.
And I watched that video and I was like, wow.
Bullseye.
This is exactly this, very similar to where like people are not who they were like years ago, and like your memory of them.
Yeah.
That resonated with me so much on both sides of the coin, right? Like how I look at other people, and then how I feel about how other people look at me.
Right.
And so yeah, just kind of focusing on that, like focusing on organizing these things in my head, like especially when I'm doing this darshan practice, right? The thought forms that arise and they just go by, like just letting it happen instead of just becoming mad or becoming annoyed at myself. Or the little subtle changes is cool to see, because it's like, of course I can know this thing through a practical sense, but without like a system to go by, like to do this like regularly, it's like the virtues are so strong that sometimes I can forget, right? And I just get swept up by nature again.
Yeah.
So
So much of this has to do with awareness and pretty much just control of how you are actively managing your experience. I mean, that's what separates us from the other kingdoms, animal and plant and rock. Rocks, plants, and animals, they're not aware of their ability or capacity to manage their experience. Only people have that option. And it isn't until we start doing that on purpose that we're able to, first of all, see what you've talked about, the different patterns and loops we're stuck in. We're not able to see that, but when we are, then it takes an even more level of awareness and control to be able to adjust those patterns, and even more so to point them in a direction of patterns that we want to include in our life.
It's 4 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxie.
Yes. It's like the gym and working out, like strength training. Like I can't lift a weight that I'm not ready for. I have to build that muscle memory.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
That's where I think or mind management, like Raja Yoga and stuff like that, is so important to check out. Like for me, after I did the Karma and Karma Yoga book, I just have been going in on this mind and mind management, because because like I was saying earlier, like I didn't even understand what parts of the mind were being activated and expressed. So how could I possibly take myself and detach from what experiences I'm having and then be able to analyze them and shift them if I don't even know what part of my consciousness is being activated? So like, that's where I agree, Melissa, like myself, I was just like, shit, man, I got to stop fucking identifying with all this kind of shit. And like, I got to start, like I want to take the next step as far as being able to really take possession of the mind tool and no longer live from within the experience, but instead be able to analyze and mold it to the experience how my observer self wants to create, instead of being constantly just subjected to the whims of nature.
Right.
Like, yeah, like there's no point in that. There's no evolution in that. If you continue living like that, right, there's no evolution. It stops.
Or rather, there is, but the level of evolution is now based on the entire race as opposed to the individual.
Right.
So as long as there is sattva, as long as there is prana, as long as there is active consciousness in matter, it's going towards the direction of evolution, but there's different levels and degrees. If everyone's going with the flow of everyone else, they're moving very slowly at the pace of the yuga that we're in. By the way, we're not in Kali Yuga anymore. That was done a couple hundreds of years ago. In this book, he also explains how we misinterpreted the time frame of the yugas. But depending on the yuga, the age that we're in, that has the influence of the masses of minds. The same way that the sun has an influence over us. If it's a full moon, it's going to influence us differently than if it was a new moon. Or like the sun has an influence over us, depending on what astrological sign it is next to. Likewise, there's an even bigger season. There's cycles, and they all have an influence on the masses of minds. And you can see it reflected in our history. You can see it by the inventions and the time frames and the things that were going on in the world. Those show you the evolutionary rate of our species.
Yo, and I was actually just researching about the demiurge again, right? And shout out to Dreamwise. They posted a video with Brother Panic and Bobby Hemmett talking about it, and how basically like it's the idea of nature and the ego, right? Like you got, that's like the demiurge, like you're trying to, there's this constant war that's coming over you, right? And like I still am, but now I'm becoming more aware, but there was so much identity and attachment to this demiurge of being like, well, that's just how shit is, or that's just how I have to be, that I was still sitting in that role of being able of just accumulating karmas, because I wasn't actively participating and detaching from that. Or seeing it as something that like maybe doesn't have to necessarily take place for all of the cycles of my existence. I think a lot of us are living within the demiurge. A lot of us are, believing that this is just the way how shit is, and it's not.
Yeah, right.
That's just how I am.
Peace, everybody.
What's good, Society EJ?
Hey.
Good. I got a little cold, but chapter 3 was crazy, man. It made me realize I still got a lot of work to do with unattachment from things,
Yes.
I kept attaching myself to my business. I kept identifying myself to my business. That's like, yo, what is going on? So I got a lot of work to do when it comes to that area. Yeah, it was good. And everything you guys was talking about was on point. I was having a conversation with my little brother. He's like, yeah, man, the enemy's out to get me. The devil keep doing this. And I was trying to explain to him, like, there's no enemy. Everything is going on within yourself. But I had to step back and look at the situation. And his mindset, there is a devil. There's somebody doing this to him. So you understand that it's himself,
And even sometimes, like when you tell this to people, it seems like you're like an asshole or you're like desensitized.
They get mad
And,
about that thing, boy.
Yeah, they get so mad.
And they're like, oh, you act like you're better than me. I was like, well, no, if you really sit down and think about it, everything that's happening in your life because of what you're doing or the way you see things or the way you react to things.
Right.
Or your environment. You don't have money because you're not working. You don't have the mindset to work. You don't want to work,
Right. And it's like, it's really like an equation, right? Like, and in the external world, you can see that through like people and whatever they're going through, right? Their struggles. And then you can see like what they're putting into the equation and what's coming out. And so when you share that, well, look at this input and then this output. And then it's like, they don't see it, but because you see it, you're the asshole.
Yeah, you're the crazy one. You think you're better than me?
Yeah.
Say, no, I just sat down with myself. And it's hard to do. It's very hard to sit with yourself,
Yeah.
I always got this person coming up, not the same person, but every now and then somebody will pop up. I'll say there are no enemies, and they're, oh, you're just not paying attention. Don't you see what they're doing to us out here? Don't you see they're killing us? And whatever the government's doing at this time, because they're always doing something. Like what Bobby Hemmett said, if it worked, they wouldn't still be doing new shit every couple of months. Like this is the way the program is. Like in any case, just believing that mindset keeps you away from the things that actually are important. When you say, look what they're doing to us, look what you just said. You putting yourself in a category of people who's getting something done to them.
Mhm.
I ain't in that category. When you say us, you're not talking about me. You're talking about you. Why are you gonna choose that?
Yo, that's I just turned to this page in Karma Yoga, and I'm like, all right, I gotta read this. But okay, so this is exactly what you're saying, Trev. So let's say you're a first timer in the ashram and someone gives you a broom and tells you to sweep the path. You will not like it. You will think, I have been asked to sweep. I have been asked to clean. They don't know who I am. Many servants are at my beck and call. I have chauffeurs, cars, and these people are telling me to sweep the path. While this is going on in your mind, another person says to you, if your sweeping is finished, come and do this folding here. And you think, what does he think? I am their servant? Where is that reaction coming from? The ego. The expression of the ego takes place in the mind, and the fight with the ego is like fighting an elephant. It only ends up hurting you. People say, kill the ego. That is not possible as long as you exist in this body and are drawn to sense enjoyment. Even a Sanya-san wants to achieve something due to the ego. It is the ego that ties one down to karma. All have tied themselves and want to be free. First, free yourself of the ego, free yourself of the ego eccentricities, and then you will be free of suffering, troubles, and Maya. So, because the ego, right, all it does is create these types of reactions, right? Ego's main job is to guard the life, its confirmation, right? It's affirmation that you are here, that you are a person. So all these other effects start taking place, such as illusion, such as the world is at war and you have to have enemies, because all of this is actually sensual enjoyment. It's a play on the enjoyment of the senses that the ego is having to further confirm of your value, which is fucking nothing. It's the illusion.
Yep. And that's what he was saying. Ego is nothing but self-identification. The I, you know.
Just a big bowl of Rajas.
One of my favorite parts of this chapter was towards the end of the chapter when he says that the peace of your mind is not disturbed by others, it is disturbed by your own mind. You associate the experience of conflict with others, but that is only what happens. That is only what appears. The cause of conflict is in fact your own mind. You blame others, rather blame your own mind. And you're not able to understand what you really want. And that's what creates that conflict, right? That inner conflict. And that's so true. Because even if I'm aware of this in my life and I do things to like make my life better from knowing these patterns, I can sit there and tell the other person the same thing that I just read. And that's ego, right? Like, what am I doing telling you when I'm still going through this shit? Like,
right. But even then, right, Melissa, like we may even be acting off of chitta. So I may even be looking at you, not even as you. I may be looking at you as a memory. I may be acting on a memory or an experience, which is now pervading my thoughts, and I'm attaching to this past experience and putting it in the present, which then makes my ego be like, yeah, confirm it.
Now what you're just talking about with the don't make this mistake.
yes.
And that's what he was saying. That's when hate and jealousy become too. Because you start to relate your life to somebody else's life or what they doing. You're like, oh well, I need this. Why they have that? I don't have this.
All attachment. All is coming from attachment. I get it. You know, everybody has to deal with this. Like, no, it's so weird. Like you ever notice when you start talking about pure information like this, when it applies to the person you're talking to, suddenly they get mad at you. Like, how can you tell me that? Like, yeah, I understand we all go through this shit, but there's an answer. You don't have to be stuck there. You don't have to be stuck there. You can get out of it if you want to.
I just had a chitta moment the other night thinking about that. I remember I was thinking about how people come in and out of your life, right? According to your own state of being, right? Like you're literally attracting certain people. And when you're through a certain state, certain people tend to kind of dissipate or leave in some way. And I was thinking of an old friend that I had before. And I remember particularly the moment where we started separating. I was giving him a ride and he was telling me how hard his life is, how he has all these aspirations, but he can't go. And I was asking him, well, what is holding you back? And he said, oh, I need a license. And I said, then get a license. He said, yeah, but I need a diploma too. I said, then get a diploma. And he said, that's really rude, Alora.
It's rude.
Like,
it's
yeah,
rude.
I was like, what? Huh?
You're harassing me, Alora. I feel uncomfortable. I'm calling the
Yes.
cops.
Yes, that is exactly it. He was like, well, there are other things that are getting in the way. And I said, yeah, but at least you can have a goal. Why is that rude? And that was the moment that I remember clearly that we needed to separate, because I was always going to be answer based. I was always going to be based in finding out.
That's
the
what
story
I
of
mean.
my life.
They get
Mhm.
mad at you, but that's a perfect example of a tamasic mindset. It's heavy and it seeks itself. This is what I want really to be the point today, to understand that love is the equation. That's the name of the equation. It's input equals output. So if you have something that's predominant, it's going to seek itself. If you got sattvic qualities, it's going to seek more. If you're tamasic, it's going to seek more tamas. So a person that's filled with trouble, you're going to give them sattva. You're going to give them clarity. That's what sattva is, clarity. But what are they going to do? They can't see that. They can only see more tamas. I need a license. We'll get a license. I need a diploma. We'll get a diploma.
Right. Well, and even that, right? Where are they acting on? They're acting on the ego, because the ego is increasing ignorance. It wants to suppress knowledge, because when you suppress knowledge and act out of ignorance, that's when your suffering continues. It's when you stay in ignorance.
If we take this like the equation, then what this person is there, we all have ahamkara, so that's not the problem. Their ahamkara is under the tamasic influence.
Yes. And they've identified with it.
Poor thing.
Which means that now they have to confirm it over and over and over again. And all of us, and like you said, Trav, all of us are going through it. But the difference between this group that makes this some high magic is that we don't mind being called out. We actually all kind of like it.
Our egos love it. There's a certain female that I kind of have to deal with, who is locked in that mindset. So it's like all these problems going on in her life, and it's same exact shit you just said. I have this problem. Yo, here's the solution. Well, I can't because this. Well, just do this. Because this. Like, it'll literally go on until, like you said, they get upset because you're not playing the game with them. But it's not even like, I like to think of it as a game, but I look at the prana and what we learned from Power versus Force. Some of these people don't have the energy to break out of that cycle. They don't have enough energy to not be anything but what they are. And I accept that. And I stop wasting my breath trying to give so many answers. And what they don't want answers. What do we learn in the manual, gray and red book? We learned that they don't want solutions. They want to be sympathized with. They want someone to agree and say, you know what, you got life so hard. Things are rough for you. And I get that. I hear you. They don't want to answer. They want that.
Yeah, which is actually what I tend to do when I'm coaching clients or anyone like that. I'll ask them, I say, do you want to hear an answer that, although maybe upsetting, that you can take, or do you want to just continue on? Because the reality is that what you want? Do you want to hear my opinion? Do you want to hear an idea that I have that could possibly take you out of this situation? Or are you having a pretty good time resonating in this field? Because if you are, then, don't mind me. I will not disturb you. You just keep on going.
And you know, of course, if you put it like that, of course they're gonna say the right answer. I want a solution, but really,
Not all of them though. Not all of them. A lot of times they may say that, but then they'll be like, yeah, I want out of it. But I also
right. That's what I mean. They'll verbally agree to it. It's the behavior that shows that they're stuck in a loop.
Mhm.
The reason they're in a loop is because they can't see that they're in a loop. If only they knew meditation would help. The same person in particular with me, I've told her so many times about the simplest meditations that you could possibly do. I don't have time for that. I don't have time to just sit around and do nothing like you.
Woo!
So you'd rather
Sorry.
look at the difference of what's going on here. Look at what sitting around and doing nothing gets me. And look at what you avoiding that process is getting you.
Yeah.
You're up here all jumbled up. You're in here all jumbled up.
But it's like, I feel like subconsciously they do know the answer, and even what you provide as a friend. And then they get weird because they know that you know the answer, but they can't muster up the courage to go towards that, right? So yeah.
The mustering up the courage. That's the prana. They just don't have enough to get from point A to point B. So it if it's in their karma, then they will. But other than that, it's not my job.
No, you got to leave them to their own ahankara. You got to leave them to their own ego, because until they take the first steps, right, of being able to manage or at least even recognize their memories and their experiences and what they've attached to, they're not ever going to get to the point of confronting their own ego, of confronting their own hindrance. If they can even take that point, let them go.
I remember Travis was saying sometimes these people, this might be their first time in the body. They probably came from an animal in their past life, and this their first time in the body.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
Yes.
Learn. They fresh out of dog consciousness. And you ask them why they like to snip.
And all they know is animal nature.
All they know is animal nature. But hey, give a dog a bone. You know, good job. But meanwhile, I'm attending to my father's business. But yeah, it's so important when dealing with other people to identify behavior patterns and intentions, because that's going to save you so much trouble, so much suffering. If you can identify someone's intentions through identifying their patterns, then you'll know what you don't have to do, and you know what you can do, right? I can tell certain people we're not ever going to talk about this information. You can tell pretty quickly. You know, develop a little system where you can test the waters. So, what are your beliefs? What do you believe happens when you die? Right? Just test the water a little bit. Start with something small and easy. Don't jump into no damn. So, did you know that the demiurge actually rules over the? Don't start with that stuff. Come on.
I learned the hard way.
Yeah, me
I
too.
did that.
Same.
I think we all did, bro. Like, guys.
You're suffering because your vrittis are causing you to be attached to your ahamkara, and they're sitting here like, I'm mad that the Lakers lost the game.
This is this is exactly where I actually have to practice restraint, because I have a very what they call in mind management, the way how my shit acts out. It's an active mind, but very extroverted, and I want to just like share all the shit. And I tried doing that with my coworker, and then he's trying to show me some TikTok of people fighting, and I'm just like, oh, what the hell am I doing?
Right. You know, identify behavior and identify intentions. All he wants to do is have a good time. Well, just have a good time, right? Yeah. And then as you get better with the Jedi mind tricks, with the good time, slip in some sattva, right? Slip a little sattva in there.
Right. Which you do through recognizing their interests, right? Reading between the lines. Like my coworker, for example, I finally am getting him onto a little bit of the shit, because he likes to talk, because he's going through a breakup with a very toxic person. And so most of our conversations, the thing that he fixates on right, is the relationships.
Mhm.
So through that, I'm starting to introduce parataxic distortion and some other stuff, right? Like just like little bits about how we act and how we treat people or equals how we treat ourselves. And, you know, very, very, very basic, but we can actually hold a conversation now. Whereas before, like I could tell he was just kind of being polite.
Right. That
You know, like,
smile, that nod, the glazed over eyes. It's like when you have to give your puppy some medicine, right? They won't eat it. So what do you have to do? You have to kind of break it up, put it in the food, mix it up, you know, like trick them into eating it. Well, that's
it can't be normal food. It's like put in some cheese, you know?
you gotta do it slick. The same way with helping the people who do not have enough prana to solve their issues or break out of their patterns. You got to get creative with it if you choose to, but it can't be done directly. You're not going to be able to shove that pill down their throat. They will fight you for trying to help them. So if you literally just cannot help yourself from trying to help somebody else, at least be creative and intelligent about it.
And then too, right? It's like one of the things that I'm constantly analyzing now, especially with these two books here, is like, what is my point? What is my goal in this? What is my true intent? What's actually acting out? Am I speaking because I'm trying to express or affirm the ego? Am I trying to feel good? Like, is this something that is of value? What is acting out here?
Yeah.
Becoming more aware of that really adds in, and then restraining it back, you know, like really pulling back and not having to divulge all of the senses, you know, and divulge in all of that. Where does that take me if I do? What comes up when I start doing that? Typically it's a fear-based response from a chitta, right? From a chitta experience. Okay, delicious. Let me see what this is. Let me release that agreement that I had made, because that's probably going to give me some fucking disease in the future. So there's all this, you know, like when it comes to mind management and management of the karmas, and really identifying with the not identifying, but really becoming aware of the detachment process, you start to realize that you're not really supposed to be helping anyone else, like because that's the ego. That's, you know, that's not necessarily your role. Your role is to connect to the true self, and then with that, others are affected.
That's the ego. I'm glad you pointed that out, because I got to clarify these things, because some people just take stuff and just make what the fuck they want out of it. No one's saying here, don't be good to others. Don't try to help people. No one's saying that. What I'm talking about specifically is this information that we talk about on this channel and related subjects. If I can sit here and tell you, and your eyes and your ears can show you that 80 to 90% of the people, maybe 100% in your case, of people in your life aren't on this vibe, you're not going to bring them into the vibe. It's just not going to happen. So that's what I mean by not trying to save the world. Most people aren't built for it, right? You made it to a point where you were able to receive the information. Sometimes you attracted a person to teach it to you, or sometimes you just fell into it. But another interesting point that Louis made in the chat, he says they need you to deliver it with a certain kind of cadence too. Something else to remember. You can't just unload on them for 5 minutes straight, 10 minutes straight. No, like I said, you slip in a little bit and then go back to the TikTok videos, right? Hell, maybe give another day or two. Slip a little something in. Don't be ridiculous. You're used to it, not them.
Right. And even starting out, how did we all start out? I know I started on some dumb shit, you know, but little bits of gems were slipped in. I know we talked smack about, you know, oh, I got all these fucking books and all I needed was this, but it was all those books that were slowly slipping in little gems until I got to the heavy hitters, which I was finally able to understand. But if I didn't go through these previous experiences or these previous books with all the bullshit around them, I probably wouldn't have been able to register the information that was given to me now.
Right. That spiraling of learning. I'm just glad that I didn't find that Goetia with the BBC Citri first, because that might have skewed my work. You got to summon Citri and envision him with a couple pounds of weed and a big. Who let this man publish this book?
Dude, I didn't, man. Yeah, there's so, and it's a really fascinating journey too, especially with this karma book and like going into mind management, because then you actually start to become aware of all this shit that's around you, right?
Yeah.
Like that ignorance starts to dissipate. Like, I cannot watch TV the same way. Like I literally don't want to. Like there's one show, there's one show that I really like. That's good because I like the behavioral profiles. And I know that I'm annoying because I'm doing Chinese face reading the whole time. But like I literally like cannot identify with the media the same way ever again. Like I cannot just be entertained. What's entertainment for me is moving out of ignorance now. Is like becoming aware of all these little things and seeing how I attach to these things. Like that is that when you start diving into karma and all of that and the actual cause and effect, there's no way you can move back. There's absolutely no way.
Mm-mm. Take that same feeling and think about reincarnation. That's part of the reason why we keep coming back. But when we come back to this knowledge, we understand it better. Like that's just one way to think of it. The fact that we're here today, looking at this Vedic information specifically, means that we've done it before.
Yeah.
To the point that our lives that we've lived have been unfulfilling if we're not looking into this type of thing, if we're not studying or researching this kind of thing. What the hell else am I going to do?
Yeah, like everything else is not as entertaining.
Yeah, I finally get that. Like, there's nothing else to do.
That's a good sign, though, because sattva attracts more sattva.
Right. And when you say sattva, what you're talking about, right, is people of a sattvic nature tend to not have cravings or desires because when they come up, they can become aware of them, but then they can mold them to a better use. So and remember, sattva is also of a more subtle essence. So when you are experiencing a sattvic type nature, you can still watch TV, you can still play video games or whatever, but there's going to be a level of an awareness that you have now that is going to have you relate to it in a different way that makes you want to mold it into something completely different.
Right. We talk about sattva, rajas, and tamas. These can be seen as lenses, right? So tamas is like wearing some thick black shades that you can barely see anything out of. That's why it's ignorance. That's why it's destruction, because you're going to break something or crash the car if you're driving with those kind of shades. That's tamas. Rajas is like having a pair of glasses that are red tinted, like red rosy shades. So everything looks fiery and exciting, but it doesn't depict reality as it is. Sattvic lenses, they're clear. There's no coloring to it, no obstruction. You're seeing things as it is. So sattva is like having a lack of a lens, so you can see things as they are. So if you're able, like what you said, you still have experiences of life, but you're able to see your reactions to them in the moment. If you got them black shades on, you're not seeing yourself. You're looking for more trouble because that's all you know. If you got those rajasic shades, you're bouncing around for activity, looking to do something with your conscious mind. You won't sit down. But when you're sattvic, you can approach reality from a state of mind where it's less of an influence over your behavior.
It's transcendental.
Turiya.
Peace, everybody.
Peace.
You sure you didn't read the book, Travis?
I know this information.
That's what I'm saying. But it was funny because you just spit up what Janandananda said in one of the chapters. He was talking about how you got to look at sattva as a glass of water. And then he said tamas would be represented as black and rajas represented as red. And when we're in the sattva nature, everything's clear, like the lens. And then when you drop a little bit of the Rogers in there, the lens gets a little color. It does not pure white anymore. So I thought that was like pretty fun. I'm like, it's been right from the book.
I mean, the information, like it checks out. Like, again, that's why I love this Vedic stuff.
Science.
It's consistent, you know. I got that from previous studies, so it's the same info. But yeah, that's cool.
What I found interesting in this chapter was when he was talking, I gotta find it, but he was saying about talking about doing his with his mala beads, and he was talking about like, because he says he was first talking about meditation, higher meditation or lower meditation, and he says, and I was like, wow, that just brings it down. He says most of us is lower meditation is where you develop and cultivate the awareness of your inner behavior and inner personality, and that's where we're talking about getting control of like how we're acting in certain situations, you know, being aware of that. And then he goes into like just into this higher concentration where it's like we're actually like in that sattva state where you're just, I feel like you're just in, it says like we're transcended all the senses, you know, we're just like in the state of I am that I am, I guess. Like, you know, like I guess you could say you probably feel that when you're on your gratitude walks.
Yeah.
You're just like, life is life. It is what, you know, good, bad, no, up and down. And it was pretty funny. I see the one other part. He was talking about how he was doing his mala beads. He says, I can do I want to find it because I want to botch what he said. He says, oh, here it goes. He's talking to his Swami G, and he's like, having only a one awareness of one mala, like having concentration. He said he doesn't like using the word meditation. He says we're not really doing meditation. We're having a supreme point of consciousness. And wouldn't that be this is why I gotta go back and figure out where I can get some of these other practices that when I first came into the group, we are talking like what Pratyahara. I had written down somewhere, but sees different meditations, because then he goes on and says, I'll just read it. So today I'm trying to complete one full mantra of awareness. If I only have to move one bead and chant the bead, I can do as many miles in an hour. If I have to be aware of each mantra for 108 times over, I don't know where my mind goes for even after 15. So I'm like, and I feel that because when I do my mantras, and he's like, I start over. Because you go there and then you start these, like you're saying, these thoughts come in, and him to even admit that as being a yoga, I'm like, wow. He's like, to this day, he hasn't completed one full mantra of the like cycle, and he's still reaching to that perfection. So like, it's pretty awesome.
Now that you mentioned that part, I do remember reading that in the past, and that inspired me because that was before that was when I first got my Rudraksh beads, and I just considered what he said there, and that taught me that I need to really emphasize paying attention the whole time. So Om Namah Shivaya, that's what I was doing when I first got my beads. Om Namah Shivaya for each one. And when I felt my mind slip, time to start over. But again, like I said before, that's how I used to learn music. You know, I used to try to memorize it by playing it from the beginning. And if I messed up even a little bit, back to the beginning. I think that's a good way to help train the mind, to help get over the fact that it's time consuming, but also to teach you to take it seriously.
They actually say that in meditation for people who have an active mind, like, you know, when you're first getting all of these thoughts and stuff, you're not being like, go away or nothing, but you act as if like there's a hand there that just like, stop. And then the thought's going to come back, stop. And with that constant repetition of that, with that consistency of pausing, of that hand being there and adding just like that slight block, those thoughts start to diminish because there's another habit, another repetition that starts to take place. And so you're literally replacing now the thoughts with the action of the hand there being like, whoop, blocking, we're focusing on this. We used to do that with the kids, actually, with the kids in the group home who were like real violent and shit like that. Like, I used to do that all the time with them. They'd be like, they'd start going off on one little tangent. And as soon as they like would start getting, unfocused or something, I'd be like, okay, we're talking about this. We're talking about this. we're going here, we're coming back here. And no matter how mad they got or whatever, right? Over time, because of that repetition of that constant redirection, they would then be able to stay focused on a task for longer periods of time. This is a real key as to how the human mind can accumulate knowledge, right? When you're learning something, you got to break it up into steps. You can't just learn a whole dance routine, right? A whole 3-minute dance routine, like after seeing it just once, right? You need to break it down into steps. It's the same thing. Let's first get these first 2 steps. Cool. Now let's add 3. Now let's add 4. Oh, okay. On that 4th one. Okay. Then we're going to go back from the beginning and just practice these 4 steps until you can get that. Then we're going to go to the 5th. So it's the same thing with meditation. It's how we can accumulate focus, because we're now replacing this one repetitive act with another pattern.
Yeah.
I could attest to that too, because I remember when I was practicing martial arts, like I explained last time, I didn't really go too far. But me and my friend were, I guess you could say the word focus, so intent, the will to learn this. We used to watch this one guy, and we would literally, every time he was like doing a 360 kick per se, or a tornado kick, we will pause it every second until he's in the air, and we will practice this over and over and over until he got it. And just in doing that process, I learned how to do that stuff and go beyond. Shit, I wasn't the best person at math and geometry, but learning the circle, that shit, I had learned geometry by doing the kick. So it was like a life lesson. I was like, wow, it's pretty funny.
Nice.
Also, we got to
Definitely.
remember, I think the thing I like about that story, that part of the story too, is that like for myself, when I heard that, or when I read that, there was actually a part of me that was like, whoa, I had been trying to compare myself to Swami. Like, I feel relieved that it also took him a long time to complete a mala cycle, because in my head, I was thinking this guy, I was putting him up on a pedestal or some shit, you know? I was comparing myself to him. That's why I'm getting this reaction of like relief. Wow, that was a subconscious play of the ego right there. Let me detach from that. Let me mold that into something different, as what Trav said, it's teaching me how to remain absolutely focused in the present moment on a mantra. Right? That's actually molding a concept that the ego had based off of competition and molding it into something that now can be used to further assist in this development stage. Like, imagine if I go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say this book's very interesting because this chapter, like Melissa said earlier, it had a lot of key gems in it. Like, because as you go through each one of these, I'm just flipping through the chapters as we're talking. He literally shows you how to catch yourself each time. Because he goes, first you're dealing with, it's like, if you go to, he says, like, what is it, the 4 operations of the mind. And it's like you have these basic instincts, you know, the stuff that we go through every day, you know, like monkey mind and all this other stuff that we can have names for, cheetah, manas, all pop up, victories. And then he says, you know, first he says being aware of it. And then like somebody said earlier, cataloging where they go at. And then having, what he said, the sense of perception, you know, that's what's pretty interesting when you can analyze the sense. And it's like, oh, well, that was very ragistic of yourself or myself to do something like that. Because that's where, like he says, once we collect the data, I'm realizing it's like data right now. Right now, it's like collecting data about self. Because right now, I'm realizing we're looking at the world through a new framework. It's like, okay, I gotta look at it, or we can look at it the other way, but I'm trying to look at it with this new framework that's like, all right, well, how you act out, and it's kind of to self, but reflection of how you hold your new framework to self. Like, oh, I'm gonna pretty much holding. It's like really just holding your state at a certain time and not getting thrown off the game. Once you get thrown off, you're in like you get put in a Rajas in a top Tamasi state, because that's nature. You know, going through life, things are gonna happen, and it's just about holding the framework and not breaking it. That's where I find that is, like you said, the victories are so fucking strong sometimes. Just living day to day, that you got to be constantly aware to not fall off of it. And once you get there, it's very interesting. I'm finding, if you just follow like this pattern that they're playing out.
Yeah, I mean, that's, as they say in this, right? Narodha means changing the direction. So this is a higher state of mind in which one becomes the witness or the drashta of life, and at the same time connects with the higher purpose. Even while one acts and behaves normally, one is always aware and thinking of a higher purpose. The mind, which was until now connecting with sense objects, now connects with a higher purpose. One crosses the boundaries of material life and becomes established in a higher consciousness in which one experiences the expansiveness of life and spirit. One experiences the expansiveness of the supreme element all the time. So, you know, and that's what we're doing here. This is what we're looking in. This is the abyss that we're starting to cross, right? Like we still are having the human experience, but now we're coming at it we're shifting gears. We're changing into connecting to that higher purpose. So now that our actions as we go about our daily lives are going to be molded, they're going to be different because they're going to be connecting to a different place. We're no longer connecting to these sense objects here.
Yeah, that's where I think he got back to what you were saying about detachment from things. I think the shout out to Bobby. I love that one lecture. And it was a state that I definitely had to get out of because it was toxic at certain times. But just to sit and saying like, you know what, that doesn't matter. I don't care about that. I used to do that a lot when I was like first coming into this. It was just like, man, but even that taught me to, like, when things happen, it's out of your control. You still have to maintain like frame. Like, am I going to get bent out of shape? Like sometimes, like, it's so funny. Once you let go, it comes to you.
I was actually thinking about that, how you can let go of something and how all of a sudden it comes to you, right? And I was thinking, well, if we're supposed to take the role of the observer, right? Because that's actually the role that we were meant to play the whole time, and release our attachment to the sense objects. What you're doing when you're releasing an expectation or the grasp on a manifestation is you're actively releasing the attachment to that object. You're releasing the attachment to that sensorial experience. And instead, you are now connecting back into the observer self, which is more along the lines of the true self, the true sattvic state. And in a sattvic state, all shit is aligned. That's why it's important for us to detach and release when we try to create manifestations or anything like that. That's why they always say, like, let it go. I was thinking about that. Like, yeah, you got to let it go because you have to release those attachments in order to be more sattvic. Sit in your observer state.
And you know, when you start to release the grip on those things that aren't really useful, you allow yourself to have more room for prana. What's good, KP?
See. Decisions. Blueberry. I'm gonna go with blueberry.
All right, so I just came across another part of this book, right? Says, all right, so pratyahara means to prune all that you feed to the mind, all thoughts, all ambitions, all desires, all association with success and failure. When you get a tiffin full of food, you take out what you need on a plate, repack what is extra, and then send it back. Applying the same principle to pratyahara, we analyze our thoughts, feelings, emotions, and we sieve out the beneficial from the harmful. This is one meaning of pratyahara. The other is quietening the extrovert tendency of the mind and internalizing the awareness. Thus, pratyahara means becoming aware of the karmas and holding and acting on that which is useful and discarding that which is not useful or harmful. Keep throwing out the rubbish of life. The four components of the mind are cleansed with pratyahara, and then they become one-pointed in dharana. So, like, this is where, and this is again where we got to dip back into the gunas. What am I experiencing right now? Am I accumulating more tamasic state or rajasic state or sattvic state? What am I actually utilizing?
It's funny because
Whoa.
I think that you're only able to see what you're utilizing if you're in a sattvic state. Because if you're tamasic, you can't even see yourself. And if you're rajasic, you're too busy to pay attention.
True.
So maybe the commandment to observe yourself is the beginning of sattva. Know thyself.
Yeah, right? Because you're also moving out of the ignorant state. You're not just making a blind move.
Mm-hmm. Nuru says sattva is stillness.
It's one aspect of it. Because sattva is also knowledge, right?
Yeah, based on the context, right? If we're going to go with the context of movement, then yeah, sattva would be stillness. And that means by relationship, rajas would be upward movement, tamas would be downward movement. If you're going to go in the context of experience, then sattva could be knowledge, rajas could be activity, and then tamas could be ignorance.
Right. Because when we're discussing the aspects of nature or these attributes to nature, they're in everything, which means they're in different levels, right? Which means that everything has a guna that is attached to it. And it's not one is just assuming one position all the time.
It's proportional.
Right.
So I'm cultivating sattva in myself, but there's always going to be something tamasic about me. There's always going to, when I say me, can't even really say me because there's so many different parts. There's going to be something tamasic about my ego. There's going to be something rajasic about my ego. There's going to be something tamasic about my behavior, something rajasic about my behavior.
Right. And that behavior that you're expressing has gunas within it. So it's like you're constantly balancing, you're constantly figuring out what is more predominant and then utilizing that knowledge, right, to shift if need be. Like it's, so again though, sattvic, right, is that awareness of being able to become aware of that. And because when you're aware, you can detach. And when you detach, you're able to actually analyze it and change the situation into what best serves you, which is the ultimate goal.
Yeah. If we try to think of it as all these different moving parts, it can become so complex that it can potentially make somebody feel like, man, this is too much. I don't like it. So thankfully, they made it easy for us by just breaking down the basics. And the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali, he gave 2 rules, really. Number 1, learn non-attachment and practice non-attachment. Number 2, have consistent practice, consistent daily work, preferably work of a selfless type. Those 2 things are gonna pretty much be the rule stone or guide rule, whatever you could call it, for the benchmark for everything. Is it selfless? Are you doing your work consistently? Do you understand non-attachment? If you can just do those things, then you wouldn't have to worry so much about the nitty-gritty details.
And that's, I think that doing that consistent work is really key there, because how can you be selfless if you're not doing the work enough to be able to check in on your actions as to if they are actually selfless?
Yeah.
Or is there a motivation behind it?
Yeah, that has to be daily and consistent.
Right. Because everything that we do is layered, right? Everything that we do is a desire that's acting out, that's expressing itself. So if we are to become aware of those desires and at the same time be able to detach enough that we can get the most benefit from it, the most sattvic from it, then, that only comes with the consistent practice of self-analyzation on every step. Every step. You can't just be like, oh, I spent a month meditating. It was great. Now I can just do whatever I want.
Yeah. That's like going to church on Sunday, and then the other 6 days, it's just like wild child. But on Sunday, you're holy.
Right. It's like, no, you can't just go into a confession and then be like, oh, Father, this time around, I have some confessions. Then you make your confessions and you're like, I'm clean. And you do the same shit. Like, you're not moving.
Nope. But that's okay, because Prakriti needs batteries to run off of. So
right.
A great.
And if you need to live as the tool for a while, then you got to live as the tool for a while. And when you're ready to come into the control seat and be the one that yields the tool, you go ahead. But, like I was thinking about it the other day. It's kind of like if I got 2 wood posts and I want them to be nailed together, right? I got a hammer and a nail. But if I spend the whole time sitting in front of the hammer and the nail being like, I am one with the nail. Oh, this is going to be great. Oh, I am the hammer now. The hammer and that nail are never going to be used to put those 2 planks together. I have to actually pick up the hammer and the nail and use them to nail the planks in order to have that effect. It's the same thing with utilizing the mind and the body. They got different layers to them, but they're still your tools to navigate. If you're constantly living as the experience of them, then you're not ever going to be able to know which direction you're going in. You're just going to be sitting there in front of a hammer and a nail, hoping that these 2 wood posts will somehow mesh together, because you are enough of the hammer. You are enough of the nail.
I am all things, Laura. I'm all things. I'm just speaking my truth.
Yeah, I am one with everything.
I'm one with everything.
Okay. You might have some awesome experiences. Who knows? Like, if I'm there to meditate and try to beat a hammer, I might have some crazy experience. It might be like, holy shit, I'm a hammer, but if I want to use that hammer, I'm going to have to come out of that. I'm going to have to detach from the hammer. I'm going to have to pick it up and use it for what it's supposed to be used for.
Man.
And again, that's the state of Tordia, right? When you're seeing the 2 realms, when you're seeing these multiple realms as one, when you actually see past time, space, and objects, You are what? You're not more connected to the objects. You're actually detached from them. They no longer have a hold on you. See, a lot of us think that being one with everything means that we have to take everything personally, that we have to make it a part of us, when actually the effect is opposite. We're supposed to detach from it, to recognize that that is not us. We are the eternal awareness. We are literally the light that's the reflection of the soul. And that this is just our capsule. This is just our playground.
I like to see all of nature as one thing. Every body and every tree and every mountain, rock and computer and vehicle and soda can. This is all one thing, not a bunch of separate things. Like there's not a soda can and then a microphone and a telephone or computer. Like this is all one thing. It's for real,
Right.
and it's true. Nothing is introduced. This is all recycled, repurposed stuff. So
Right.
I see my body is that same way. I see my vessel, my capsule, as you will. It's all the same. It's all part of the same stuff. What I actually am is something that is not in this. I'm not in this program. I'm experiencing it for sure, undeniably. But I'm doing the work in removing those barriers.
Right, because you are actually more subtle. You, us, I, we, not I, sorry. So not even the I is a part of you, right? Like it's all what the actual existence is a subtle resonance that is less granular. We have to start detaching from these gross, dense manifestations because this is the illusion. That's the key to the game. Not saying that you can't, that you have to just be like, oh, fuck it all, just do whatever. No, because guess what? Polarities, there are two different, aspects, but they are still really the same thing, right? So you don't want to fall into a tamasic state. But at the same time, it is important to recognize that all these sense objects, all these senses, everything, it's the same thing, but that thing is a no thing on the most subtle of levels. You're not going to experience it the same way as you experience opening a refrigerator door.
When you start to remove the illusion of separation, because look, it starts at the gross level, as with everything starts at the gross level. Now that I'm not saying fake it till you make it, because that's not right either. And when I say it's not right, what I mean is that's not going to get you the desired result, which is an understanding of what liberation means. So fake it till you make it isn't going to give you an understanding, but you do have to start at the gross level. At the gross level, it involves saying, I am not this body. Then it begins to evolve into saying, well, what is the body? The body is one with the environment. The house that you hang out in all the time, that room, that's a part of you too. Even scientifically, right? Don't your little skin cells flake off, and don't you breathe in the particles of the air? Like it becomes you and you become it. You are your environment, right? You're not any different from it. But extend that a little bit more. The people that you see on a regular basis, they contribute to your experience and to your mind, and your mind becomes your reality. So these aspects of life that you are constantly encountering all the time, that is what you are. You're not just this skin suit. You're all, the body, the vessel isn't just the skin suit. It's the whole reality that you experience. Everything physical is one thing. It's one thing. When you're walking down the street, time knows what pebbles and rocks the foot is going to step on, and they're going to move into a specific predestined place, right? If you remove the equation of time, everything is where it's supposed to be and has always been. Like that's something different. Space is its own thing, and space, we're experiencing space through time. But notice you're not there. None of this is you. Consciousness is not in that mix. Consciousness is not inside of space or time. It has, consciousness is just there. But the fact that space is now in contact with consciousness, is doing all this weird movement and stuff is starting to happen. And the Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva, those gunas, they were balanced, but now they're fluctuating and gyrating, percolating, twerculating. But because it looks so good, we think that that's us. It looks so good. Hell, that might as well be me. You ever looked at something so good and say, that's me right there? That's what's happening. But we say that a little too hard. And now we think that we are something very specific. And that very specific attachment is what causes ego to say, not only is that me, but this is me. And if anything changes, I'm going to resist it. Once we get to that point, we are no longer the observer, like what you were saying earlier, Laura. We now believe that we're the experiencer and we're the doer. But no, I just said space and time. It's somewhere off in this little egg. Prakriti is an egg. It's almost like you got this little magical egg, and you shake it up, and you're looking inside it, and you see the little snowflakes. That's what manifest reality is.
See that reflected in our nature, right? We're within a cosmic egg. What are our bodies? What's our mind? Shells, eggs that harbor the light that is a refraction of light. Eggs. Right? Eggs. We're all eggs. Eggs are everywhere. Cosmic eggs, matter eggs, dense eggs. It's all eggs. Make an omelet, damn it.
Eggs. Reminds me of Birdo from Super Mario when she spits those eggs out of her mouth. That's her weapon. Or his weapon. I think it's a male dinosaur. Thinks it's
Eggs.
Love it.
Right? We're only just talking about how to, we're just talking about karmas, which is the mind space, right? And how that affects our nature's impact on us. But we haven't even gotten to all the other layers. This is what I'm saying, like when it comes to doing path working or whatever, like our ego wants to be like, oh, I'm on this path now, I'm on this path now. It's like, nah, bro, we're probably on like the first path. Like we are not very far in this spectrum of understanding, but we're getting somewhere, which is good. But that's where you take the illusion of time out of it.
Basically, I'm on the path of Gibera. I'm a Gibera warrior. No, you didn't get the side, but you still on Mount 1,000,000% Mount Kuth, I promise.
Yeah. Like for real, like we want to, and that's where they say too in that book, in that karma book, we got to reassess. We have to redefine achievement and failure, because both are functions of the ego. That's where they act on the restraining of the senses. Like for myself, like I said before, right? Like the way how my personality manifests according to what is predominantly activated in my mind, a very extroverted personality, and one that wants to like share and be like, And so an active practice for me is going to be withdrawing the senses, like a turtle going back into its shell. I have to start pulling back my shit. And I got to start like really experimenting with that space of going internally, of not, and that includes with the positive as well, because when I get, as you see me throughout these Zooms, Trav, like, and I love you guys so much. Like when I get in something, I'm like, oh, this is what I found out, and I get all excited. But that is also something to be restrained. So not only do I need to practice on restraint with my failures, but also with my successes. So then I can access a sattvic state easier.
Yes. I like to think of it as like efficiency because I used to struggle with the same thing a lot. And what I learned is that I respect my time and the time of other people. So in studying marketing, they tell you to get to the point pretty quickly because capturing someone's attention, if you don't know how to keep it, you better make your point before they get distracted. And as we know, as we evolve, our attention spans in the external world becomes to get shorter. So what I've been teaching myself over the years is to deliver my point with as little words as possible. That's better for everyone. It's better for me because it teaches me how to think better, and it's better for the listener because I'm not going to waste their time with a bunch of fluff. I think that would also have a good reference to what the good Swami Niranjanananda Saraswati was talking about in the Passive Poverty and Nivriti, speech restraint, right? It is sattvic to make sure that you can manage your excitement and also your depression, because both are fluctuations that are not on the center.
Yeah, both are experiences of the mind. You're still living as the experiencer, which you're going to be, right? Like throughout, because this is how things are manifesting within this realm. But there's an awareness, right, that we're all gaining. So if I'm like only going towards positive shit, and I'm just like, yeah, that's positive, right? I'm actually falling out of balance because I'm still living as the role of the experiencer of the mind, of the ego. I'm still working towards making the ego happy.
Speaking of happy egos, Laura, what are you cooking?
Oh my God, every time, Trav. I'm just all right, so today everybody, I have made a vegan birria. Birria is a really delicious Mexican dish. So what I got is my Gardein soy chicken that I cooked, and then on the side what I did was I boiled two different types of chilies with onion and some garlic. I blended it up, and then I cooked the soy chicken in it. And then what you do is you basically make like a quesadilla with it. So you put like some cheese or soy cheese or whatever on the quesadilla, and then you put this stuff inside of it, and then you eat it, and it's delicious.
I got most of those things. I don't have the chilies. What kind of chilies do you have?
What chilies that I have? Well, so I have this unlabeled bag.
Oh, the good stuff.
Yeah, that's the good stuff.
Got
And
3
then-
X's on it in the skull.
That's right. Man, it's so good. And then I got, what are these here? I got red pepper, chili tipo japonés. Tipo de japonés. That's what I got. And yeah, so I mixed those two. And here we are, magic in a pan. Got my whoop, I'm restraining. Sorry. Take it back. Ego, another time.
Well, I mean, I asked. I kind of wanted to know. I got most of those ingredients, so I'm going to make it. And for my peppers, I'm just going to use all my hot sauces, all 12 of them.
Oh, shit. That'll be great. I'll send you a little video, Trav, so you can see how it's made, because you have to because it's kind of made a specific way. When you're boiling the chilies and shit, they actually take the onion and they just throw the onion in the pan that's boiling. You don't dice it up and stuff. You just cut it and throw it in. Makes its own broth, and then you blend it. Yeah, I'll hook you up with a little tutorial on how to do that. It's spicy. Sorry, I went to turn my mic off.
That's what I want. So I'm going to have to find those peppers, and I will consume them mercilessly.
That's Raja, right? Aren't spice, isn't spice a sense of Raja?
I'm not drinking Coca-Cola because too much sugar and it's poison. So I've got Royal Crown Cola. Same shit, different label.
Therefore, a different meaning, right? Different effect.
I was just being extra. Got something different. I'm not drinking Coke. I'm enlightened. I'm gonna go with Royal Crown. That was my thought process. So here we are.
I appreciate your honesty.
I'm pretty sure I said this before, but one thing that my baby mama taught me that was excellent is that I only buy stuff when it's on sale. So when it goes on sale, I stock up on it. Sometimes it's half price, sometimes it's like 33%, but either way, it's always stuff that I need. So it's like I always have like enough for this time and next time. These were on sale, like buy two, get two free. So I'm gonna be sipping on some Royal Crown for a minute. But like that Guardian chicken that you mentioned, it was on sale too. So I got my freezer full.
Better jump on it, Trav. Do some rituals on it. Make it holy.
Hariom Tat Sat.
Hariom Tat Sat. Actually, look at that. I just I swear, man, these books are magic. As we just said that, right? I walked across. I did, I turned onto this page. It says, Tools of Mantra, Yantra, and Bhakti. The method to access the Chitta is through mantra, yantra, and bhakti. Bhakti cleans away gross emotions and brings spirituality in emotions. Mantras are like a broom for the Chitta. Yantras bring out the hidden stuff. Just as with the torch, one can see the way on a dark road. Yantra helps to see the real form of Chitta. When we concentrate on a yantra, which is appropriate for our sadhana, it realigns the mind, leading to purification of Chitta. The first sign of Chitta Shuddhi is calming and energizing the mind. This is what mantra achieves. Then one can concentrate on a yantra to enter the deeper regions of Chitta. Then with bhakti, balance and organize the various manifestations of the Chitta and make it turn towards God. Isn't that exactly what you were talking about, Melissa, before, about compartmentalizing or learning how to like separate the shit? Like, I know that we were just talking about food, but like, like, what if you did that to literally everything that you're doing in your life? Like, isn't everything already
it's the same thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I love the way that he talks about Chitta in that aspect, in that it isn't this weird substance. Chitta is very much like this pool of liquid, almost like the intertemporal ritual that I teach in my class. Hint, hint. There's going to be a well in the center that represents the subconscious mind, and on the surface is where you trace out your vision or desire. But the way he's talking about Chitta, it's like once you still that water and you peer into its depths, the deeper that you can peer into, you start to see that there are already patterns and archetypes and things that already exist. Another indication that this experience that we have isn't something that we came up with. We're an after effect of an afterthought. So when we do look into our subconscious mind, we're able to see what's already there. We don't put anything in our minds. We just pull it out. People usually look at reality as if we're putting stuff in our heads. So they do get confused when we talk about, say, mantras and sigils and yantras. Well, if I've never seen the sigil before, how does it have an effect on me? Well, you're looking at it in reverse. You come from these things. You're built upon these things. The same way an app that came out today is built upon the framework that's already been set up. Every human being is built upon the same framework. So all of our chittas have the same programs installed, just like what he says in this book. And going through the process of meditation, calming those turbulent waters, calming them down, allows us to see into its depths where these archetypal memories reside.
That's a really good point, Trev.
Hence why bhakti helps. Like you said, bhakti, mantra, yeah, all those things help because they're pulling out what's already there. Bhakti represents worship and emotional devotion, the expression of emotional devotion towards your entity of choice. So when I say worship, I don't mean something vague like, oh, Jesus, Jesus. I mean, like you're really pouring out your emotions in gratitude and thanksgiving, verbally, physically, however you want to do it, to your entity of specification. Now that process right there, it brings out the archetype within you. When you sit there and chant that mantra 108 times, right? That's bringing out these archetypes and these patterns from out within your chitta. When you focus and meditate on the yantra, that image, whether it is one of the tattvas or the Sri yantra, you're pulling something out of yourself, or rather something out of the depths of your programming.
It's a formula.
Most people are too surface level to go deep. So we talk about, oh, that was deep. Most of the time it wasn't deep. But when you want something as deep, is going to touch you on a level that you might not even be familiar with. Like you might hear something or see something or feel something that's like, that just feels real. I can't explain it, but man, something about this is solid. That's getting to those depths of levels. It's not just intellectual stuff. Well, technically, brother, the gematria of this number means that we did this, that. A lot of that stuff is just intellectual.
I think what the formula you guys are talking about, I think on page 48, right, where they talk about the kitchen of life. It's funny because they're talking about food. I feel like they're talking about like the same thing. But I like it because it's very easy as a story, but like I'll just read it because it's pretty interesting. It says the mind is the kitchen of life, and there are pots and pans too in the mind. The mind has 4 components: manas, chitta, buddhi, and ahamkara. Mana is the reasoning mind, buddhi is the intellect, chitta the memory, ahamkara the ego. The ego, ahamkara, is the pot, the cauldron in this kitchen. Chitta, the memory. Like that's why I like when you talk about chitta, I'm like, wow, that's water, you know? Chitta, the memory, are water, which fills in the cauldron. Buddhi, the intellect, is spice. And mana is vegetables and rice and bread. The manna you chop up is the vegetable. Buddhi is to sprinkle the vegetables of bananas, which condiment gives a taste. Then you put the vegetables in the water.
I don't like keeping it there for too long.
I found that it's deep because if you correlate them each one, they're talking about how they interact with each other, and which gives you self or ego, how what we're talking about. And it's pretty dope. I had read it like 5 times just to understand it. But
you know what else that he also shows you how the 4 aspects of mind relate to the 4 elements.
That's what made me think about it, because she said is something spicy, and I was like, well, he said something about spicy, which would be buddhi,
which would be fire, which is what I was mentioning earlier about how every element seeks itself, and fire reaches upward to go back to heaven where it came from. Fire is represented by buddhi. That's cool. This is why metaphors are so nice, because they add to that layer of understanding. But this has helped me also clarify about chitta. It's often said that chitta is the mind stuff. That's what Patanjali said. And here he's talking about how chitta is the memory. In Awakening the Life Force, to talk about chitta is memory, but he doesn't say that it's part of the Antakarana. Well, a good way to think about it is it's not just the memory that you've accumulated. It is your genetic memory. It's your total memory. It is human memory. This is how we're all linked up. The chitta is not yours. It just is. And if you want to get funky with it, ahamkara ain't yours either, nor is buddhi.
Right. I actually have a video on my channel describing the elements, the states of mind that they represent. And there's, and And one thing that we went through was also talking about how like Cheetah and water, right? So water is the harbor, it holds life, right? It holds the essence, the energy. That's kind of what it symbolizes. So like water is the practice of like just being, go with the flow. You see this a lot in traditional Chinese medicine. Well, Cheetah is the subconscious mind, but also the subconscious and unconscious experiences that then make up how you're going to be in this realm, right? What's going to impress upon you and what's not. Like they were talking about earlier, right? Cheetah attracts things to you, right? Cheetah attracts you, but it's Buddhi that attaches you, because now you're applying the knowledge base to the intelligence, the reasoning skills to this thing that attracted you. So like, once you start getting into that, and this is where I think too, studying of the tattvas is so important, because like when you're meditating on like earth tattva, right, you become one with all of the elements of earth. So you're no longer connecting to your body or your mind, right? You're connecting to something else, and you're coming and it gets an experience from a rock or from a mountain, right? And you're practicing detaching from the body and the mind space, which then connects you to the root of these different aspects and parts of your mind. So I think that tattvas are as well as mantras and all this other stuff, like all of it ties together as a practice that adds consistency, but also depth to everything that you're unlayering about yourself.
Manas belongs to the earth. Buddhi belongs to consciousness. Ahamkara and Chitta, it's not yours either. These things are shared. They belong to nature. So what is you? What part is yours? What part is you? Is there a you? We have a collective memory, even though it is difficult to access, but very easy to express, right? Humans will be humans, right? Teenagers will do teenager things, babies will do baby things, old folks do old folks things, men do men things, women do women things. These aren't things that you have to research in a book, like it naturally expresses itself. That's nature. It's not you, it's not your personal choice. You don't sit here and say, oh, I'm gonna do this. Nature compels you, and you justify why you're doing it. You make it sound good, so you feel like you're making some kind of decision. But the difference here is the majority of people are literally going with the flow, like literally going with the flow of nature. And then there are others who begin to study and understand, who develop wisdom and understand the flow, and they learn how to get in where they fit in. There's more of a choice there, more of a choice when there's wisdom. But where there is ignorance, there is no choice. When there's ignorance, you don't even belong to yourself. You belong to the streets, the cosmic streets.
Oh no.
Yeah, I agree with her. Do you believe, my friend, in what you claim?
Yo, Chad, what book is this live about?
The book of focus is titled Karma and Karma Yoga by the good Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati. Author of such bangers as Dharana Darshan, Passive Poverty and Nivriti, Samkhya Darshan, and many others.
3 strike game.
3 stripe game.
But you know what I realized, Travis? Every time I pick up a book from this group, it's like I got to go through everything they talk about in the book. I'm like, God damn.
Nice.
It'd be like,
It's like putting a game cartridge in, and then you got to play all the
yep,
levels.
yep. It's like everything come up that they talk about.
DLC. Get that Swami Niranjan, that Bihar school downloadable content. Dad gum. This is a good ass life, man. I'll tell you something. When things are rough and they're not going your way and shit just ain't adding up for you, if you can learn gratitude in those moments, when things get better, it's even sweeter. Trust, believe. When things are going shitty for you, and you sit there and you really learn how to have gratitude in those moments, and you train yourself to be thankful every day, you get slapped in the face. You can find something to be grateful about. I'm not saying walk around and get beat up. Don't be a fucking idiot. What I'm saying here is if you learn how to be grateful in even the difficult times, when you learn how to reframe, right? When you learn how to reframe these negative situations in your life into something that is beneficial to you, when those good moments inevitably come, you will learn to appreciate it at a level that you've never appreciated it before. So when you hear me talk about life is good and I love life and I appreciate life and I'm grateful and gratitude, that doesn't just mean because, I have material things. There was a time when I didn't have shit. Like I told you, I used to be for years, y'all. I woke up, went to work, maybe got paid, and that money already went to all the bills and everything else I had to buy. There was no money, right? But I learned to stop complaining and be grateful. Like, you know what? This is good. At least I have a job. At least I'm healthy. The car broke down, but you know what? At least I live close enough to my job that I can walk to work. I'm grateful for this. And you know what? I took that time. As I'm walking to work, I got people will tell you they used to drive past honking their horn. I'm reading Demons of Magic and all these other Goetia books and stuff on my way to work. Like those little 15, 20 minutes, that was my study time. The path was a straight walk just up the main road to work. But I was grateful because, hey, this is time that I have dedicated that I know for a fact I can read these books. Sometimes I listen to YouTube videos, right? I can get my brother Panic in on the way to work and on the way back. But if you learn to appreciate those things, you start developing a habit of gratitude. You start to see life differently. And I think it was because of that, that directly led to me being able to get off of alcohol and not looking back. Because part of the reason I drank so much is because I was depressed and I was trying to run away from my problems. But if you learn to practice gratitude, that depression starts to wither away and dry up. I guarantee you can find something to be grateful for in life, even, no matter how hard it is, no matter how fucked up you got your situation. I promise you, you can find something, and that could be your saving grace to acknowledge that thing.
Props to Dreamwise. I watched a video on the prosperity mindset, and he was talking about his own journey with prosperity and how when he finally let go of his need for money and just said fuck it and worked on his own self-development, things got really fucking hard at first because he had to face his own self, his own fears, his own ahamkara, his own ego on all these different levels and these fear-based beliefs. And he was put in real situations. But because he went through it with gratitude, he was able to then not just let go, but also understand that all money is an energy. So when your energy is right, prosperity is right, and it comes to you. So you're not, by the energy of gratitude, you're not just like walk around and be like, oh, I guess I'm grateful for this. but you're opening up your sphere of availability. You're literally expanding on that energy that's around you. So you're able to attract more opportunities, which is what? Abundance, prosperity. What money was the tool that you were seeking in order to gain this kind of thing. So like that gratitude thing is no joke. Like it keeps you from being ignorant.
Gratitude is a sattvic quality, because there's nothing but life is love. This equation of input equals output, that is the definition of love. That is ultimate grace. That the formula is so freaking easy. What makes it difficult? Ignorance, attachment, ego. That's what makes it difficult, but it's not difficult. If your input is gratitude, the output is going to be something to be grateful for. That's simple. But a Tamasic mind will still find an excuse to fuck that up. And that's fine. That's your karma that you are currently employing. But for those who are tired of that, sick and tired of that, what Swami talks about in Samkhya Darshan, and it's also an Awakening Life Force, there's a few reasons that people get on this journey that we're on, because life got a little bit too annoying and they're tired of it. Right? Have you ever been fed up? You ever had so much stuff go wrong where you're like, look, I want to see the manager. I don't know who it is, God, Jesus, whoever it is, we need to talk because I'm done with this. Have you ever made it to that point? It's only at that point that stuff that you start making the breakthrough, that you start understanding it. Because until you get to that point, you don't really mean it. You don't really mean it. And what Swami talks about here is there's internal reasons, stuff going on in your head, right? It gets to the point where you had enough and you need a change now. You need a change like yesterday. There's external reasons, of course, stuff going on in your world around you, situations, people. Sometimes you can get to a point where it's like, yo, I need an answer. I need an answer. I don't care what I have to do. If I got to summon the devil himself, right? Have you ever been to that point? I have.
Hell yeah.
Look, I don't care. I'm about to, hey, if I got to summon the devil to get my answer, I'm going to do it. If you haven't been to that point, you're not ready. Then he said the third aspect was the cosmic influence. Sometimes just the whole world can be just against you. You know, you could be born and maybe some part of the world where just you're going to lose. Sorry, right? When things are lined up in such a way where you feel like enough's enough, I got to make something happen, and you're willing to go to any length, that's when you start walking on this path of liberation. Not before. You don't choose it just because I want to be woke. Get a couple crystals, love and light. It don't work like that. Until you get pushed to that point where I will do anything, damn the consequences. That's when you start your journey of waking up.
I feel like that's really important because, like you say, everybody's kind of most likely been through that. And once you get to that stage, I feel like until then, before that, it's just like, yeah, you want to, but the will ain't there. You know what I mean? Once you hit that, it's the willpower at that point. It's like, fuck it. You know? And that's the most important part right there is the willpower to apply the stuff. You know?
Right.
Apply the information. That's even the next level. You can get it after you didn't study it and learned all the information. Then you got to get up and fucking do it. Start using these tools and applying them in different situations. And then then that's when you take the variables. Oh, that tool I might have used the wrong tool for that situation. Oh shit. And then you might have to go back and you use another tool until you get a really sturdy fucking foundation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I always realize is building a fucking foundation. And I think right now I have a very solid foundation where now when I start to do things, I'm starting to see the repercussion come back, you know? Before that, I had all the knowledge. I was studying, but I wasn't applying. And once you start to apply the applicable stuff, game is changing.
Yeah. I distinctly remember that time period, man. Like, I'm for real, man. If you haven't gone through that, like, it's not time for you yet. Like, when you got to depend on these rituals to work. Like when they have to work, you gonna make them work. That's when you learn how to activate your inner power. I had many situations where if my spells didn't work, I was fucked with a capital C, 2 C's, no K, right? If my magic didn't work, I was done. I made it work. And when you get put in that situation enough times, you start figuring out pretty quickly how this thing works. Okay, I see how it works now, right? The demons were the training wheels. Cyclomancy, that's the training wheels. Eventually you can put those things down and experiment with your own ways. But you got to understand first that you're making it work. It's not the tricks, it's not the book or the demons or the spell. You are making it work. That's why I say you have to go through these difficult experiences to really learn what's going on. Because if it's just real comfortable and smooth, like there's no real urgency to get it done, right? You might buy a book on Amazon and then read it a little bit, don't finish it, just read a little bit, and okay, I got it. And then try to have a debate online, or you know what I'm saying, try to talk, well, technically it says in this, but what does your experience say? Well, I haven't worked with any spirits yet, but okay, well, we're not talking about the same thing. Likewise, an understanding of this information about the mind, the aspects of mind, about nature, about these equations, about these patterns, about these relationships, you start to see them when you're ready to see them, when you need to see them.
That's how I feel about like the difference between like a socioeconomic status of like someone who's like super poor and has to like really has the will to just get out of that poverty versus like some rich man's kid. Like you put them in the same like in the same job or job description, and one of them knows what they need to do to succeed. The other one is just falling back because they don't see that need, right, to thrive. Right. Like they're just in it, you know. And that's how like life experiences are. Like I've learned way more from all the fucked up shit I've been through than like happy times. Way more. Like absolutely way more. You know, and then when you go through that motion of detaching, of like practicing gratitude, man, you look back at that and you're like, I feel happy. Like I'm happy I went through that. Like if it wasn't for me, for that, I wouldn't have the awareness that I have now. Like things would just be easy, like that rich man's kid, you know?
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Y'all talking about gratitude to yourselves or gratitude to others?
It's both. Once you show yourself gratitude, it's easy to reflect that in others, to others.
Yeah. I mean, gratitude to others, like that's really just a byproduct. That's cool. But ultimately what matters is the gratitude that you're having in your subjective experience. Some people aren't able to do it yet. I'm able to go outside and take a deep breath and be grateful for the air and for the capacity to breathe it. Like without it, you know, I'd be in some other state, but I'm just grateful for being alive. That's something that some people literally can't do. Now, if you live in that state of being grateful for existence, then it naturally will start to develop that you can show gratitude to other people. That's not a requirement. It doesn't matter if I'm grateful to my neighbor or my roommate. Like I'll say it, but I don't have to do that. I do it because I want to.
I think that's why this sadhana, like this spiritual practice is so needed, because it just brings you to like a state of like humility, you know, and that's huge. That's huge for like lessening that ego that tends to get in the way sometimes. And that's actually like the last part of this chapter that that he talks about is that, you know, it's humility that can disintegrate like that ego that gets in the way. It's humility. And when I look back at like in my life experiences, I think about like, how did I even get to the point where I can like make my ego like shut up or not get in the way? And it was humility, but it was the hardest thing to do in the beginning. Because you look like wow, like this person is gonna step on me, or like I'm not standing up for myself. Like it
Yeah.
makes you feel so like less than yourself when you're just beginning. But that's okay. That's okay, because the more you do it, the more you exercise it, the more expansive your awareness becomes. And you know, that's the reward. It's like a reward. And the more I started getting that expansion and awareness, the more I'm like, oh, I'm definitely about this. Like I fucked up away about that. And that's like that was like the mic drop of this chapter, was the end of the chapter, where he's like, you know, it's not just meditation that got me here. It's just facing your own shit. Like literally. Just face it. like
Huh?
like see the patterns. Like come on, like there's a pattern here. You do this, you do that. Like what's the common denominator? It can't just be everyone. Like come
Right.
on now.
Right. Humility.
Yeah.
That's another big one.
Yeah.
Because like
Humility's awesome.
that's just the thing. Like when you don't have humility, you that's still attachment. You feel the need to defend yourself. You feel the need to build yourself up, to protect yourself, defend. We gotta, right? Somebody might say something that you don't agree with, and now you've taken it upon yourself to educate them on this thing. But it's like, just, I mean, you learn from humility to let people be who they are. But I also, on top of that, learned from psychology, like, there's no point. Like, I'm literally not going to waste my energy going, what does it say? 2 things I'm not doing this year. 2 places I'm not going this year is back and forth with anybody. I forgot the saying. But anyways, I ain't going back and forth, living my best life. Because why? You're not going to convince anybody. If somebody believes something passionately, they're going to believe. It's not look, we're not logical creatures. We're emotional creatures. We're emotional. So you're not going to convince anyone of anything. You're just going to go back and forth. Let them have it. It's fine. They have a right to believe what they believe. But you have to have a level of humility to be able to see it that way, you know? Because it offends, when somebody disagrees with me or you or anybody, it stings a little bit, like, oh, I can't believe they disagreed with me. But the humility, you know, who cares? They disagree with me before they said anything. I wasn't changed then. They're gonna disagree with me tomorrow. It's their right to do so. Good. Maybe they know something I don't know. Hell, maybe they could be right. In any case. Okay. I'll let life show me what needs to be done. But man.
So you're basically saying you don't give a fuck about nobody else's opinion.
Not basically, not that I don't give a fuck about it, but that it does not have an influence on me. It doesn't have to have an influence unless I want it to or need it to, right? Like I said, sometimes I could be wrong. Humility, right? I could be wrong. If somebody says something that I am wrong and I've been corrected, thank you for teaching me. I'll say thank you. That's the humility. Because it's not about the people. This is just you. The universe is communicating to you through people. When I express gratitude to somebody, or when I say thank you, it's not to that person, it's to the universe. Likewise, when somebody says to me through comments or DMs or voice messages like, oh, Trav, man, you the GOAT and you doing this, da 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 da, they're not talking to me. They don't know me. They're talking to the symbol that I represent to them, They're giving praise to their own highest ideal.
Mm.
That's humility also. I can't accept any of that. Yeah, I'm the GOAT. Yeah, I'm the best that ever did it. No, I'm not. I'm just studying this information and making YouTube videos. That's literally all I am.
But that's confidence though. You need that though, right?
It would help. It will certainly
Shit.
help.
I'm the best. I'm the best. Like, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with it, no. But as far as there's nothing wrong with it, you're right. But as far as like managing it, you know what I'm saying? Just managing it. I'm not gonna sit there and take that like, yeah, they talk about me on the like a little bit of it is like, okay, I'm doing the right thing. That's great. I'm on the right track. But that's as far as it goes. Because what can happen if you take that too far?
Right. You get too big headed.
Right. Now I'm losing sight of the message, losing sight of the work. And now I'm trying to continue that praise, trying to do things to make people cheer me on and tell me how awesome I am. The intentions are no longer sattvic. Now they're rajasic.
In the second chapter, there the part where they talk about the middle path. There's a part where he mentions that you have to find that balance. And if you slip too much to the left or you slip too much to the right, it's like a razor edge. You could get cut. You know, you have to find that balance. Like when you're coming into this stuff, like you're becoming more vulnerable, you know, about what you've been through. And if someone just comes to you and says like, and you tell them what you're studying, what you're doing, and you show that vulnerability because you want to be better, you know, you want to be a better person. It's so easy for somebody just to be like, that's bullshit. Like what you're doing is bullshit. And then all of a sudden you connect with that and you if it hurts, you know, like you feel like shit, but then you think about it, like when it happens, like this is the training that I do with myself. Like in the moment when I'm about to self-identify, I think like, who, like, am I that person who says that about me? Like, is this real? Like, who is the, like, these are the questions. Like, this is part of the third chapter as well. Like, when you hate someone or when someone's jealous of you, like, why are you jealous of them? Like, literally just practical, simple questions. Like,
basic, yeah.
So basic. Like, why are you jealous? Because they have something that you don't have? Like do something, and then maybe you'll get to that part. Or don't even look at it in a perspective where they have something and you don't. Let that be an opportunity. That's the reframing, right?
Right.
Yeah, like that's practice. You have to practice that, you know.
I love that part where you said, because that's what you're saying, like once you get out of that framework, or you allow that person to get you really upset, then and you're not humble, going back to being humble. That's why it's kind of, or being grateful in all situations, because then you get put into a aggressive or a negative state,
right,
where you want to lash back out, and then you can't even do what you said, which is the most powerful thing, you know, because once you're getting out of that balance, you're no longer able to self-analyze.
Yep. Because in a sense, you're almost kind of agreeing with what they're saying. And you've been putting all this work and you're just agreeing with what they're saying. That's crazy.
Yo, I don't want to be that.
Attachment.
Yep.
You gotta be it, KP.
You said what?
You gotta be it.
I was gonna say I don't want to be that guy to go back and forth and like, you know, object each idea and shit like that. But as I keep reading like different books and shit, I just keep getting that thought, like, why am I so confident in the words of this author? So I don't know, like, I feel like I keep reading and reading and reading, following other people's ideas, and I never just went off whim and just like trusted my own ideas and said, fuck it, like my shit is that, like, I'm giving my words weight, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, that's just what I'm thinking. I don't know, bro.
I call this a science as opposed to belief system. Because in a belief system, the currency is a belief, just blind belief. When it comes to a science, the currency is what?
Repeat what you said. I ain't hear what you said.
Well, in a belief system, the currency is just belief, belief. But I call this a science because it is a science. What's the currency of a science? Is it blind belief?
Evidence.
Practice.
Both of those, practice, evidence, proof. So it's never, at least for me, I speak for myself. I don't ever really just like take these authors and it's like, yeah, man, this author, whatever he says, that's it. You know, that's like saying everything Bobby Hemmitt said is the truth. Even drinking bleach, or bleaching the bath, whatever. You know, what's the currency of the science is you check it and test it and see if it's true. I keep going back to these books by this same author here, not because he's a bald-headed swami with 3 stripes on his head, but every sentence that I've read in every one of his books have proven true in my tests.
Your test. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. Every practice, every statement that I see in these books, it just makes, not only does it make sense logically, but experientially as well. Like Malik gave the example of when he was talking about in this book about doing the mantras. His guru, Swami Sachinanda, asked him, well, how many did you do? And he's like, oh, well, by the time I get to about the 15th bead, I get distracted. And he's like, okay, well, you're not really doing it unless you're able to hold your focus through the whole 108 mantras. And I was like, I don't know about all that. I'm not about to sit here and restart every single time. But I started paying attention to my mantra and I noticed, damn, I start getting distracted every 5th bead. I got to step my game up. And so I hold that as a criteria, basically. If I can do the mantra the whole 108 times without getting distracted, that's what I'm going to strive for. I think that's what he was saying with that story. He's not telling you to be perfect. He's not saying if you don't do it right, then you're a failure. He's giving you a criteria. Just like with Chiasterium, right? He talks about sitting still and don't move at all. If you move, it's ruined. You remember that? Well, he's giving you a criteria. He's not condemning you because nobody can do that. Not without practice. So,
go.
What I'm saying as far as proof and testing in those respects is that this is someone who's been through it enough times that they can sit here and set the standard for what success looks like.
I hear you. Well, I shouldn't be talking though, because I didn't read the book. So, yeah.
I didn't read this chapter this week. I read it last year though.
I do think what you said was important though, KP, about like taking this knowledge and applying it to self. Because we're all our own individual people living our own lives, different situations. Even with me, like I remember, I think it was last week. I was listening, catching up to one of your things, Travis, and somebody said like practicing the work whenever you get the chance. Because like, and me, I find it awesome. Because I literally like right now, I always like a cook, so I always kind of sneak a headphone in or whatnot. I work like say an 8-hour shift. I take that 8 hours, I study. I like Lord, I can't watch TV. I'm not watching, and I gotta study. That is like the time at least I put in, and or if I'm not studying, I'm applying this. I'm doing this at work. I'm applying some of these like, because it's hectic being a cook. It is like you literally in the fire and brimstones. look, I'm off from work, thank the Lord, but it's Super Bowl. You know how people getting down right now?
Oh yeah.
You gotta realize this. It's Super Bowl. I got my book study. That's important. So they got to figure that out. But the day is like, even being in situations like that, oh shit, it is like the greatest testing ground.
Mhm.
Cause you got hot emotions, motherfuckers, and we can be cursing in there, bah, 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 da, da. And me being in a position of leadership, it takes a whole hell of a. I have to motivate to do a lot of things to be successful, have a great night. You know what I mean? To
Yeah.
be able to control my own emotions. And like, this is where I think this book is very important, is learning how to control states, keep a framework to be able to recognize certain patterns in certain situations that can be applied to anything.
Yes.
That's why I find this stuff so applicable. I can apply it to work, to relationships, to video games. I was thinking the other day, I was like, damn, I play Apex. And I was like, I wonder how I can I be playing, and I know you talk about it, and I be getting shot, and I'm good. But there's certain times I lose my framework and I get shot up and I don't react a certain type of way. When I know if I've been playing this since I was a little ass kid, why the fuck I'm reacting like this?
Right.
I'm caught up in my victories, and I was sitting there playing a video game, getting mind fucked. And I'm like, oh shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Little moments like that. You're exactly right. It's when the heat is on, that's when you test the stuff out. It's okay to test it in like a safe, sanitized. See, you're at home in your room by yourself thinking about it. Yeah, okay. That's kind of doing the work, yes. But when you go to work, you dealing with these people, right? These customers, right? Or the bosses, or the girlfriend, boyfriend, baby mama, baby dad, whoever. That's when it's time to test this stuff out. Because now you're actually in the experience of life. Did you learn? Have you improved? Patterns. Everyone operates on pat. Just like the stuff that I say, like, see if what I'm saying is true. Don't just take, oh, this server is full of 90% bots. Go look at your server. Go look at the people that you deal with in your life and tell me if you got 90% or more bots in your server. Don't just take my word for it. Go look. Go try to unleash a whole tirade of knowledge on one of them. Yeah, man. So you got to understand that the triple blackness of space actually funnels into Kether. You know what I'm saying? Like, none of that's gonna work. But like what Laura said, if they go to showing you these TikTok videos, laugh.
It's 6 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Laugh with it, joke with it. Maybe slip something in every now and then. Try a little bit of the NLP, right? Well, technically, right? And then get back to the laughing. See if that works. But nothing should be blind belief.
Even go back to the book. I gotta put a page up, but literally what you just said right there, he talks about. He said, I don't even need the books. I read like 3 times. It's funny because he goes. He was sitting with Swami G, one of his teachers, and the guy like says a mantra one time. Like, he says it one time, and he forgets it, and he's in there just chilling, doing his thing, and it pops back in his head. Subconsciously, it was always there. Maybe he was always saying it. But the time when it was like it came up. And then he went back running to his teacher, like, yo, I've been doing it, bro.
Yeah.
And I thought that was like funny because that happens a lot when, like you said, I'm in the heat and the fire. And when I do catch myself, everything pops up, and then all these tools come up. You go, oh shit. And that's when I find it fun because I'm like, oh, let me try this one.
Yeah. And then, I realized once you study, you can apply it. Then after you apply it, you can experience it. And after you experience, it's a knowing. You know.
That's like with what MC Maestro was saying earlier. Like, the only way to make any of this information real for you is if you get a subjective experience on the inside. It's the only way to make it real. So like with these books and these discussions, we can talk about it, but it's not real for you until you get an experience. Like, say, for example, years ago, work with the Goetia and King Payment's gonna do this, that, and the third for you. We can talk about that. But until you sit down with that sigil, go into meditation with the candle, and until you get an experience with it, it's not real for you. the mantras, right? We just heard a story about how he was saying that, oh, the mantra popped back in my head when I needed it. If you've never sat down and done these mantras, that's not a real experience for you. We was talking earlier about the blue light of Chitakasha. He talks about this in Dharana Darshan. When you reach a certain level of meditation, you start to see like this blue explosion going on in front of your eyes. If you've never seen that, that's not real. That's bullshit, man. I see no fucking blue light. I've seen it plenty of times. But I can't sit up here and tell you, you know what I'm saying? I expect you to believe my word, like, but I know the book showed me how to see it.
I look at it like this. It's like sex. You trying to tell a virgin has sex feelings. They got to have sex themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, what are you thinking about?
Yeah. They got so many ideas of how, you know.
Yeah, I haven't done the mantras, but since you've done it, since you've done them, what benefits you see?
Sorry.
You heard me, Chad?
From the what?
I said I haven't done any of the mantras, but since you've done them, what benefits have you seen so far?
Well, I would say just a general organization of my life, and also I would say lately a development of faith, development of trust in these divine cosmic principles. It's always been there, but that divine trust is starting to overtake my mind as opposed to like logically trying to figure shit out. I'm learning more and more to just trust the process. Like I don't really spend as much time thinking as I used to. Like I used to sit down and calculate and think. I don't need to do that anymore because like I literally believe and know from experience that everything is already good. Like it's good. What I need will come to me when it's time. Like I don't even, you know what I'm saying? The money will go down, but guess what? It's gonna come right back up. People gonna leave and people gonna come back. I don't have to rack my brain trying to find answers no more. If there's like information that comes into my head, like, whoa, here's a thought. What if this is real or not? A book will appear. I'll study it, find my answer. Or somebody will say something in conversation. Like, I don't need to rack my brain no more. I believe that that's come from the mantras.
So you saying you're going with the flow?
I would say that I have come to a state of being where I am seeing the patterns and I'm able to flow with those patterns. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like there's less of an element of me guessing and hoping, but more of an element of me knowing and trusting what I know.
I find it weird because I see it sometimes too, where I don't know how to explain it. But when I know certain things about to happen, I'll be like, okay, I've seen this happen. It's like deja vu almost, but not necessarily deja vu. It's like a pattern, like you're saying. I pride myself in collecting data. So when I see things, I can be like, oh, like you're saying, putting this in this, like what Melissa said, this file cabinet. I have collected these things that I realize, even when like people, like I know when somebody's 30 minutes before they about to flip out because of the 15 things he just did with his body, just his body alone.
Right.
Just because as a friend, I might have talked to him 1,000 times, and I just understand this is what is the word demeanor, and enough like analyzation of how you see it. You can what my friends used to say, you can pit people where they place them, where they place themselves actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because remember, like everybody people do it to themselves at the end of the day. Ain't nobody did it to them.
Right.
They place themselves.
And knowing, okay, and that works both ways and like all kinds of ways. If you see how people place themselves and that's how they see themselves, then by that same logic, you know that how you see and place yourself determines where you go. So it's like you start to develop this mindset of seeing everything as this reflective lesson. What you see going on with other people and in the world, instead of judging it from the outside, like, oh, look at them or look at what they're doing, you can kind of see yourself in these experiences too. I would probably behave the same way if I was in that person's situation. If I was this person, I wouldn't listen to the bullshit that I'm saying either.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you able to walk and gauge the reality a little bit differently. Patterns, cycles.
It was funny when Laura was talking about watching TV, but that's what I do when I watch like animes or stuff. I try to see the characteristics in the characters and then figure out, because they're all representing emotional characteristics of archetypes of things. So now it's getting deep where you can be like, which one's the Sephira? Which one is which, or path works? And I try to identify which one is myself and all these characters. And then I realized, like, is this what the author is really expressing? Or I don't know. That's just side note. But it's fun when you look at it like that.
That's the science of entertainment, really, because we one of the patterns we know is that and Brother Panic told us this in his book. You know that when we watch a movie, we're gonna identify with the person that resembles us closely. For basic people, we're gonna look at the person who looks like us and subconsciously say that's me. For people who are a little bit more intellectual, they're gonna look at the behaviors of a person and say, "Yep, that's me." But somebody who's an occultist is gonna see how all the people work together in a system, and like you said, identify the archetypes or identify the Sephiroth, or and that's the thing. It's about the systems. It's not about the thing that you're identified as. Hell, you could identify people as the elements, right? This person's fire. Okay, so she's water. That's gonna be earth, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it's all about the system. But it's not just movies. The rest of your life is like that too. And the more that you're able to clearly recognize the pattern, the more you can see things how they actually are, and not how you want them to be.
Man, I was just thinking about that. Those were my Brother Panic days when he would like decode movies and how I would see that connection or that reflection in my environments, my different environments in life. Like, oh, this is why these people are the way that they are. Like, they see something and they just emulate it. They identify with that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was so fire.
Yeah.
That was so fire.
It's so weird how deep it goes, because you were looking at it like that, but these other people, they're looking at it, and then, like you said, they mimic it, and they behave like the stuff that they watch on their phones.
So this came up earlier, and I wanted to say something. So this is where it gets really interesting, because we get people, like you said, we're starting to study this stuff, and you're starting to realize the patterns that are happening. And then there's people that don't understand. They're just, like you said, in the fucking pattern. Just like whoop de whoop, going with the, I don't want to say necessarily with the flow, but just in their victories. All the stuff is just fully going on doing this. That is where a lot of people stay at. And this is where it gets really interesting, because I don't know how to explain it, but I guess those are people part of this system. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just keep it in layman terms how I can express, like the Matrix.
Oh, like how you were expressing the egg, the Prakriti.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're just batteries.
Yeah.
This server needs bots, 90% bots.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the there's like a little fine line there of like, how deep does your understanding go with these movies? Like, some movies is like blatant, like they just want you to be super destructive, and someone's like, oh, this is entertainment, and then it's like, you, like, the people that don't have that depth of understanding, it's like they can't, like, there's no vision there, like they just, that's kind of spooky. Like, they can't see.
It's raw programming to them.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of, like, I got so, it's eerie as hell, because I work in a college town. These people, I'm wondering, like, oh, so it's very creepy, because I'm like, these are the people that are about to go run society. And I've met people that can't tie trash bags. This is some simple shit. That's just some mundane level shit. That's not even nothing about thinking, the mind, not even but simple stuff. Even I try to have, like, like you say, we try to talk to people. Conversation has to be very placid. I like to use.
Superficial.
Caught up in the I don't know what, it's creepy because you go, what the fuck? You can't, there's no, and that's weird because I think everybody, but that's what it is. This system broke it down. These books are breaking it down. I could be like, well, damn, this nigga's hell up in his emotions, victories, somebody might tell you a story about something, and then that's a samskara. Because you can see it act out in certain emotional patterns. Like he's saying, we are, like, it's so interesting because are we living in a simulation? Because everything it's written out already or in books. People, like, you know what I mean? You go, like we're saying, the Upanishads, the Rig Vedas, you go to Kemetic, you go all around the world, and people already have this written down.
Right.
Already understood. Right. I think we just lost understanding.
Or maybe we were too dense to be able to come into this understanding. Because like you got to be at a certain level to get this info.
With all that being said, like when you talked about like your ahamkara and your samskara and how that's not really you, is the ahamkara similar to the samskara where it's something that you inherited from the past?
Yes. So the samskaras are probably going to be the deepest impressions on the subconscious mind. So when you say past, we're talking about your childhood and your past lives, right? Just give a crazy example. Say, for example, you were, I don't know, in some kind of war and you died like this torturous, horrible death. Like they chopped you up and burned pieces and just the worst things ever. That's going to cause such a deep impact of trauma energetically that it's probably going to reflect out into future lives. But if you don't want to get that woo, let's just say as a very young child, you had something terrible happen. You may not consciously remember it, but the energetic impression, the emotional impression is there. And what happens as we get older, we'll think of the mind as like a conveyor belt, right? Input goes into output. It just repeats. Now, if you've got that samskara, there's a bump in that road. So as the impression goes, blip, it hits that blip. Now, when that blip is hit, that's going to affect whatever you do. So let's give an example. Say as you're a really young kid, you mess with this wild dog and it bit your arm and like tore a chunk out of your arm, right? I don't know, something like that. In the future, as you have more experiences, anything that re-invokes that energetic impression, you're going to react to it as if you were back in that moment as that child who got bit. You're going to freak out, post-traumatic stress disorder. And that vritti, that samskara, I should say, until it's neutralized and harmonized, it will continue to affect you as long as you're alive, and maybe even further. Because here's why it may affect you even further. Because as you grow older, your personality and your ego is shaped. Your ahamkara is built based on what your parents have given you, yes, and also with those blips in your radar, the dog biting you, your first experience, like all these different things are going to have an effect on what becomes your ahamkara. So when we're doing this, what shadow work really is, it isn't just about, it ain't just about that stuff. It's also about smoothing the bumps in that conveyor belt. Everything that gives you this knee-jerk trigger reaction, that's samskara. And until you flatten it out, it will continue to influence you, and you don't have free will. You don't have free will because whenever you go through that blip, it makes you react automatically. Bot behavior. So this is what karma is. Karma is the pattern of your energy going through that conveyor belt, and every little bump that it hits, it's going to create a reaction in you that's going to make you make more bumps. And the cycle will just continue infinitely. You're just reacting in life. Just everything you do is a reaction. Automatic.
I guess you can say this is taking you off autopilot.
Yes. Because autopilot is bot behavior. Bots get recycled and become bots again.
Ooh,
The automaton.
they're gonna step into dog.
Yeah, eventually they get sent to dog.
That's what it sounds like.
Man, I was playing Fortnite. I think I told the story a little bit before. So they begin to introduce new elements into the map to make it more realistic or whatever. I don't know. So they started to introduce animals, right? So they got little pig or boars. They got wolves and chickens, and you can shoot them and hunt them. And they leave meat that you can eat to refill your health, right? So the chickens leave meat, the dinosaurs leave meat, the wolves leave meat, the boars, they're carnivores, right? So they drop their meat and also some fruit that they ate. So it might be a mushroom or a piece of corn or whatever. Basically, they're trying to like simulate what it would really be like. So if you hunt this animal, you get its meat and also what it was eating, which is like the vegetables. So it's showing a food chain. Now the wolves hunt the chickens and the boars, right? And then the people hunt the dinosaurs or whatever. Anyways, they started introducing bots into the map, like obvious bots. Their default skin and they behave weird. But guess what happens? When you kill them, they drop not just their guns and the ammo, but also fruit and vegetables. No one is carrying corn in their inventory. I promise you that. But anyways, all that to say, a bot is a bot. Until it breaks free of that cycle, it's going to continue to reincarnate.
Can I tell you some funky shit I've been wanting to say for a while? With this, I guess you're now thinking about it by using emotional feel. You ever play an Xbox or a video game and you catch that dub and you're like, all that is technically endorphins, you know, we're getting released off like, oh,
yeah.
I was thinking about making a sigil.
Okay.
For when that happens, and then that emotional, because you think about it, like say, but the sigil would be about like, you know, I want to accomplish this, and you know, maybe not have that energy for it, but when you catch that dub, you get the highest, like you feel like you did it. You're like, oh, and
Man.
then so I want to make a sigil for like that, and then so when I want to accomplish things or something like that, I could tap into that with that. The emotional state, because that's the easiest, like you said, as humans, we are emotional creatures, so I might as well use the thing that is the easiest to tap into. That's gonna affect me easily. I'm gonna use your victories for a good way.
I'm kind of frustrated that I didn't think of that.
I wanted to tell you that, but I was like, yo, dude, because you made me think about it. I was like, yo, I'll be,
Man, when you grind for that dub and you get it,
mm-hmm.
You can't help but scream. From now on, that's how you shoot.
And I'm right there, I'm gonna stare at the sigil like, focus it right up in that bitch.
Yeah. Scream, and when you get that jolt of excitement, instead of screaming a quote from Bad Boys 2, I'm gonna look at that sigil, sink it in, and keep it moving.
Mm-hmm.
That's sigil magic right there.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, because I am now going to be doing that. See, that's how you can turn your video games into a helpful experience.
I told my girl that. She was like, damn.
Are your girl into this shit too?
So that's going back to, yeah, providing the light, I guess, you know, living it. This information is so interesting because I applied it so much, so hardly, so like, I really try to walk it. And then in turn, like you say, like I think Brother Peg said it, and everybody heard it, you know, you got to be the light and other people turn see it, I guess. Well, I got like fucking 2 promote, not to brag, but geez, I'm sitting back now, like how the fuck I do that? I don't gotta ask that because that's me being ignorant. I know how I did it.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I worked hard as shit. The science supplies, like what they say, hey, keep on working. If it works, it works. Well, I don't know how to say it, but like, you know what I mean? It's applied knowledge. You know what I mean? Like we went to the source, so might as well just apply it and see what we get out of it. And everything might work. Like they said, there's a whole bunch of different type of yogas. This is karma, and then there's bhakti, which you know what I mean. There's all these Janana, which I'm really interested in getting into.
Me too.
Because that's where Janana gets very interesting. Because that's where he said knowledge. Fuck knowledge. It's wisdom when we want.
Right.
Because that's where my grandpa. I talked to him his birthday. Shout out to my grandpa. He 80. He from New York too. So they get down. You know how that is.
Yeah.
And he's a walking wisdom book. And I'm like, and it's applied. He'll break it right down to a metaphor, a story, and then 3 days later, I was like, wait a minute. This nigga just dropped a gem on my ass, call him back up, and be like, yo, did you? He was like, and he'll just be like, grandpa laughing. But I'm talking about my grandpa be on the shit. Son, I'd be like, did you know something I ain't nobody knew? I'm talking about the science too. Cause that's why I be sitting there dropping a little bit something that it don't register to 3 days later what he really said. And I don't know if he didn't have to study none of this shit. It's just wisdom at that point because he's been on the earth and did all that shit for that long.
Seen the patterns.
Now we are getting a head start of the game, realizing at the age we are at.
Right.
I'm gonna be 80, figuring out I could be 20. These are how I think successful people get successful because they figured out something at a younger age and had more time to apply the knowledge.
Right.
Yeah. And isn't it so crazy that like in the media or mainstream, like they have this thing where it's like children, like they make children feel like grown-ups don't have that wisdom, or like they're not in with the times, like there's like this like energy that's like the children know more, which they kind of do have that, but like the elders, they're not with the times, so you don't really have to value them as such. I feel like it's like that's definitely something that happens here in America. Like being an immigrant child, like we really like honor our elders, but I've noticed that, and to me that's like great. Like that's pure that's pure experience that you can just like take from with elders because they've been through it. Like even in my career, like I started off with real estate. I knew right away that I needed a mentor. Like I'm not gonna do this with and potentially mess up when I can have someone to tell me what to do and what not to do. I mean, that's basic too. Like
It
or
should
it
be.
seems it should be. Yeah, it should be basic, but yeah, like these elders, so much information, so much time. Like, yeah.
You know what Trav said a long time ago that stuck with this is I'm peeping. Once you find the blueprint with your elders, source information, something that works and has provided provided a good outcome. If you apply, you know what I mean, it's applied information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you found someone who did it already, it's like apply what works to you at least. That's why I think I pride myself also on to just taking. As a cook, I gotta take certain techniques I learn from people, and I might be a smidge of his technique. It might be like how he might cut something, how he holds the knife, how I don't like he might do everything else wrong in my opinion, but I still try to humble myself to take one little aspect of something that can I can start applying to my tool, or not say applying. I'm gonna put it in my tool belt, and like I said, you can trial and error. If it don't work, throw the shit away. But like they said, you don't throw the baby away with the bathwater, or the bottle.
What the fuck?
Or the bot away with the bath, because people are bots.
Right.
That's wisdom. And we talked about humility. Like, yeah, I see all kind of ignorance all the time, but like I don't let that shut me out completely. You know what I'm saying? Like you never know where you can get some good information from, right? Like I said the other day, I watched one of those Pleiadian light, what do you call them? Light working Galactic Federation videos. I watched a whole hour-long video because somebody that follows me was like, Trav, you got to see this. This is da 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 da. All right, I had some time. right? I was shaving, so I had an hour. I watched it, and I could see the parallel with what I studied. I can see why they sent it to me. I'm not going to go around broadcasting the Federation of Light, but what I learned was there is still truth in a lot of different things, and it may have different levels of truth in it, but it wasn't like complete garbage. But that thing about the elders and cutting off the communication, like, I'm pretty sure there's strong evidence that it's deliberate. You know, like what we just talked about. People imitate what they see on the screen. So our entertainment industry has long been used as a way to condition generations into a certain direction. It's unfortunate. It can be looked at as unfortunate, but that's how it's
what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The
Like, even
wise
Staying Sopwith in that thought right there. It is what it is. I love it. You know.
yeah.
It's cool.
Like even if like I said, like in my family, you know, like where I come from, like we like really honor our elders. Like it's a huge thing, right? I still was programmed when I was younger, and like through cartoons, through movies, through like all that programming, I still took in that programming, and like was a total brat to my mom, like super disrespectful. Like I've been through that, and like I go back and I'm like, I watch certain movies just to connect with that, just to connect with those times in my childhood. Like, where does this come from? And I see certain movies and I'm like, oh my goodness, like what the fuck? Like, what are these 10-year-olds thinking? Like, what? And it makes you think like this is where we get it from. This is like normal. Like it's normal to like to disrespect your parents. Like, you know, it's really interesting.
People don't understand, like when you watch this stuff, especially on a regular basis, it does have an effect on you. I don't care who you think you are. If you're taking this stuff in, it's gonna have an effect on you on some level, especially if you're young and gullible, impressionable, I should say.
Yeah, it's programming. It's finally calling it. Like, oh damn. If people, let's go back. I'm gonna stick with this word. People, because we're gonna use bots. You know, bots are programmable. We're living in the AI world right now, so let's just stick with it. It's probably applicable.
I'm tell them.
People are they give off data and can be applied, and the data could be put into them and extracted. People, it's you already know if you know, you know.
It's a whole,
sad to say.
Whole programming language for this, isn't it? It's a whole, you get certified and everything. It's real. It's just a tool. It's not good or bad. It's just the nature of where we live. The accumulated knowledge and wisdom of human behavior has been systemized to where it can be taught and mastered by anyone with computer access or with 2 eyes to read.
I like how like in this chapter, they like speak of like, you know, that you're on that right path of restraint and all of that when you start desiring less things. And that's how it was for me. Like this whole book is like confirmation. I mean, even the whole I started with the paths of Niverty. But even then it was just confirmation, because when I had my epiphany, like when shit started to click for me, I couldn't listen to the same music anymore. Like music that I loved, I couldn't even listen to it anymore because the content of the music, I'm like, what is this?
That's very interesting.
And I love this music. Like I would like jam to this music, but I couldn't do it. Like I couldn't. And even sometimes I'm like, okay, like I still want to, like, you know, I still want to.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. And nah. Like if it doesn't have some type of content that like I like or that has a message, I cannot do it. Like I can't. And I noticed that before I began my practice, what would happen is that like in this chapter, it also says it here. I forgot where, but it talks about you don't really want, oh my gosh, I just went to the same page. That's crazy. It says here, restrain yourself as much as possible. Practice sanyam, restraint in your thoughts, actions, and behavior. If there is restraint, the mind is not left free to wander. When the mind is not reined in, it looks for rights. When the mind is controlled, it looks for responsibilities. And I love that, because in the beginning, before I had like a system, like, you know, yes, I would restrain myself and I practice awareness and all that, but my mind would still be left free. So if I were to like listen to a song or listen to something, it's almost like the program of what I once knew plays into my head. Like, how am I like listening to this song when I haven't heard it in a while? Or it's these programs, they have to, like, you have to do something about them. Like they're just running themselves. And that's when I realized, like, you know, these songs do have an effect, you know, like, and
Mantras.
man, mantras, right?
Yeah.
Songs are mantras.
Yeah, I'm a huge hip hop, like real hip hop, like, you know, lover. Like I love it, but there's only certain people that I can listen to, that I can connect to, you know. And lately it's been like real old shit, like.
It had to be.
Yeah.
That's funny because years ago, when the hip hop started going to shit, you know, everybody knows when it went to shit. I don't gotta talk about it. I kind of got into like reggae, and now all I listen to is like reggae music. I learned patois, like I didn't got to understand it all. Like I have Jamaican friends, so I kind of like was immersed into the culture, and now it's so funny because when I'm going back to like, I realized why I can't listen to. Now I went back to try to listen to the new music, you know, because I'll go around people and be like, yo, and they pick them like, yo, you listen to that? I be like, who that? And then I go listen to it. What I realized what you're saying, it's a lot of, and it's how it's like programmed, because the negativity, it's the message, the underlining information that's going on to it is what it's affecting.
And we don't relate to it no more.
Right.
People do. No, people do. That's why it's relatable. That's why.
I'm saying when we go back to listen to it, we don't relate to it. Yeah.
But that's why I was saying the mass of people do. See, that's where you can say data. I'm gonna go back to that though. And you're saying when I couldn't listen to it because I'm like, well, damn, man, I need my lifestyle. I need something that's gonna be positive. You know what I mean? Something that's gonna, like you said, when you said a couple seconds ago, when you listen to it, you go automatically into a state. The state I go into, like a reggae song pop up, then I start, the least that's talking about is some harmony, some sockwood shit, versus like very Ragistic or like a Tomasic song. It's like, oh man, life feels depressing, versus, or like, I'm gonna shoot the nigga up. You know what I mean? They all cool. They got their time for it. They got a time for it. Like, you know, look, some Pop Smoke will come on. I instantly be like, oh shit, that's my shit. Like, you know what I mean? Throw that shit on. I might listen to that when they get super busy at work. I can't. So that's some real shit. Applied knowledge. When they get super busy, I can't be listening to a lecture. I need some turn my shit up.
Right.
Because it's the energy that needs to be put out at that time. I'm in a very like. That's why I realized when coming to the Raja, Sattva, and Thomistic states is very interesting, because Tamas is necessary when you want to. I don't know. I maybe have to do some more research, but it seems like because it's destruction, not negative.
Right.
To destroy things to be able to have a fresh, like, you know, when it's the very Tamasic when a forest fire burns a forest, but yet same time the forest is so much fertile after that.
I think that my big issue in the past was Tamasic music. I used to love me some Radiohead, but it was extremely depressing. And I used to love being in that state because it was comfortable. And I've been in it so long, I was good at it. I knew how to make myself depressed with that music. But I can't listen to it no more. It was some genius music. Like, I still love Radiohead to this day because of their talent, but it's just going to put me in a very negative place. And I can't really do that no more. I see here in the chat, DKF says, Boys to Men was the reason why I was simping hella hard. Man, see that was rough, man. Them old love songs. New
Yeah.
generation don't know about that. I'm down
Those
on
old love songs, man. They used to fuck me up. Like, oh, little pretty one, I've been watching you grow. You know that song? I used to love that song. And then when I got older, I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. Like, this is about this guy who watches this chick grow. And he's just like, come sit on my lap, baby. You know, it's like, bro, that's creepy, man. And they'd be like, I love you, but I hate you. That kind of, wait, what is it? I love you, but I don't like you. You know, that kind of stuff. It's just like, God, man, horrible. But it gives you too an idea of the social standing of the culture at that time, right? Like most of it was like, if you got divorced, that was some shit. Like you weren't supposed to because marriage was an obligation. So like the love songs were kind of formed differently then according to the cultural aspects and their ideas of love and marriage. It's not the same that we have today. Yeah, for me, as far as music goes, I've totally just gone hardcore into like jazz and which I always love jazz, but like jazz piano, classical stuff that's way more instrumental, hip hop instrumentals, that kind of stuff. Because I find that I just really enjoy what occurs in my mind space without having words interrupting it from someone else.
Yeah, true. That's big.
Yeah, I thought the saying was that the subconscious mind don't understand words.
The subconscious mind understand words?
All right, so bump you some little baby. What's wrong with that? Why you gotta stop listening to the music that you like?
You don't have to if you still like it.
You're right.
Right. Just like what Malik said, if you like, people relate to it. People relate to these things. Like in my personal opinion, like these certain situations that people go through it's a lot of ignorant shit, but people relate to that ignorant shit. You know, like there's certain songs that are just like, oh, like I'm gonna like coveting and like cheating on, like women talking about cheating on their men, but then like niggas ain't shit. Like what is it? Which one? Like,
so I can elaborate because I have a whole theory on this shit. Because, and I agree with you, KP. Well, you can do all that, and I want to pit it what Laura just said too. The social construct of how we hold into things. I'm not. I know how it is to feel like that, and that's where, in my mind, is we're getting led in the wrong direction. Though the music is not wrong. That shit fire as fuck. Ain't nobody. That's how good it is. You don't have to like it. And your head's still gonna bob. You know what I mean? It's that good. We know it's good because it's good. It's how. Okay, so the music itself is putting us in a state of, I feel, less control, bot-like. And I'm trying to, like, using my own words, like it's allowing us to act and have no what's the word, self-acknowledgement of our behaviors.
Hypnotize you, right?
Say it again.
I said hypnotize you, right?
Oh, very hypnotizing. So that's where Laura said it's allowing us to. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's how we're taking it, and over now, it's affecting everybody. So now, to the point where you can listen to it, and they're going to say something negative, like Laura said, about how you how you would treat a relationship with somebody. It's very Tomasic. Where's the versus maybe you say like in the 90s, where like it was very, I don't know, like you say it was very soft, or like, no, I say go to the 70s where they say the baby making music. Where that is very hermit, like it's talking about love. You know what I mean? Versus now, it's just, well, I'm just saying it is piping the bitch back, you know what I mean? Y'all, I don't gotta get too, but you know.
But at the same time, though, right? What KP said is also true, in the fact that the subconscious doesn't actually register the words if you have a different context. So let me remind everyone on Richard Bandler, right? He did a study they made a tape, right? That was rain, and then below it would have subliminal messages. So the messages that were recorded were them being like, were people being like, oh, you stink, you smell bad, nobody likes you, you're a poop head, that kind of stuff, right? And then they, as a social experiment, they gave it to a study group and they said, okay, we want you to listen to this. These subliminals, you're going to go to sleep with them every night, whatever. And they're all based off of positive intentions. They're going to make your lives better. We want to see the effectiveness. And almost all the people came back saying, man, my life has gotten so much better since listening to these tapes. Oh my God, it was amazing. I drive listening to it. I sleep listening to it. I mean, this has really changed my life. And what they realized was that no matter what was written on the tapes, when the people accepted the tapes as having a specific context, their subliminal mind, right, their subconscious mind started to then pick apart to affirm what they believed the context was. So you can do the same thing with music. You can do the same thing. Someone can be saying, fuck you, bitch, I hate you. And you could be like, yeah, this is about the pineal gland.
Oh, yes.
That's fire. That's fire.
You
That's
had an
fire.
enlightening moment.
Changing the
Yeah.
framework though. That's why that's so
Right.
important.
Right.
That's fire.
I think Snyder said is taking what we, or like I said, bro, last time, bringing up the RAS, the reticular active system, how we bring in things, and that's where they say shadow work is so important. How we can, like you said earlier, make these bumps in the roads with our same scars level out, or these things that affect us in these certain type of ways, having them flushed out in certain type of ways. That's where it's being really solid. Like, goddamn shit. Because that means you can listen to all type of music and not get affected.
Right. I mean, look at
What I was
Bobby
trying to say this whole time is it doesn't matter. It matters less what you're bringing in than it matters how you manage it on the inside. So just like what Shooty said, nothing outside of us is inherently evil or unclean or dirty, none of that stuff. It's all how you take it. It's all how you process it, manage it. The purification of Shooty isn't rinsing off nothing. It's restructuring how you perceive reality. So just like what you just said there, it is in a sattvic state, you can take anything because you see it as it is. In a tamasic state, you're probably going to take everything tamasically. Rajasic state, you're going to take everything rajasically. By the end of the day, or the beginning of the day, or whatever day we're on today, on a Sunday, you want to see it clear.
Man, that's awesome. That's like what MC Maestro was talking about. Like, if you want to travel up the tree, but you're impure, like that's going to be different than if you're pure. So if you're in an environment where like this, a lot of ignorance is happening, and yes, you want to become aware, like it can influence you. But if you develop this mind frame where you can reframe it, then it's definitely going to work for you. Like, that's interesting that you say that, Laura, because like while I'm at the gym, I only listen to one album, and it's called Violent by Design. It's from Jedi Mind Tricks. And that album plays throughout my whole session. And I love it because it's symbolizing exactly what I'm doing in the gym, like weight training, building up my muscles. Those songs are not only, like, I love it not only because of the content, but it has that energy, Violent by Design. Like, and I love that, and I know that you can do that with music, like that has these messages that we probably won't relate to, but other people can,
I think that most of us believe that it's a certain type of music that then gives us the tamasic state without realizing that we are the ones that are putting ourselves in that state. It's, again, us identifying with the tools to utilize instead of the person who's using the tools. So like, that's where, like, in rituals, right? God, man, this used to get me all the time when I would speak to like Wiccans, or pagans or witches. And they'd be like, oh my God, you have that kind of sage? Oh, no wonder shit's not working for you. I'd be like, what? Be like, what are you talking about? And they'd be like, yeah, you can't use that kind of sage. Oh my God, is that the type of lemongrass essential oil? No, that stuff is impure. You know, like, and they would just smack talk. And it's like, dude, all these are tools. I never had different effects in my rituals when I was doing that kind of shit than they did. They just, you know, because for me, I could make something work with anything that I had, you know, because of the context of what I relayed into it, because I was the yielder of the tools. The tools weren't controlling me. So it's the same with music. Like I know that I can cast certain love spells, right? All I got to do is play some type, like if, no, I won't go to that level, but like, say like, you know, if there's like a love spell that you want to have or something like that, and there's a particular song that may not be the best, but makes you feel like the hot shit. If you play that when doing the love spell, something's going to happen because you are fine tuning your energy. You're setting up and aligning to a specific vibration that puts you in a mood that allows you to access what it is you're trying to access.
Even if it is boys to men, if it works, it works.
Whatever, right? Yeah, even if it is. It's how you use it.
Let me know.
He didn't
Dude, R. Kelly, straight up. That song Ignition, that shit is fucking awesome. Even though he peed on a 14-year-old like that.
Oh no.
It's terrible, right? But man, this song is great though.
I like what you were saying too earlier about it's just like I'm realizing when it comes down to the magic, is just having enough correlations to the same frequency or the archetype, I like to say. Because you could be like, oh, I'm wearing the blue, I'm trying to work on the throat chakra, well, I'm gonna be around water and wear blue, you know, and do all these things that represent to that energy. And then, you know, like do a mantra, do all this stuff that represents that, and then do it for a week. Shit, do it for a month. And let's see how much, you know, that's trial and error. It might not work. It might not be the right one for you. You might have to do like a different color or something, you know, chakra. But I realize if it's the correspondence, you know, when you can have enough correspondence and then internalize them to where you can like, because that's where later on you have built a foundation then to understanding where we want to go with things. Is that we can, until you bound the foundation, you can't do nothing.
Know where you're at in order to get to where you're trying to go. This does relate to what I was saying earlier about this equation, like to understand that nature is mathematics and mathematics is magic. And when I say mathematics, yeah, sure, there's numbers and 11, 11 and all that shit. What I'm talking about is the context of harmony, balance, equality. That has nothing to do with no social shit. All men are created equal. Yeah, because all men are based on a program called Purusha and Prakriti. What I'm talking about is A plus B has to equal A plus B. So A plus B on the inside has got to equal A plus B on the outside. In basic magic and the Magician, he said input equals output. So if there's a certain experience in life, that's the equation that's also happening on the inside. So if you want to change what's happening out here, you need to locate what in here is causing that to happen. Adjust that, and then let the outside reflect that adjustment. Your eyes are the equal sign. Likewise, it goes the other way. If you want something to happen in life, you got to do the magic of changing the equation and then letting it manifest. And what I mean by that is this, like what you said with the correspondences. If from our studies, we know that there's a certain algorithm that we'd like to employ, say, for example, the love spell, like Alora said, that's an algorithm. A love spell, that's just a math equation that we're applying into the human machine, or the tetragrammaton, what do y'all call that thing? The demiurge, right? Or the matrix, whatever we're going to call it. We're accessing a certain algorithm and we're putting it in our computer and letting it process. So how do we grasp an algorithm? Well, we can't in its raw state. So we have to grasp it symbolically. This is where these correspondences come into play. I could get me some cinnamon, give me some cayenne pepper to speed it up. maybe sprinkle some sugar on there to make it sweet. Might get me a little Cupid angel or whatever. Matter of fact, find out where this energy comes from. Okay, well, I know that it might be related to Venus. So let me get some correspondences with Venus, because this is the algorithm I'm trying to tap into. Gather up all my correspondences. Now I go into I open up the app of where I put equations into, right? My Instagram app isn't going to process that stuff. So I need to go to a different app. So I sit down, I put on my music, right? I light my candles. I make sure the room is dark, wear my little robes and have my little tools and my staff and all that shit. Make it mystical, right? So now I've changed the algorithm and the equation to my magical place, right? So here I am in my magical place. Now I use my correspondences all lined up and I put that program in, trust it, believe it, activate it, ignite it, and then release it. Then I begin to expect that since I did this part of the equation, then it has to equal out on the other side. That's all this stuff has always been. It's no magic, hocus pocus, demons and spirits. It's just math. But like you said, KP, the subconscious mind, it doesn't communicate with English language. It communicates through these very symbols that we're talking about. You know what I like to do?
What?
I like to get packs of fake $100 bills and lay it out on all of my desks.
You got them next to you right now?
Damn. That's what I'm talking about. Gangster.
Everywhere I look,
that's brilliant though. Damn.
Everywhere I look, there's fake $100 bills and there's unicorns, right?
Oh my God.
I expect this to be my reality. Like I expect it. It's not oh, I hope Jupiter is kind to me this year. No, like this is just what it is. Everybody wants money, sure, but use this for everything that you want. Input equals output. Test it to see if it's real. Don't just take my word for it. Test this shit out.
Like you said,
I love that.
Got a little Chinese writing on it. I don't care about that. I don't care about that big head fake. Got a big head.
Trav, I use those for bookmarks. And then if I do get some money, I mix it in with the fake dollar bills. So then it's like my mind gets confused as to what's real and what's not. They just relate it as all the same.
I do the same thing. Matter of fact, some of these ain't fake, right? I know which ones just in case they get mixed up, but I do the same thing because there's a process here. This is not for nobody else. It's not for it's not for the roommates or my brother to brag. This is just for me.
You gotta get the blue faces, man.
Yeah, I gotta get the blue ones. That's how I can tell the real one.
I got like the fake. I just got like the fake.
Damn.
I know, right? Look, I'm going big bucks.
Nah, that's too fake. Nah,
that's
these
Jim.
are the heavenly banknotes.
That's Jim Franklin. You got Jim Franklin notes.
These are to fan me off sometimes, you know.
Okay.
See, he got the nice ones right there.
Yeah, he got the ones that look real. These are
the quality ones. I
got the quality fake ones.
You got Jimberly Franklin. I don't know who that was.
Yeah. My subconscious didn't believe in that shit. That shit look crazy.
You got a strong subconscious mind.
That shit says $1,000.
You got a strong subconscious mind, Laura. You working with some heat over there.
Let me see that again. That shit says $1,000 or $10,000.
I might need a screenshot of that one.
That's right. And look what's in the middle of it. Ready? $1.
Word.
You can never tell, man. Word. You can never tell. It's all there.
You got a strong imagination. I give you that. Imagination on steroids.
Well, you know, this is like the discount. Like you got to do with what you can work with. You know what I'm saying? Like, do what you can work with. It's better than what I was drawing them before. That was terrible. That didn't work at all. I was like, I think this looks like $1, and it didn't. So yeah, these are the stuff.
I put that shit on my phone. That shit was sitting right there.
Yeah.
So we like, I'm always looking at this shit. So.
Yeah.
Yo, you know, remember that I had to share a video a long time ago where Snyder was talking about like not focusing too hard about having clear visual images when you trying to visualize. How do you feel about that? Would you say like, all right, it's not my visuals aren't super clear, but I just go with like the trusting and the knowing that all right, that's what it's gonna be? Or you might be different. You might be able to see very, very clear. I see sometimes a black space in like little parts and clips of the situation, but it kind of fades away and come back in. Is that same for y'all?
I think a good way to look at it is like correspondence, right? There's an essence of what we're trying to reach. There's an essence. Now that essence will express itself through the 5 different channels. There's going to be a visual for it, a smell for it, a sound for it, a taste for it. Everyone has a different proficiency. I talk about when my cousin comes over here, he can see things very clear. I don't. I hear things very clear. He doesn't, right? So you might not be able to get one of those channels, but if you can get any of those other channels, it is equally important.
Red circle, golden ratio meditation music to open the vortex of the universe, powerful energy healing music.
Okay.
Hey, let's go.
Thanks, Maxine. I think for myself, are you talking, KP, are you talking about like manifesting something to happen, or are you talking about having like psychic things happen where like you visualize something before it happens like that?
Either way, because it's still using the same like method. So yeah, either way.
Okay, like so for me, I have the kind of mind that wants to figure out a time frame and a plan immediately. Like there's like this false concept I have where it's like I got to figure everything out in order for it to be. So one thing that I've been working with in order to have like better manifestations kind of come through for me is that I'll imagine like very, very clearly a situation that I want to take place and find the root cause for it. But then I'll see it play out in a flash, but I like refuse. And I put like this block up of my rational mind when it starts to try and create a plan for it or trying to create a time space for this to happen. Like, I just try to focus solely on what it is that I'm intending to do. And then once I do that, I let it go. And I no longer attach to it, but I make my environment match the picture that I saw in my head. And then that's how it comes about. With psychic shit, that's where, like, with stuff that happens immediately in my future or something that happens where it's like, like even if it's just like random without any intention, that normally comes to me in my dreams. And then that'll be like really clear for a moment, but then it'll mingle in with everything else.
I see what you're saying. Where's that?
No, I was thinking what she was talking about, because the manifestation with me, I realized, happens in a lot of my dreams too, like what she was saying. Like, especially when I was like, I have plenty of times when I was younger, literally dreamt something in a dream and it came true. But it was like more of like situational things. See, this is where I remember my train of thought. Okay, so situational things that will happen. This is where it comes back to emotional samskaras, you could say. That or self like, oh, bam, I got you, bro. The subconscious mind speaking to the conscious mind. That's all it is at the end of the day is, two things having a conversation. Because I would have these things like, I was a knucklehead in school. I would get in trouble. Literally had seen things that like play by play. This is a personal, like, seen things. And then when I was younger, I was like, oh shit, this is me going through something. And even as an adult, I went through things, seeing stuff like that. It's like, I was like, oh man, being a knucklehead, not doing dumb shit. And then like, oh, I'm gonna get arrested by the cops. Ha. That was my own thing, not trying to take care of myself. You know what I mean? I wasn't trying to like do the things I needed to do, which are like my subconscious mind, like, yo, you're gonna get in trouble if you don't pay this. But then it was a whole premonition, because then I would see real life events happening. And then I got good at it where I was like, yo, I would dream about it. And it wouldn't happen for months, maybe a year or so. Shit happened. And I'd be like, well, damn. I'd be walking through the same shit, doing the same thing. And I was like, wow. Realizing it's the same thing that it was like my subconscious telling myself to do certain things. But in that, the manifestations were good though, you know? Very interesting how I seen like, because it was like, I know what you're talking about, like when you said that, it's like little blurps. It's like data though. That's why I say it goes back to the data. Because it's when
It's
you
like,
start to see these little, go ahead, bro.
no, you go. You about to
It's
say
like when
some
you
shit?
start to see these little imprints, because like you're saying, that's where I always realized when I was younger, because I'm like, well, how could I see this in a dream, and this shit almost come true in real life, and I'm like walking through the same thing that I had seen a couple minutes ago, or whatever it happened. You know, I remember that, and then I get there and I'm living in like the present, seeing self. You know, you walking through the shit, you're like, oh fuck, oh shit. But that's where it comes to managing all this stuff that we're getting into. Because then I started realizing, well, and that's where I had my epiphany moments, I guess, going, damn, that's deep. Woo. Yeah, because then that's when I started realizing certain things where I was like, well, let me cut back on certain things and realizing shit. I'm peeping, because what you said was kind of interesting. So I know what you're talking about.
So it's like little clips for you, like it's kind of faded in a sense, but you see it at the same time.
Well, now where I'm at, when I'm studying all this stuff, is coming to more information to me now, like where all this is being repeated. You know what I mean? Where if I'm doing something, it's something internal. You know what I mean? That could be worked out. Even the stuff that you see in the future is something that can be avoided or progressed, depending on my mindset in the situation. Because you've seen it already. How is it like the reaction inside the situation is going to be the outcome of what you get. Because not all manifestations happen as you see them, honestly. We all have dreams. Don't mean they're going to come out as they see.
Well, you think they happen better for you, or some happen worse?
For me, now, yeah. Because, even in day-to-day, like daydreaming and stuff, you know, being in a state of like where I wanted to see myself, even a couple months ago, has transformed a lot just by applying some of this stuff, you know.
Yeah, I think with the application of what we're learning, right? It's like, because really what's manifestation, but somewhat of it's like an awareness that you're trying to tap into, right? Like you're trying to go in a certain way, but that force is because you have an expectation towards something, but there's an awareness that you're going to be acquiring this thing. And where we get kind of mingled up, I think, when we're, like at least I know I do, is like the expectation of, okay, like I want to pay off my debt, so I need a shitload of money. But but like what I really am like aware of, which then manifests like a lot more quickly for me, because my own sphere of availability is, instead of like a shitload of money, it's like opportunities for me to make money, because I was finally able to become aware of my desire, my real desire, which is to have the freedom of movement, to be able to move around and live my life how I want. So I'm no longer attaching myself to the money expectation per se, but more of the freedom. And then with that awareness, I'm using now I have more opportunities available to me, because now I'm acting in accordance with the actual expectation that I have. If that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. Be right back.
Absolutely makes sense, Alora. I think that's one of the big aspects of the sphere of availability, to teach us to see things incrementally. Because when we see things as this massive picture, it's either going to take away the motivation because it's too much to handle, or it's going to give us a confused outlook because we might even think that it's much easier than it actually is.
Right. Like I gotta like, okay, this was like kind of like my money realization recently, right? About how like my real desire was actually to just have freedom and to be comfortable. Was I was trying to manifest like a large sum of money, right? And so I was like, oh, I'm gonna do it. And I started surrounding myself with people who were very much money mindset, like very much like, yeah, we're gonna get this. But here's something that I learned that I was like, oh shit, this isn't gonna work for me, at least not in this way. And that was that they were like, all the people I was surrounded by with, they were working all the time. They were like, their whole mindset was based off of money, right? Their whole focus was money. So everything else fell to the wayside. And I realized that I got too much shit I want to study instead of like focusing on this so much. Like, yeah, I was getting, I could get results. I could get $2,000 paychecks and shit like that. But I would have to work a ton of overtime. I'd have to do all these different side hustles and all this kind of shit that like would then take up more of my time, which would take me away from what I actually wanted to do, which was magic and and occult studies and like learning and learning the yogic books and having that be, and having that freedom to just sit in solitude. Not saying that you can't have both, but I was much more willing. But what I realized was that my true desire was to have the freedom to study. So where that actually led me was that it has now been accumulating in prosperity for me is actually not moving at all, not buying shit, not spending the income that I'm getting in. So my income itself hasn't actually changed yet, but my spending habits have, because I'm now acting out my desired lifestyle, which is meditating, being able to study all that kind of stuff and having the freedom to do that and making time to do that, which means that I'm at home or I'm at the park, but I'm not spending my cash. So I think that, I think when it comes to our desires and how we're working on shit, like if you stay consistent in your own practices, especially in your own internal reflection, you're going to then be able to be a hell of a lot more aware of what direction you're actually wanting to go in. And then when you take the direction that you want to go in, all that other shit that you are worrying about starts to dissipate.
But it's always seeming to be about reframing. It's like you said, sometimes wealth isn't about accumulating more stuff, but learning how to manage what you already have, right?
Yeah, it's managing what you already got. Most of the shit that we want, we already got. Pretty much all of it, all of what we want, we already got. We just aren't aware of it yet. We aren't aware of how to get to it. We kind of lose our direction. Oh shit, you're talking, Trav, but I don't think your mic is on. Never mind.
You see that?
There you go.
I was wanting her to teach me. Maybe she's all start.
Okay.
Oh, I was just saying because it's where are you at work?
Oh. Hi.
Hey. Sounds like Frank's number.
Oh,
Hey, it's their weather.
Maestro, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm feeding my dog right now.
You're cool, man. I'd be curious to know your viewpoint on like seeing an event in your mind and having it play out in the tangible, whether it's a manifestation or whether it's like a psychic response.
I think the most I've had it really was like, it's kind of like how Malik was describing his earlier. Like a lot of times where I was a kid and I would be able to see it. But I guess controlled is when I do a ritual for something, but I put emotion behind the word in the sentence of the thing I want. So recently it was for time management. So I did a ritual that was given to me by Trav in the Inner Light Activation course. Next day I go to the dentist and me and I forgot what they're called. I think a dental assistant or something like that are talking about how much books you read and like different techniques, blah, blah, blah. And then she also tells me like, oh, I just started one based off, or it's called something, but it's about time management. And normally a lot of my manifestations will play out like that, where specifically somebody will be talking to me, or I'll see like a book, or I'll, see something that has to do with what I was trying to manifest. So it's normally, I guess it's not premonition wise, like where I'm having a vision of something. It's more of, it directly correlates to what I was trying to, manifest or bring.
Yeah, I have that too. Like if I use except for me, like colors really play out as well. Like if I use a specific color or I think of a color in a visualization, it'll show up in the following day. And then I train my mind to take that as a signal that it's coming towards me. So I can like continue accumulating the momentum towards that moment. And then more and more, and then my awareness, right? My observer self will then take certain things to confirm that it's happening, and then it slowly builds. But like for me, it's always like a gradual building. Like I don't really have things happen abruptly that I try to manifest. Like little things will, but not like super large things. Like the big things got to come in time, like in a sequence,
Right.
That I've been experiencing somewhat of those. Pretty interesting. So I wrote this one down when y'all Maestro came on, because then they were KP was talking about even like having these dreams like before. Now I'm figuring out, can we plant this? Well, I like to call it now. is planting the seeds for these premonitions or manifestations to happen, you know? It's very interesting when I'm trying to figure out. Well, I'm not figuring out. It's something I'm doing. So I'm trying to figure out how I can like express it now because it's definitely applicable because I'm realizing like once you start, like I realized something that maybe triggered this when Trav said something about like when you see yourself at the end goal, you just gotta work yourself backwards. Keep on fucking going. A lot of them shits, most people, when I did that, the first couple of times, I was like, God damn it. But when I realized that, I was like, well, this is where a lot of times I got stuck at. And I kept on working back. And then I realized, I was like, well, if I'm at this point and I got certain, then this is where I got interested when we were talking about earlier about foundations. That foundation is very key. Having like a, you know, that's why I said, we said, talking about earlier, learning this stuff is providing us a jump starter on how to control self and self-management, you know, at the end of the day, understanding how we can tap into certain things. So then I was like, okay, if we can learn all that stuff, you can have a foundation. We can start planting these seeds, for me at least, and watering them with the right outcomes and to achieve something, you know? I don't know how to express it at this moment, but I'm realizing once you you put something in the ground as an idea, if you got to work your way backwards or work forwards to it, it's putting, and that's where a lot of it comes down to is willpower. I'm realizing, like you said, be the work or do the work or
I look at my altar now
and stuff. I'm realizing at this moment, at this time of age we're living in, like even Shango said it, we got all the stuff in our fingertips. Everything is here.
Right.
It's so sad. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I was just gonna say that actually, like that kind of hit me recently too, because you know how like we were talking about earlier, how like if you want to learn something new, you got to break it down into steps, right? Get that first step, then be ready for the second step. It's the same thing with manifestations. You got an end manifestation, but you got to take some steps back to make sure that you can perform the whole choreography, right? You got to be able to perform the steps at mastership level in order to achieve this. So like a lot of times, a lot of people do not like win the lottery, right? Unless they've already been playing the lottery for years and years and years because they believed that they could, right? But the big thing about that is that they had utilized steps in order to become a lottery winner. You can't just like, you know what I mean? Like you don't really hear stories of people and like, oh, I never played the lottery before, but I did today and I won. Sometimes you hear that shit, but oftentimes you don't, right? That's not so common. And if it's hard for you to rationalize that, then automatically you're building up a resistance towards it because you know you haven't mastered that step yet. And your subconscious knows that too. So you're not going to be able to fully recognize those opportunities when they come. Whereas if you work with where you are and take steps towards that end game goal, towards that picture you got, then you're more likely to achieve that outcome. So like for me with the money thing, when I stopped focusing on the money thing and realized that I just wanted to build up more time doing the shit that I loved, that's when I started spending less. And then actually started getting like people talking about me and wanting to come for healing sessions and all that kind of shit. So my shit is starting to build, but only after I've mastered the first couple of steps. So it's kind of, so like, I can definitely relate to what you're talking about when it comes to like, you know, you have your end goal, but and everything is at your fingertips, but you just got to know what to use because everything is at your fingertips. So start with your first step, know the direction that you're going in.
Here, there's always, whenever they do like Mega Millions or something, you'll find that either the people who win, actually, I'm going to say it like all the times that I've seen somebody win, they were already rich. So it was really the state. They already had plenty of like enough money. and they just wonder like, oh, I never expected to win. My friend told me blah, blah, blah. But it was just the general state that they had. They're already bringing in more than what that lottery offered.
So I was planning on winning the lottery at one point, and I was doing there's a podcast that a lottery winner started on YouTube, and where he interviewed all these lottery winners, and all of them said that they used the law of attraction, right? But most of them, almost all of them, you're right, Maestro, like a lot of them, whether they were in the money or not, they were in the vibration of it for sure. Like not one of them was like, oh man, I couldn't pay my bills.
Right.
I was suffering so bad. I didn't have this. Like none of them said that. All of them actually talked about how their family used to joke with them because all they would say is, man, when I win the lottery, I'm going to win the lottery. Y'all ready? Like, and they would just joke about money. They would joke about it. Like it was like a commodity. Whereas a lot of people who are in a desperate state, like I was myself, I was in that lacking state, right? I was not aligned to it. I was sitting there like, shit, I fucking need this money. I need to get out of debt. I need to do this. And that's not the right alignment. That is not the alignment of money. So money wasn't coming. Like all those people saw money as a joke.
Struggle is a mindset. Struggle is a vibration. And check that out. You said you emphasized they saw it as a joke. They were laughing. Makes me think of chesed, right? And how Jupiter, jovial, that sphere of expansion and wealth, is also the sphere of joy and laughter. These things are connected. Their correspondence is to a source.
That's like like the old school chaos magic, how they said you wouldn't need a banishing, you would just need to kind of dispel the state with laughter.
Yeah.
On I think it was Tony Robbins, like that book you always show, how we have the different logarithmic states that you could be in, and like joy and happiness are, super close to the top.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's where you take the steps then in your manifestation. Like that's where you take the steps to acquiring that. So like for me, money's got to be a gradual process because my immediate relationship to money has been thus far one of lack. But when I take my focus off of it and I say, fuck the money, I'm just going to do what I want, all of a sudden it starts coming. Because then I put myself in the position of being in a more open state, of a more abundance mindset. Like, fuck my bills. I'm going to keep going. They're going to get paid, but I'm going to sit here and meditate. This gives me a hell of a lot more joy, Like
that's why I guess why I was hitting too early when I was talking about correspondence, or like just being in the certain states of the archetype that you want to, like what Travis saying, flesh out or get out. The more I'm in a state of love or whatever emotion or whatever state you want to be in, is that if I can surround myself around as much of that stuff, that in turn it's going to come back outwards. Like especially we were talking about earlier when we were talking about teachers, that's how you perceive in the framework how you are looking at things. I don't look at I don't look at it as me as my person. I'm looking at, like you said it earlier, Laura, as the observer. Everything should be looked at as the observer, if you can look at it like that. Sometimes it's hard because we say the emotional patterns and all this stuff comes up. But if you can keep in a state of observer or third person, it's the best way to be. Because then you're looking above everything. It's out of the emotion, out of the sensual perception of things, where you can just witness everything.
Yeah, that's recently what I've been doing is if I get myself lost in an emotion or a reactionary state, I then start going to the third person, not like, oh, Laura is feeling, but instead being like, okay, the mind, not my mind, but the mind is having a reaction. Which part of the mind is reaction right now? What does that reaction look like? Like literally, what is its weight? What is its density? What shape does it take? What color does it have? And I start to analyze it from the observer viewpoint as if I am the engineer of the mind. So I'm like, whoop, here's a loose screw. Okay, all right, let's check it out. Let's open this thing up here and let's take a look at where this is happening. And that's been working like crazy well, because even if I have a reaction and I don't catch it in time, as soon as I follow up with it, it's like almost immediate. Can I take proper action? That is
That's where I'm
not
at with it too. Where once I get to that, see, like I said, I apply a lot of stuff at work, and then it turned out I saw I learn how to master it at, because it's very chaotic atmosphere. When it comes to all that, it's like when it comes to like, sorry, I'm just trying to gather my thoughts. When like the emotions come into play and whatnot, I learn how to like siphon it off at a certain like point, and because it gets very chaotic. Like I was telling earlier in the chat, like like right now it's a Super Bowl. I already know right now the game probably just started. It is hell on earth right now. Oh, and you're in number clacking, bing bing. But I get in a state of like, what the fuck? It's like peace. And then I don't know. I don't want to say it's like my third eye, but I see everything. I know what people are talking down, because I've been practicing this, and it's at a state of peace where at that time my mind can calculate things in the future. Because then it's like, okay, hold up, something's going on. There's 1,000 things going on, and my job necessarily is to make sure the restaurant is functioning. You know what I mean? To be able to pump out a $20,000 night. You know what I mean? Numbers.
Yeah.
There's so much chaotic stuff going on. I got to make sure the guy over there is doing something, a simple station, doesn't freak the hell out. To be able to, I'm realizing to be able to, this is where I can say it's like the battlefield, where you're in a state of all that chaos, to be able to apply the information where it's like, and it's so interesting, I find, because when I start to calculate these things through the patterns that I'm learning and the data I'm collecting, you can place certain, like I said earlier, you can literally place situations and movements of people, how they react to certain things, and like life emotions. Very interesting. I just once you see how you can take an analysis of people's temper, they say, and you be like, oh, boom, everybody's like you're saying is they're bots, or they're simulations of how these gunas or all these things are reacting.
Man.
This, I guess, where they say the zodiac sign comes into, or this is where it gets really interesting, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, it gets very interesting, you know? Don't get even interested. So you ask somebody their date, and you're like, oh, when you're born, when's your birthday? And then you really start applying all this information. Right. You can be like, dude, don't do that in the future.
I do it all.
Yeah.
I dodged a full bullets that way.
Tell me about it.
Dating, I'd be like, oh, and then next thing you know, there's like this shit happening. I'm like, yeah, I saw that. But there's always like a precursor to it too, right? Like when you're consistent in your practice, you can really kind of predict, or not predict, but you get more in touch with that inner consciousness that sort of knows what's going on, right? So like you start to really become more akin to listening to that inner voice there and being like, something's different here, or, you know, like you're saying one thing, but there's something else happening. You can read it better, which is really cool. And then you can adapt accordingly, because, you know, again, our roles are not to change people, but it's to be able to adapt. It's the ability for us to be able to adapt no matter what situation and keep our peace. And in fact, continue to accumulate peace and spread that by being that in no matter what situation. So yeah, it's interesting when you said about the Super Bowl thing, because like for me, I remember I have this very specific Chittam experience when I was younger, and I went to my first and only Super Bowl party, and they had food. And I remember I ate a lot, but I had like a really good time. And I don't even remember who was playing or what was happening. Like I was really just focused on the food. And it just made me like so happy to be around all this food, and people were just like happy and friendly. And so that imprinted an emotional response on me where it's like, I don't actually care about Super Bowl, but I utilize that energy or that emotional response for like my specific uses for whatever I'm doing that day. Like there's no way I'm going to turn on the game. Like I'm not interested, but I'm going to channel that energy from that memory and utilize it in whatever else I'm doing.
Bravo.
In the States.
IDKDKDS says, I got the idea of capturing higher emotions in sigil form. But what is a solid use for capturing lower emotions in sigil form? How could you work that out?
Well, how would you capture lower emotions in a sigil form?
You're talking about what we was talking about earlier about the game.
Victory. His question is, what is a solid use for capturing lower emotions in sigil form?
What's a use?
What is a solid use for capturing lower emotions in sigil form?
I'm gonna let you all handle that one because I don't really understand the question. What's a solid use for capturing lower emotions in sigil form? So why are you creating a sigil to capture lower emotions in the first place?
So that's also kind of the question wrapped in itself.
You probably mean method.
His question is, what is a solid? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That's his question.
Why would you do that? To each his own, man. I don't know. Why would you do that?
I did that, and that was a great stepping stone for me. During a time where I had a real issue with self-talk, negative self-talk. If you've never meditated and you're new to thinking about your thoughts, all the voices seem like your voices. So that was with me also. The harmful voices sounded like my own. And what I began to do naturally is convert one of those voices, the negative voices, into its own entity. And I began to single it out. So over time, it was no longer me down talking or bashing myself. There was another voice in my head that I began to solidify as its own essence. Now, after developing a relationship with that thing, which involved me resisting its influence, eventually I symbolically fought the thing in my imagination landscape and defeated it and imprisoned it. So I took that negative thought form and I pulled the top with Shruti Papa Purusha and dissolved it and recreated myself with it. I could say that's probably one of the best ways for capturing a lower emotion in a sigil.
Okay, so that's kind of like writing down all the negative shit that happened to you on a piece of paper and then throwing it in a fire, like releasing it. That's kind of like a similar method.
I like to say to take it and readapt it into a new framework. That's what I did.
In Condensed Chaos, it kind of gave one that NLP kind of already does this already, but in a ritual sense. Like if someone just wanted to work with the occult, they gave an example of someone creating a negative, or like how Trav said it, like a negative thought form. So they identified it, and working with a certain entity, they were able to transmute the negative thought form into a positive thought form.
You better put a sigil next to your TV, the Super Bowl on.
Like we used to do in those old days, right? Put a sigil over the TV. Yeah, soaking up the positive energy created by these sleeping mortals. I will use it in my rituals, right? Little Thanos glove, you know.
Or
My excuse for watching the Super Bowl. I'm siphoning their energy from my massive rituals. Right.
And you gotta think about how many people are watching that and what are we doing? It's just to show the state of mind and frequencies of what's happening right now. I just gotta, like so many people are in. I don't even watch sports. Like you couldn't tell me. I don't even know the positions. It's cool. No, I'll play them all. But damn, so many people are caught up. For what?
yeah, I'm about to get going and watch that shit. I got money on this shit. So, I'm trying to get my bag.
Let me hold something.
Nigga, go make it. You better put your money where your mouth is.
Hey, I was messing with you, bro. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Put them Ken Franklin bills to use.
Hey.
Put them Ken Franklin bills to work. Them Jim Franklins.
For real. All right, chat. Have a good night. Yeah, I'll probably be back next week or next time you're on live.
Cool. See ya, KP.
All right, yeah.
Peace.
Yeah, now I think about it, Trev, I like your idea with capturing the lower entities, almost like capturing a djinn. Like you take the djinn, but that's very much too a very real method. Like you're becoming the observer, the non-attached observer of these lower emotions, and you're putting them into solid form, which then allows you to then manipulate them and change them into something that does serve you until they're no longer what they once were. Exactly like Papa Purusha.
Remember what we talked about a few weeks ago? Because you're giving it a form, you're making it tamasic, which is the next step of degrading it.
Yeah. And the thing is that these lower emotions already are tamasic, right? Like they're already like shame, guilt, that kind of stuff. They already have a form that they've molded to. And so now you're just solidifying it. You're making it, you're bringing your own observation to it, your own perspective on it. And then you're going to be molding it into something and then burning it up, releasing it. Like I've done that with, Trav, I remember like a long time ago, you were talking about how you were meditating one time and your leg kept bothering you, but you knew that it was like something within like your karmic field. And you were like, okay, I just got to let that go. Like, I got to let that go. And so you didn't move and instead you let it release. And then you felt an emotional release from it. Like, I feel like that's kind of like doing a similar thing with these emotions. Like you could even relate, you could easily identify where else in your life is harboring this emotion. And then that's like its house, or that's like its capsule or whatever. And when that releases, that emotion releases too. Like it's all as a matter as to where you place its meaning and its significance, and then how you release that significance.
Indeed. Upper triad, pure potential, but it doesn't become anything unless it crosses that barrier. Likewise, we got a lot of potential, positive and negative potential. But in order for it to manifest, it needs some good soil, some good water.
As Niranjananji said, we need the right mind, so the right four functions and the right guna. That's soil composition right there. Like the different nutrients would be what the mind has in store, and like I guess the water that you like the quality of the water you'd be using or the type of feed you'd be using would be the gunas.
Yeah. A little bit of rajasic feed on there, a little bit of tamasic feed, for the super expensive, high quality sattvic feed. Open cage.
Free range. Organic.
Free range sattva. Organic sattva.
Yeah, that's true though, man. That's true. Like,
Man,
and that's
just
for,
give it a few
go
years.
ahead, Mike.
No, I was gonna say, give it a few years before, like, when other YouTubers hop on this information, and then they're gonna start saying, you could use chaos to make synthetic sattva.
Here we go. Yeah, I can't wait to see what these folks come up with. Chaos to make synthetic melanated sattva. There, yeah, we're gonna make melanated sattva.
See, Shiva is always in a state of sattva, therefore is melanin.
Therefore, and he's smoking on bong, so technically Shiva was pure melanin. So you're gonna humanize it.
I wonder what synthetic sattva even looks like. Nothing.
Synthetic sattva. Genetically modified.
Didn't they talk about that in, well, I don't necessarily say it was be sattva, but they talked about the two levels of booty. It was a apara and para booty. I don't have the book in front of me, but
Is that what Laura was talking about? The firm booty and the
yes.
booty?
Yes.
Firm
Yeah.
booty, the weak booty.
Yeah, exactly.
A negotiable booty.
The negotiable booty. Oh my gosh. Probably should make this come.
You know what though? Now I'll always know what booty is.
Booty cannot be known. They can only be experienced.
Ah. Is it firm or is it a little flabby?
The booty warrior.
So don't make me no difference. I'll tell you what. I like you and I want you. We could do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours.
Don't make me no different. The booty warrior.
Then show up to the ashram, be like, can you tell me about that booty?
They're gonna have like the program for kids in the ashram called the Booty Warriors.
Yeah. The booty warriors. Special services.
Yeah, come over there with the blue vest jacket with it like imprinted on the back.
Yeah. Get to wear a little safety helmet.
Oh my God.
Captain of the booty warriors. Stop in the name of booty.
Booty, 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 rocking everywhere.
You can only
Okay.
wish. Thomas rocking everywhere.
Down to Miss New Booty. Get together, bring it back to. I can't believe that's stuck in my head. Yes, I can. I can't believe that. All right. Ooh, sorry, that's my hound. That is interesting though, right? Like, I don't know. I do think the concept of booty is very interesting because it's like, it's knowledge. Is it the knowledge that you acquire or is it the inherent knowledge? Or is it both?
I thought it was, see what I came to, it was something like more like a wisdom versus knowledge, like applied knowledge versus knowledge.
It's kind of described like as it's almost an objective function that separates it, by default separates consciousness from matter. But what we learned recently is that it has the potential to be affected by the gunas as well. So it can separate consciousness from matter, but like the purpose that it's doing it's for can be orientated by the gunas.
But then there was the other booty that didn't get orientated, which was very interesting when I read that. I was like, oh, there's two.
Yeah. That's so would that be then the play on the ignorance?
Well, one said it had like it had no, it didn't care about the sensory perception. The other one was, it talked about, when it was talked about meditation, he described it into it. He went into it in like two different paragraphs. He connected it.
Right. You're talking about when they're asked to shoot the wooden bird and how the guru put in a very like a wooden bird up, a very small wooden bird up in a tree. And he told his students, okay, you're going to shoot this wooden bird in the eye. What do you see? And the other students were like, I see trees, I see leaves. And then Arjuna was like, I see that fucking bird's eye. Boop. And he was like, good, you passed. Because your intelligence was focused and direct, whereas the others were distracted, allowing other factors to come into their focus, which then causes confusion and distraction.
Scattered, no focus.
And that too is why like a lot of manifestations don't come to be, because you get distracted, because you're in the realm of the thought too much. You're thinking like, oh, I want this, I want this, I want this, and then you're distracted by all these bills and all this other shit that's contrary to what it is that you're trying to get. I'm talking in the aspect of money. Sorry, I'm talking in the aspect of money. Like if you want money, but all you keep looking at are these bills, and you're like, fuck, I'm fucked. You're distracted. You're no longer focused on the direction that you're trying to go on.
The energy is just like you're applying your energy towards something else. In this case, what you brought up with the money, it's implied to the complete opposite direction. And there was something I was reading. It said, instead of having anxiety of why you fail, why don't you reroute that anxiety towards succeeding? Have an anxiety of success rather than failure.
Right. But even that success can lead to distraction. Like it can lead to, like they were saying, that's the other end of the spectrum that you can get kind of lost in. So you really want to create that middle path where you're not too overly focused on the success of it. Like you recognize that there's still a path to be had.
That's where I guess when he said we're walking on the razor edge, they described that in one paragraph. Because it's so easy to go to Rajas or Tamasic in the energy, but when you can, that's the hardest balance, you know. That's why they got to the level over there at, you know what I mean? Because like you said, they was practicing since they were young. They had repetition in the game, time in, time applied. And this is as like we're saying, oh, this is where it gets, I was trying to explain earlier. I forgot. Well, as Western people, it's so much things that like involve us into the victories and all these other things that you want to call, just involve us in these worldly things. And that's why it's very interesting. Once you get to start to separate yourself, you realize it's hard as hell, but you realize how much attached you are to the things that are not necessary. I've been fasting for like, I do intermediate fasting, but at least it's been like 5 years. And I can't eat the same. I'm kind of upset. I don't need to eat that much. Sometimes I want to go out to eat and I want to eat like big, but I know it's not necessary.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's I can't, I look, 1 meal a day. Anymore, I'm probably gonna go to sleep because my body probably needs to digest it.
Right.
Yeah, like my coworker, right? Like he goes out to eat a lot, and so he'll go and get his lunch, and it's it's funny watching him because he'll be like, yeah, I'm going to do meal prep, I'm going to do meal prep, and he doesn't do meal prep, and instead he'll go to like a burger joint and get a fat burger. And I'm like, man, I have no craving for like any of that shit that he's getting, that he's putting into his body. Like, not just because I've spent so many years like being vegetarian where like that wasn't even an option, that like now I don't even really crave it. You know, now I'm just kind of like, like maybe once in a while, but definitely not from this joint, you know, or something like that. Um, but yeah, it's like I've detached from that sensorial experience of going out to a place to eat. Like now it's not really that appealing to me. And I think, but as listeners too, right? Like we have a specific attachment to objects that for us in our meditational practices, we're going to be coming up. That's going to be a lot different than people who are living in other parts of the world. You know, like for us, that was another thing I had for myself with like the money manifestations. Like I was coming from such a place of lack, and I was like, wait, like I got a place to live. Like, you know, like I have a home that I can provide good shelter for my dogs. I got a job. I can like make money and be all right. Like it doesn't have to be this exorbitant amount for me to live a prosperous life. This lack that I'm feeling is a lack that is within me. It's not actually, I'm not going to find it within the objects that I try to acquire.
Hell no.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably, I mean, no, attachment is the problem that all of humans face. But along with that attachment comes all manner of misconceptions. And one of them is externalizing our issues, looking for the solution in matter. Basically, we look for non-material solutions. We have non-material issues and we try to solve them with material solutions, like having an inner hole and feeling incomplete, and we try to fill that hole with matter, never paying attention to the fact that that never solves the issue.
Right. Like I was like, even in my astrology chart, it's fucking hilarious. There's an aspect in my chart that's like this person who has this chart, me, right, is going to spend money on spiritual shit, thinking that it'll take them to another level. And I was like, well, that's true. I've definitely done some like bummy shit, like looking like, oh, this person says they're a guru. Okay, I'm gonna buy all their books and shit like that. The next thing you know, being like, man, that was fucking waste. You know, like, it didn't work. And that was, you know, and you know, and on that level too, even with the astrology aspect, right? Like I love astrology, don't get me wrong, but I heard Brother Panic talking about it the other day that really rang home to me, where he was like, part of this whole demiurge shit or getting past the ego is that, yeah, you got your astrology that points, that gives you directive as to like something about your behaviors, but the point is for you to transcend that. So then whatever signs are representing you and the planets or whatever, you reach the highest degree to the point that you transcend it, you know? And like, and I noticed within my own interpretations of astrology recently that I was actually like trying to affirm the astrology as to why I was doing shit. Like the other week, we were talking about like Rahu and Ketu, right? And I was talking about how my signs were exactly opposite of Melissa's, right? Well, I found out that actually my Rahu and Ketu are in completely different spots. But my rational mind, but I was trying to affirm this placement the whole time, and I was finding things to relate to it. I was like, oh yeah, I see this now. Like, this is where my direction's supposed to be in. But the actuality was that they were the wrong placements. They weren't actually where the placements were in my chart. So I spent all this time thinking that this, and trying to affirm that this one aspect in my chart actually was when it wasn't, which showed me like I wasn't transcending anything astrological. I was using that as an excuse for me to, you know, think in this way, or I was relating to it in this way. And like, that made me think like, shit, like how oftentimes do we justify shit in our chart as to the reason why we act the way we do, instead of realizing that like we act the way we do because of the perspective that we have at that time. But we can change that. We can actually like change that shit. Like, yeah, we're going to have certain placements and we're going to have certain signs that represent specific things, but we're all good, but we're going to be relating to all of the signs in some way, because it's all within us. It's just how we utilize it.
Rather, we're all within it, because we're not anything. We're not even here. So
Right.
it's good to look at this stuff and relate it to what we have been studying. Looking at the Tree of Life, for example, we know that the zodiac belongs to the sphere of Hakma. Hakma being almost like the outer layer of the egg of existence. And so naturally, with it being the outer layer, everything within that sphere is going to be affected by the algorithm of what we call zodiac. I forgot the Hebrew word for it. But anyways, yeah, there is a level where we experience non-attachment to the degree that we extend ourselves, or rather we realize ourselves, that's a better word for it, beyond the sphere of the zodiac. Then we can say, I'm all things, you know, I'm all the signs. But we can't really say that until we understand the algorithm. Like, and that's the thing I'm learning about the Tree of Life also. Each sphere is represented by an algorithm. That's what those archangels are. That's what the God names are. It's a specific formula or context of how matter and energy relate to each other. And when we master that algorithm to whatever degree, then we deal with the algorithm that's on the very next layer. And yeah, just looking at the zodiac and what you're talking about, it seems like everyone is under the effect of time, because that's what the zodiac is. Until we're able to expand past that circle, that's not very easy to do, because most people can't expand past the concept of I, let alone what the body's made of. Because that's the zodiac now. The zodiac is what the body is. It's what the parts of your material is. Nothing to do with you, but everything that, yeah. So long story short, everything under the influence of the zodiac is different parts of matter. Different parts of matter. So if you're sitting here like, yeah, my Mars in this, and I'm this, and I'm that, you're basically affirming that you are, you know, you're a rock and a tree and an animal. But I get it. On one hand, yes, the body that I'm operating in, it is a Gemini sun, Gemini moon, Sagittarius rising. Yes. But I also understand that that's just the body I'm operating in. That's not what I actually am. I don't sit here and think that I am a Gemini.
Right. Because that's identifying the ego, right? That's identifying with the ego, with Shakti, right? Like with the manifestation of Shakti. It's like someone who's got like I had an ex, right, who had terrible temper, and he'd say it's passion. I have a lot of passion. And he identified with the anger as always being a part of himself, instead of seeing it as a reaction to all these other things, an effect that happened to these causes that he was not willing to look at, that he was not willing to mold, right, to better serve him. It was a lower aspect of self that he then allowed to identify with. It was a lower emotion that he allowed to take form, and that he himself was the sigil for.
There we go. Imagine the spirit believing that it was the sigil. Silliness.
Right.
What can a sigil
Silliness.
do?
That's I say to a degree, or to a degree, that it kind of goes into what you talked about in the first class about getting lost in 2D etheric patterns. And also, I was reading over Ophiel again, where he brought up that some spirits get trapped in like rugs and stuff, but don't have the intelligence to move in 3 dimensions.
Right. Yep. Bots.
Maybe that's like what I guess servitors kind of do. They don't have us like the intellectual capacity. They just kind of do. Even we like bring them in a 3-dimensional means, but they're like, ain't really that smart.
And that's the type of behavior we see on levels above the physical plane, because that extends up, because the servitors, they would be on a level between Asaya and Yetzirah. So the angels could classify as that as well. Servitors, angels, that's where we're pulling them from, right? But the archangels could also classify under that heading. And to a degree, the God names as well. The God names have more influence, but essentially, the higher up we go like that, the more those things are just officers of the law. They don't think about what to do and they just execute their functions. But this is a big reason why Metatron and Sandalphon is different, because that's the human element. That's they represent when a human really transcends those algorithms, he now literally has the right to command the algorithms. The algorithms don't command themselves. But yeah, that's why here at the bottom level, we're able to command servitors, angels, and archangels. And at the top level, we're able to do the same thing. But there's a gap in the understanding between the Sandalphon level and the Metatron level.
And even on the lower levels, like I remember watching this interview. It was, so there was I used to work at a eating disorder rehab center, right? And so they had a documentary on models who were being like super anorexic to try and get this image that they were supposed to have, right? Or else they'd get fired and some shit like that. And they were interviewing these fashion media moguls, right? Talking about the issues and they were like, well, I don't really they were like, I remember this one lady who was like, I don't give a fuck about who gets hurt or whatever. Like their function is to buy this magazine when I tell them to, because I have this color assigned, la 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 la. And that just made me realize, like, man, these people who are designing like fashion magazines or media or whatever, like there's a lot of people that they basically program as their servitors. Right. There's a lot of people acting as servitors for these things. Right. Their only function is to do what these other people are saying, what their bosses are telling them to do. Look at the power that celebrities have over people. Like celebrities are creating servitors every step they take. When you're a fan, you're a servitor. Not saying that, like you can't be a fan of someone's work, but
it's human nature. This is the way it's always been and always will be. This is how human beings operate. Like Prakriti is 90% bots. That's the way it always is. It's just that remaining 10% is what changes. What's the sattvic quality of that 10%? What's the tamasic quality of that 10%? That determines the rest of the world. When the leaders, when the influencers, when the people with control, when they are tamasic, that's reflected in the state of the rest of the world.
Yeah, because they have the ability, they know of their abilities, they know of the capabilities that they have, and they utilize it in tamasic nature, which is why it's so important for those of us who are studying this and becoming masters of self to try to go towards sattvic, to remain sattvic. And we got to remove ourselves from these sensory objects, like there's a detachment that's got to happen. But it's really interesting to me how a lot of people have done that. Like even in there's this old movie called Soylent Green, right? And I recommend people watch it because that shit will trip you. Well, we're so conscious in this community right now. Like, it may not trip you out anymore, but it used to. But there was a scene where they went to these super wealthy people's homes, and they found that these people were like minimalists and just like had organic farms, but everyone else around them, below them, were starving. Like, the regular people were like starving. And these people just were like, had barely anything and were happy and had their own like organic gardens and stuff like that. So it's like, it's interesting to think about how, like, when you reach a certain level of understanding, you can utilize your knowledge. But if your nature is tamasic, you're going to continue to acquire that.
Very true. It's funny, the illusion that we have, right? The people at the top of that pyramid, you said they were minimalists who had organic gardens, that like it was very simple and clear. Meanwhile, everybody else, I'm sure they was accumulating a bunch of junk, thinking that that was going to make them like the rich people. I mean, you know, same thing we have now. I've mentioned before, I've had friends who are spending their rent money on clothes specifically to take pictures for Instagram and Snapchat and shit, like for real. I spent my money so that I can take these pictures for the social media. And hopefully I can make it back in time.
Right. Like, I mean, you know, I'll call out a name, right? The Kardashians, but it's public knowledge that their whole celebrity, you know, their entire image is based off of consumerism, right? They themselves were actually, I read somewhere, now I'm not going to confirm it or nothing like that, but basically that they were in some serious debt. They had like money issues, but for them, so much of their image and where they gained their income was simply by producing an image of what wealth looks like, living a glamorous life, you know? So like they would acquire these, they would get paid by companies to have these purses or whatever that maybe themselves wouldn't actually have bought, but it added to their income for other people to think that this is what wealth looks like. Like that's a thing. You ever like live as if and then realize that the image that you had of something was totally off? like
or you get the thing and it's not at all what you wanted.
Yeah.
That's one of the big things that caused me to stop doing magic for stuff, you know, like trying to attract people and trying to attract opportunities. Like I quickly learned the image in my head was so much different than what it actually was. And that it was to the point where it's like, you know what, there's nothing worthwhile except for doing the spiritual work to grow myself.
Yeah, like that was with me, man. Like I had a friend, like I said, I surrounded myself by these people who were money minded and they love money, but they work all the time because they just love money. They love accumulating money. So they're going to keep focusing on whatever gets them money. Whereas for me, I was like, I don't like this. Like, I like my freedom a lot more. I like meditating more, you know, like I don't want to live this lifestyle where I just work overtime and do all these crazy side hustles because I like the money.
Mm-hmm. That, and then there's also people who are struggling and like, you know, they may come into some information of how different entrepreneurs make money. And they're like, oh, I want money too. But then when they see the kind of work that goes into making money, all of a sudden it's like, I don't want to do all that. And I don't just mean like side hustles. I mean like any of them, right? Because any of them are going to take an investment of time and energy. Like if you want to do drop shipping, you have to learn that system. If you want to do anything online, sell products of any type, if you want to any of that, you have to learn it. But then like time after time, when I try to help people with this stuff, it's the same thing happens. Yeah, I want to make money. Yeah, I want to make money. Yeah, I want to make money. And you start showing, because how I am, I start showing all these different options and all these different books that I read. You don't even have to read all these. Just pick one. I don't know. It shouldn't have to be this difficult. What? Look, you're broke right now. How are you going to tell me it shouldn't be this difficult? Everything you tried doesn't work. So yes, it does have to be this. It's not even difficult. You just have to sit down and do it. Can't help nobody.
Well, and what's interesting too, right? So for myself, I kind of put that more towards I want to be my own business part. Like I want to be my own business. I want to have my own business and be able to be comfortable doing the freedom that I love to do and get paid for it. Like I like that. And what I got into a cool conversation with one of my teachers at my school the other night, because she's working for this massage company, right, where hours are set, she can get, money, but she used to run her own massage business for over 20 years. And she was like, Alora, she goes, one thing I noticed is that by working at this company, I don't, these people are coming just for a massage. Whereas I realized that the reason why I had business was because of the relationships I had with my clients.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't even about them necessarily wanting a massage. It was the fact that they wanted to be with my teacher, that they like loved her and wanted to support her. And then they got something in exchange for that.
That's a big part of it also. I think that's a huge part of it. That's why it's so important to when you're wanting to do business or entrepreneurship, it's not about money, it's how you're going to serve people. What can you do to serve? What can you do to help people? That's going to be the lifeblood of your business. Not can I make money? How can you serve? How can you help? And you're going to find that the more that you help people, the better you get at it. And that's going to be the word of mouth. That's going to be the promotion, right? Don't ask people, hey, can you promote my business? What does your business serve? How are you helping? That's going to be your word of mouth. Help somebody. They'll tell somebody else. And like what you did, Laura, those relationships built, that's your customer base. Those are the people that are going to support you, not just because, support Black business because we both Black. No, they're going to support your business because it's meaningful. And
and this teacher, right? So she runs the clinic. So she doesn't even teach classes, but I'm one of the students that would ask for private sessions with her. So then she could show me the stuff that she knows, because I can read in her that this is her business, that she loves doing it. And she is a fantastic teacher and taught me all these gems. So even when I'm done school, I'm going to stay in contact with her. And she gave me amazing continuing education places to go and stuff like that to acquire skills, because she's a fanatic about it. She loves it. This is her thing. So like, if you're, I think, and I've gone down this road too, where back in the day, I would try to start a business because I wanted to make the money aspect again, but it takes so much of your time that you have to be willing to be a master of this thing. You actually have to have an interest in it in order to get any type of attraction coming towards you. Again, it's that change of atmosphere. You have to be happy doing it. You have to be joyful doing this work. And when you're joyful, that's when you're opening up that channel for the abundance to come in.
I love it. MC Maestro, I am going through my catalog right now, and I think this is one of the things that I don't have a book on specifically, but I did kind of put together different pieces. Do you recall me mentioning the Blue Book?
Secret Room?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I think that is a foundational place to start, because the principles are going to translate literally across the board.
I got that one. I just haven't that one's been put on the back burner, but
it's amazing.
That's like a Bible to me, dude. Like,
yeah.
Life. If you look at my old videos, you'll see it all over the place. There's that one, and there's a couple others that are like that one. It doesn't show you specifically what you asked, but you can still connect the dots.
All right. I mean, that's even better than what I specifically asked, because that'll be stuff I could apply to anything.
Drop shipping is annoying, but it's a good place to start. You know what I'm saying? Or it can be used as a supplement. When I look at all these different online businesses, they're none of them to me are one, this is going to be the one. Like, they all can be and should be designed to work together to build this octopus machine, right? because you don't want to just stand on one thing. You want to have this over here, then this, and a little bit of that. Pretty soon, I'm gonna have that aspect to what I'm doing on this thing. But yeah, I'd highly recommend taking it off the back burner and trying to get through it. It's like I said, like what you said about Kiyosaki. This guy's an occultist as well, hands down.
Yeah.
I saw him in person, and I had those stars in my eyes because
Yeah, you got
he
caught
showed
up.
me that you can be rich, but you can also actually be a good person, and that's
Right.
rare.
And that's the one of the principles of money is to care, you know. That's what they had to a lot of billionaires turns out like put money into the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, regardless of and the most people they see that and then they start making conspiracy theories about it, but they're really that's just kind of a way for these billionaires to execute the principle of giving. And
Right.
even in Kiyosaki's first book, he said that even when his rich dad had $0, he still found a way to give.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could play the board game online, which I'm probably going to start doing on Mondays with people. And they kind of give you 2 dice rolls each time you donate. But that's really to like emphasize the principle. You really do get more by giving.
Yes.
It may not always be in the form you want, and we think more money's going to come our way. But really, we could be given like the perfect avenue for it, but just not see the potential in it. And it truly takes the magician's mind, or like the intelligence of Mercury, to really reframe it in a way to where like you could capitalize on it and still help people. Or even if you're not helping people, you could still, as that principle goes, they put dump what you gain into helping others.
Yeah. And look at the equation here, right? These people who have all this money, they're also giving it out. So just like what you said, it's currency, it's living. It may not be, our system may not be backed by the gold standard anymore, but it's even closer to a real system of currency. In and out, back and forth.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chester Jones. I appreciate you for the in and out flow. In and out.
And that's like balancing the karma, right? Because that's what they say, that you do, right? Is that like when you take something, you give back. Like there's always a give and take. That's like part of the system of nature. Like a lot of us think like, oh, like, I don't have stuff to give, but you're already giving and taking in just your mere functions of life all the time. You just may not be aware of what you're giving and taking. Whereas this is more directional.
The higher aspects of our existence only have 2 directions to move in, and that's expansion and contraction.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that moves in those directions is closer to reality. Wealth, they say wealth has a spirit, it has a personality, like it does. And the closer you understand it, the more you activate that within yourself. And it's all about reflection. So understanding money isn't like grabbing money and looking at it hard. You understand the spirit behind it, and you can only understand that spirit within yourself. So once you begin to unlock that, you see the result, right? The proof that you understand wealth is the result, right?
Yes.
And just like every science and every art, you got to work with it, master it. You're going to gain some, you're going to lose some, it's going to slip through your fingers. But what's changing in the meantime? Are you learning how to do some, the Taekwondo, where you flow with the wave and the bending and the arms? You learn Tai Chi, that's it. You learn your Tai Chi with it, lean with it, rock with it. And then eventually it becomes part of you.
All right. And that's one way to tell. I've always had people ask me, they didn't know I did martial arts directly, but I always asked, do you do martial arts? I was like, why? And it's something I could never figure out because I really didn't display it till its full potential. And but it's like the certain way the person walks. But what I later found out, is that a lot of, I think it's 60% of billionaires were in the military, and an additional, I think 40% of them have done martial arts. So it's like that daily discipline, daily focus that they have towards accomplishing a certain goal.
Wow.
I'm about to get out of here, guys. Do the conversation. Definitely be listening, and I just got to handle a few things.
For
All
sure.
right. Appreciate you being here. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, that made me think about the and just to go back to the money as a deity kind of thing, or how there's a Trav, you said that money is a spirit.
Yeah.
So like that made me think about, like, y'all ever look at the money gods, right? And there's Lakshmi, there's Ganesh, there are these deities, right? And so often, I even know for myself, my perception of like money when I manifested, I would stare at like dollar bills, right? Or I would like look at something, but there would be like a genuine resistance or strain there because of my relationship to it. But you notice how all these money gods are joyful.
Yes.
Like they're all like jolly as shit.
Fat Buddha, there's a money Buddha, ain't it?
Yeah. Like they are joyful, and they're not, and you don't recognize that they're not associated with selfishness. They're not associated with like anything negative. Like you just want them around. Like I know I got Lakshmi on me because I had it as a tattoo, because I just had this like really strong connection to the joy that she brought every time I looked at her. Like just like this emotion of this evocation of this emotion came up. And it's like, so if we're trying to connect to the money god, like maybe we need to put ourselves in a joyful stance. Maybe this spirit is actually one that is quite jolly, that is quite welcoming, but we just haven't been welcoming to it.
Yep.
And even with each Gayatri mantra, no matter what deity, no matter if it's a wealth deity, no matter if it's, I guess a victory deity, whatever, every Gayatri mantra ends with "Please illuminate my mind." Not necessarily give me all this money, but illuminate my mind. Make me see what you see.
I like that. I think about how was Shooty at the very end. The only thing that Swami Satchitangananda says that you should be saying to Prana Shakti is, may she grant us happiness. And I think about that a lot. Like, I have nothing to say to a God. All these people who are very tamasic, they're like, yeah, man, I'm going to talk to this deity. I'm going to ask him for this. And I'm going to tell him I need to do this. And you don't have nothing to say to a deity of higher intelligence. You don't have nothing to say to it other than thank you and can you please enlighten me? Like, that's it.
I took that principle. There's a guy who did like the 401k at my mom's job, but he really makes his money off of real estate. He does business or whatever, but he sees it all through the lens of real estate. And you gave an example of if you sat down with a billionaire, you wouldn't even ask anything. You would just say, I'm here. Tell me where I need to go to get. And so I asked him that, and he really gave a whole more, like, way better understanding. He was able to communicate with me in ways like, because most people would just say, how do I make money? Or how do I start a business? But he was able to fully break down his entire mindset rather than try to placate some profound information into a dense form to what I wanted to hear. Like he was truly able to extrapolate and expound upon his thoughts.
Nuru says, how you define wealth itself reflects the level of enlightenment you have.
Mm-hmm. and that was in the second Kiyosaki book too. He said that a poor person's lingo or dialect when it came to money was government programs and, you know, what are we obliged to, things like that. And the middle class one was save and buy a house, whereas the rich one was really just basically accumulate good debt and get more assets to make you more money. And those three really like applied. I implore anybody who's in a comfortable position to apply those three, like tell yourself that in the morning for a week at a time, each one, and you'll be able to live the results.
Good. It's good to identify, because those are three different languages. What's wealth for you? Government programs, benefits, checks that are given to me, handed out to me. Another person, oh, we gotta save up. One day we're gonna get retirement, 401k. We're gonna enjoy this wealth in a few decades from now. And people who swim in money and know how to get it and know how to lose it and get it back again, more along the lines of maybe investments or, like you said, debts or assets. That's something that doesn't even cross the minds of the other two groups. Assets.
And depending on how you define assets too, because I could really, you helped me expand my field of it when you said, or one time I said I use reframing to, get rid of these negative thoughts. And you said like that was part of my sphere of availability. So really, I see assets as a way to. Asset is anything that expands your sphere of availability. There was a guy recently I think he was a millionaire, but he decided to go homeless. And the first thing he did, one of the skills he had, the assets, was actually he's a type of marketer or something. So he basically typed up these marketing proposals on his phone and used that to gain cash at the start. But his skills was an asset.
Right. I got a tattoo artist, right? And he's the shit. And he got his entire, like, all he's about is assets. Like, this dude is so brilliant. But he started off his own like tattoo parlor or tattoo shop, all just through trade. He didn't even use money. He would just use his skill of tattooing to offer tattoos to people who decided to work on his shop. So he barely spent any money at all, like nothing, never left his low budget because he had tattooing, he had this trade, and he was able to trade that for like new floors, a really nice, like a really, really nice shop, all this kind of stuff, because people wanted tattoos. And now I like walked into his place the other day and he had to use the recording studio, and he had and he had this drum set in the corner. And I was like, "Oh, you're playing drums now?" He's like, No. He goes, "We take pictures of it and we sell it on stock photos." He's like, and he had it linked up to all these places where like people will buy a picture of a drum set against the wall. Like literally, he turns everything into an asset, into money. Like just by taking pictures. All I'd have to do is take a picture of my picture on like my stove, and if I applied that to the correct like media website or whatever, that's going to generate income.
Yeah, that's I like what you said about how he's using other people's money, because that's also something that Kiyosaki talks about, is learning to properly leverage, which also has to deal with the sphere of Mercury, to where any deal that he makes, he's already set it up in a way to where once he takes the bank loan out, it's either the bank, like he'll have the bank renovate a property, and then what pays off the bank is just people actually living in that property. So it was other people's money the whole time. And overall, like once that bank loan gets paid off, or it gets like pays for itself, like that monthly fee, because there's so many people living in there. He's just taking the profits, but he calls that like inventing money.
Mm-hmm.
Or even you can make a company, builds it up, make an IPO for stock, and then, you know, once it debuts, just sell all the stock. You pretty much just printed money.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking, you know, and that's the thing. Like we gotta, that's about, again, changing your perspective on what money is and what value it plays for you and what you already got within your sphere of availability.
Mm-hmm.
It comes down to your inventiveness, to your perspective on what abundance is. That's when opportunity comes to you.
Sphere of availability.
That shit is so crucial. Understanding sphere of availability, because that also includes your mind state.
Yeah.
Like it's just what you have around you. It's like literally what you have.
Say, I'll go farther than that. It's maybe what you see. You could have a object that could probably make you no money, but once you adjust your lens, you know, see it differently, or you like see it through a money lens, that will probably, if that's just your main focus is to make money, then see things through a money lens and see what comes around. Oh, that's really like the guy in the 60s or 70s who made pet rocks. He knew he wanted to sell something, but like his mind just operated in a way where he saw some type of need, but a certain way to put a twist on it.
I remember when people were selling gratitude rocks and making bank because they just put on like love on a rock. People were like, oh my God, I will so pay $10 for this. And again, that kind of adds to what we were talking about earlier. People will pay to the relationship you have with the content that you're selling, not necessarily what you're selling.
Emotional creatures, not logical.
Mm-hmm.
Many, if I feel like actually all. There is a very, I'm not going to give the chat my full-on philosophy of it, but every single market move, whether it's stock market or, you know, any type of economy move, has an emotional aspect to it. And it's in the emotional aspect where people think that that's game. Just like the house stuff. There's so much emotional connotation built towards owning a house and living in it and seeing it as an asset. There's so many, we get emotional attachment to a certain stock blowing up instead of like really getting to the nitty gritty of stocks. I still get messages from people who text me about, oh, did you hear about this stock? Did you hear about this? But it's not really like, you see it, it'll go up for a little bit, but then all the major money that was in it is already pulled out.
Right.
The only thing keeping it moving along is just this hype. And even without books, it's a few years ago when I first started, because my boss got me on it, or like I didn't know I could do it by myself. I did take losses, but I just spent 2 years building up. And I was able to learn so much more from that than really anything on YouTube.
Hey man, it's a new coin out. It's going up by 1300x. What's the use case? I don't know, but it's moving.
And even there's a science to those type of coins too. I know someone who knows like those really obscure Doge knockoff coins that blow up and then you'll never hear about them again. He knows how to pick those out before they blow up. So that's really how he makes his extra cash. So there's a science to that too. It's, are you willing to see the science? Are you willing to see the pattern? Or are you focused on the one-off thing?
Same thing with this online business and entrepreneurship. Are you literally just looking for something to make a quick buck today? Or are you trying to develop a skill set? Difference. Those same people that I literally make a game plan for them that somebody could have easily paid like $500 for. They look at that game plan and they're like, well, I just need something now. And I'd rather do something easier.
And even then, just doing something.
Something, anything, just do something. But, you know. It's not for everyone. Everything
It's not.
Everything we talk about on this channel is not for everyone.
It's either willpower, intention, or focus. Have all three acting in accord. One of these is in another direction, you're slipping up, you're lacking. The will to do, the state control, and the focus on the objective.
Naturally, nature says what you do today pays for your next week. There's another thing that I noticed was a big switch from working my old job versus what I do now. Before, while I complained about how much I got paid and everything was, you know, oh, the taxes are coming out and I only have enough money to drive to work and eat a sandwich. But at the same time, I knew that check was coming. So it was easy to like not try hard because I knew that it was coming. You get what I'm saying? Versus being an entrepreneur, you have to work. There's no like sitting back with an excuses like, oh, well, what if they don't like it, or I don't feel like it, or this is too hard, I can't learn it in time. No, you got to do it. You got to do it. Like Naturally Nature said, what you do today is it pays for your next week. There's two different mindsets is what I'm saying. Basically, there's one where you're being fed and there's another where you have to go out and get it. So it depends on where your mind is. Notice I didn't say one was better than the other. Some people function excellently under one set of circumstances. Some don't.
And it's like I think this was actually out of my textbook, to where there are specific management styles and business models solely based off the towards and away from patterns. They don't name it like that, but the descriptions are pretty much the same. So a certain manager will apply or use fear if, you know, people are there for the paycheck, but they're solely, you know, they want to not get fired. They want to not, you know, they want to not be uncomfortable. So they'll do everything they can to scurry away from pain, really. And then there's a towards types to where you can work a lot more cooperatively and whatnot.
Slightly reminds me of how someone like Brother Panic used to talk about how the way he comes off is to kind of ward away certain people. And I can see that.
I think we all kind of do that on a subconscious level, right? Maybe we're not always totally aware of it, but
I've seen a lot of people who try to please everyone and just try to be extra likable and make sure everyone's accommodated.
Yeah, but then they get repelled off of the people who catch that. I don't know. I read like, for example, I know that kind of person that you're talking about, and like, man, they get so pissed off at me because I'll just be like, well, what's your opinion? No, we're not doing what I want. What's your opinion? They'll just get so mad. They'll be like, we're not talking about this anymore.
Side hustle is like literally dependent upon my opinion. It's where I have nothing to do. I have no money in it. I have just nothing to do with it at all. And they'll come to me, do you like this? And if I don't answer or say no, they just throw a fit and won't touch it for X amount of time. Or if I just like, I'm just like, oh yes, whatever, then I'll go ahead and sell it.
Poor thing.
I mean, that's like, and that's them working from taking things personal from their extroverted world, right? Like their external world, they might be the type where they need a spiritual connection because the outside world is too much for them.
I feel like they're dependent on it. And that's not the only person that I know like that, which means that I need to do some more self-work, but it's not just that family member, it's also another person who I see from time to time, and they'll bring up a conversation topic where like they say they like something, but if I, say what I don't like it, then they'll be like, oh yeah, I don't really like it either.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting? It's a fear of their own opinion. It's a fear of them, of actually being in connection to their self, because they have such a deep shame that is attached to that. They're like, I can't be myself because I will be ridiculed. If I share this opinion, it's going to be wrong. Like there's this girl in my school who literally she'll be like, oh, well, this may hurt, but I'd be willing to do it. And be like, if you're scared to do something, don't, and you think it'll give you pain, then, and you can avoid it, then you don't have to do it. But she constantly makes herself the martyr. And it's because she herself has been through extreme trauma where she was just shit on her entire life. So it's like she doesn't have any value for herself. So so now she plays their servitor for others.
I didn't really like. That's just a function of Prakriti. That people are servitors. We all are servitors to a certain extent, but I guess it's like where we are coming from kind of determines our overall usefulness. Someone can make it their mission to serve everybody, but if they're coming from a place like that, they're probably not as effective as they could be if they really hone their beliefs.
Yeah, absolutely. She and it's interesting seeing her going into massage therapy, because as a massage therapist, you're the one that's now given the control, right? You're the one that's being asked for the service. As far as my body hurts, you know what to do. Like, help me, And so that has been such a tough road for her, because she hasn't until recently has been able to start getting better results, because she would ask too much. Oh, am I hurting you? She would touch them and be like, am I hurting you? And it's like, girl, you're a massage therapist. Like,
are you hurting me?
And she couldn't stop herself because it was a reaction. She thought that anything she did would cause harm. Mm-hmm. And so it's been a really interesting it's been very interesting seeing her grow a little bit more, where she's still very much in victim mode, very much a martyr, but she is slowly starting to get more comfortable. And that happens with the positive praise. Like, it doesn't happen with getting annoyed by her. You know, like I would, like, at first I would be annoyed. Like I would do my little, like, because she was in my class for over a year, right? So like there'd be some times where she'd be like, oh, I can't do this, and I'd be like, time to learn. You know, like, so I had to like stop, you know, and just be like, it's cool, man, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool, calm down. And you know, and so what I started doing instead was every time she would say something negative, I'd point out the positive thing. I'd be like, yeah, but look at you showing up today. You getting it, girl, you know? And I would just do, and every single time I'd redirect her to something positive that she did. And then other people started doing that too. And now she's got a long ways to go in her journey, but she took some major steps. And now she's starting to actually take control and be like a person who gives massage. I wouldn't say she's a massage therapist, but she's starting to give massage. She's starting to take a control position, in a sense, where she's starting to trust herself to heal other people, which is really cool to see. But yeah, I think that adds also that when we're dealing with people like this, it's important for us to maintain our frame in that sattvic nature, because, you know, when we adhere to a deity and we evoke them, right, our expectation is that, oh God, I hope it's something positive. I hope it makes me feel better about this in the end. Right. Well, right. So like, what difference is that between us offering a positive influence to someone and just completely disregarding their other bullshit? Like knowing that
for maybe a certain personality type, because what you said there about that person who you went to massage school with, I also have to deal with that family member. And like, if I can't figure, or before the inner light activation system, so shout out to Trav. But before then, when I was confused or stuck about something, they try to say, you know, look at all the stuff you've done, you know, and try to praise me that way, and then, you know, get my head in the game that way. But I personally am not like that. So I feel like there's some type of pattern there. I guess that would still count as internal, external.
Well, and it depends too on what, like, were you constantly taking victim mode?
I think I wasn't, but I was more of just more like, where is this not working? You know, a lot of the times I wasn't able to expand my frame, and that kind of shows me too, I'm more internal in the sense that, like, I have to prove it to me. Some people could get a general idea and run with it. I have to get whatever, like even with a car, I didn't really understand driving. I could maybe pull it off, but I didn't really understand it until I really learned how an engine worked, like what goes on the inside while the car is on. And once I understood that, like, then I was able to drive. That's like, I have to prove it to myself pretty much.
Subjective, objective experience.
Yep.
Well, look, there's a few things I want to say. First of all, I want to thank everyone for being here, whether you're in the chat or on the video. I appreciate you spending time here, because you could be watching the Super Bowl, Super Junior Chicken Bowl with teriyaki sauce. You could be. I don't even know who's playing. I don't even know any of the members of any teams, but you probably do. Maybe some of you are even betting. I know my brother's placing some bets. You know, whatever. It's all good. But I want to thank you for being here, spending your time with us and this information. So check it out. I didn't read this chapter this week. I read it before, but not this week. So I'm going to read it on video tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. Probably around this time tomorrow night, if you come to the YouTube channel. I'll be doing that. And we're going to continue on our correct course, though. We're still going to do chapter 4 next Sunday. We're going to talk about that. And I will read it this time. I just got very much busy with the class. So if you don't have this book and you have been listening to the audio that we've been doing, tomorrow evening we'll be going over this chapter, just so I don't leave any parts out. Like they said, there's a lot of gems here. It's like 20 pages worth. So it's probably gonna take about 3 hours. All good. Also, so the inner light activation class has started. And for those of you who were planning on using this week to go ahead and join, just be aware that Thursday is the last day. We've already started with the first session and we are continuing, but the first is very much a primer on how to do what we're going through in this course. So if you're still interested in this, you still have a few more days. I know a few people messaged me and said that they'd be ready around Monday or so. Yeah, so just as a heads up, so far so good. Everything's great. Everyone in the class seems to be really excited, and I'm excited to work with you guys. So last time, if you're interested in this still and you want to be a part of it, you have a few more days. Louis says, Travis, I noticed I've been already doing some of the stuff in the soft answer, like the poor thing. Yeah. I think a lot of the stuff is already built in with certain personality types. But yeah, all in all, things are going very well. Honestly, I think it's time that I need to go and grab something to put in my mouth, something edible that turns into energy.
Nice save.
Yeah, you gotta make sure so it comes out clear.
I'm thinking about probably gonna get to some reading soon as well.
Yeah. Get me something to eat, and then I'm going to explore Population 1. It seems pretty cool. So I like it so far. All right. What was it? Okay, so Malik said to make a sigil to capture that state whenever you have a victory in the game. When you get that dub, have the sigil there on the screen and then lock that winner state in. I'm definitely gonna do that.
Yeah, that's what I did when I first started playing Apex, but I conjured the state first.
Okay.
And made the sigil, but it was the same result. I just never like kept reinforcing it though.
I think what I'd plan to do is I juiced it up quite a few times. I mean, I'm gonna be playing Fortnite anyways, so when we do get the dubs, just keep reinforcing it, and then eventually I'll find a reason to use it. I'm gonna need it. So there are some things, some rituals that I do where I don't know exactly what the intention is, but it just feels like I'm supposed to do it. And sometimes I let the ritual itself tell me what it needs. This will be one of those cases. This was a good live stream. We all said some very important things. So I hope that those of you who are still learning learned something. Gratitude. Don't forget it. Cultivate it. Just like what we were saying about the wealth deities, right? The happy Buddha, Lakshmi, Ganesh. These are all jolly creatures, jolly representations. It wasn't an accident. Even down to looking at the sphere of Chesed and the tree of life. The emotion represented here is joy. Gratitude is a part of that. You don't think that these somebody was telling me about, I think it was deity yoga, God yoga or something. There's apparently a book or two about it. I didn't know anything about it, but he was basically saying that this is a type of yoga where you practice being as if you are that entity. What would Jesus do, kind of thing. So it's like the deity that you're devoted to, you pretty much go about your day as if you're that entity. You know, not that
state control too.
Yeah, so I mean, really, you're building that state, right? Because we don't really know what that entity is, so we're going off of information that we pick up. But I can see how this could be useful.
Excuse me, this is the most inspirational thing I've seen in ages.
Oh, sweet.
I think what's her name? Siri about to get an upgrade. Apple's about to come out with a new update where she's more advanced.
Oh boy. I can't wait. I sincerely believe that technology is here to help us. I really do. I believe that since I've never been scared of no AI. I mean, we are AI, for crying out loud.
Yeah. That would be the only reason to be scared of it if you're scared of yourself.
Right. Stop being scared of these machines, y'all. Are you afraid of a hammer? Are you afraid of a gun? It's not the gun that's gonna do anything to you. A gun ain't gonna shoot you. Guns don't kill people. Like that was the slogan back in the day. Guns don't kill people.
It's true. It's like what Naranjananda gave with the knife. One person is gonna maybe cook with it. You know, one person may like flail around with it, another may stab a person, but it's really where that person is operating from. That predominant guna really is going to determine the outcome.
Good stuff. Hariom Tatsu. Open your eyes.
And I've been like, this week has been a little disruptive with that because it's just been me and my dog, and like he wakes up super early to get fed. So normally it's like when he comes around, he wakes me up, and then I don't have time to do like that morning routine. But this time when I went back in my bed, I did it anyway. And I've been listening to like the one by Satyananda, but today I was like, you know, let me get the Naranjananda one in.
So the Satyananda Mahamrityunjaya or the Durga?
The Durga.
Oh. I think I'll mix it up.
And I do like the Naranjananda one because or I shouldn't say he, but the fact like everybody else is repeating it. I think that adds a lot more impact throughout my day. That's like the only mantra that I'll probably have come up randomly.
Yeah.
It's 9 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. You'll have the random names pop up throughout the day.
Durga Patvari Dharani.
That's the same one I was thinking. Durga Padmini Varini.
Durga Surya Saraham Chri.
I remember the first time being half awake, half asleep, like Durga, not knowing what the hell he said, but still trying.
Yeah, I like that. If I try to, like, if I'm listening to it, but I'm just staring at my phone, like going through stuff, it's not going to have an impact. But if I'm truly conscious of all the sankalpas and all the mantras, and then like it impacts my day, I've started to do like for the sankalpa of health, I just replaced that with the technique that Franz Barden gave of breathing in health and wellness through the body, and you know, breathing out the opposite qualities. And then with the other sankalpas, I read like invocations of the same thing, pretty much.
Durga Bhima. I do that same thing also. Like every now and then I'll have like an alarm that I forgot to turn off, and it'll go off before I get to that song in the playlist. And since I'm already awake now, I'll skip ahead to that track and then I'll go to the track before and rewind it just a little bit and then pretend that I'm asleep and then pretend that I'm waking up again. Nobody's watching me. I just do it anyways.
Right.
Pretend like I was asleep and I just woke up. What just happened didn't happen. I did not just jump out of the bed and cut the alarm off. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tat Savitur Varenyam. And when I start making beats again, I'm doing all these mantras.
I kind of inserted my thing into it and it disrupted the process. Where it said Gayatri mantra, I was in my head, I was like, I don't need to do the Gayatri mantra. What am I going to do that for? Why don't I just use like my Ishta Devata Gayatri, blah, blah, blah. Wait, I'm not going to say it didn't mess up my day. It just brought it in a different direction. To whereas this morning, I just made the choice. I was like, okay, I'm going to sit here and learn the Gayatri mantra. But he gives those things for a reason. I guess that's the moral of the story.
Like I get what KP was saying earlier. Like, why would we just listen to somebody and just take their word for it? Like, why not just try to figure it out on our own? I get that, but also these aren't, at least from what I understand, these aren't just like random ass dudes that are like, hey, do this mantra and read this. Like, these are people. This is literally their profession and their life's work. Like, I would take what they say into consideration before I throw any input on it, right? I just learned these words, you know what I'm saying, yesterday compared to this guy. Not saying,
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's like a specialist doctor to where they, say if he or she specializes in just the liver. And then, they're giving you a breakdown of a certain condition that they've been specifically trained for. And then you're like, nah, it's not like that, but I could do this, and this.
And you go to the doctor for a diagnosis and then disagree with what he said just because you didn't want to hear it. Not because you know better, not because you did your own research, just because you didn't like it. Nah, he's wrong. I want a second opinion.
I need to eat what? Vegetables? Nah.
Broccoli. Asparagus.
If it ain't barbecue, I don't want it.
I'm gonna tweak it and do my own thing. Dr. Sebi said no dairy. Well, I'm eating a little bit of cheese because that's not really dairy. When he said dairy, he means milk. He didn't mean cheese.
Right, and that's something with like trading markets is the last thing you are able to do. You may be able to do it if you have the power, but if you're just starting, the number one thing you cannot do is impose your will upon the market. That is probably the biggest entity that I will work with. Like, I feel like even, say Goetia or ancient deity, I feel like now just the way how that moves, the energy poured into it on a daily basis, how much people even use that money, that's probably the biggest thing I'll even be touching for a while. And who am I to put my stick in the ground and say, you shall not pass? It's not happening. There is no my own way. There is no I'm gonna do it this way.
That's good. Okay, you just a wealth of things just unlocked for me just now when you said that. Number one, all about prana. And you were talking about how attention is where this energy goes. Attention is what fills these nadis and expands them. Well, we've talked about how most people only have like a little bit of prana to do their daily activity, and they may randomly get more amounts of it, but they siphon it away into something else. Well, right now, a lot of people in the country are siphoning their prana into Super Bowl, right? A lot of people siphon their prana into other companies that they work at, right? I was siphoning my prana into Lowe's. All the goetic energy I did, I would burn it all out, giving it to Lowe's, keeping that egregore alive. So what kind of entities are we keeping alive with this prana that we are cultivating, right? All the drama and the leeches that drain us for no other reason other than they're leeches, energy vampires, whatever you want to call them. And the other thing that you said, you cannot impose your will on the market. That's wisdom. That's wisdom. Because a lot of people, they get into working with spirits because they want to impose their will on the universe, and they start getting upset when I start talking otherwise. Nah, I've had comments. Trav, you said that we can use the demons to manipulate reality the way we want to. I mean, well, you got to look at things realistically. Who the fuck are you? What will? You don't
What
even
you
know.
doing?
Right. The fact that you're here doing this, did you choose to do this? Like, you know what I'm saying? In other words, what you just said about the market being much bigger than anything that you've worked with, it would be wise to say that about the rest of pretty much it's a healthy respect for what you're working with, right? People who lack that healthy respect will get burned eventually. Imagine someone who doesn't respect that trying to jump into the market like, yeah, man, I'm about to change the game up in here, man. They're going to remember me. No, you're going to bump your head and remember that.
Yeah, you're about to remember it.
Right. We're going to see.
Fuck that. I tried to do it before. It was a scam, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Or I know someone who's failed before. One didn't do any work with it and has failed. And they'll constantly blame it on computers. Like, no, it's the computers that control the stock market, blah, blah, blah. We're really getting into their story. They didn't really do much at all.
Mm-hmm. And okay, so that same mindset is where we get this whole Illuminati's, the Freemasons doing it to me, and the reptilians doing it to me. You didn't really do any. You didn't put in any. Whatever. Nah, this stuff ain't real. It's all bullshit.
It's devil magic. I know someone who is devout, like super devout Christian. And, you know, they broke down lessons for me. But that was their game every single day. And this was an adult. Every single day, breaking something down from the Bible. And they also brought up a story how, like, one time, what made them super Christian, because they got into witchcraft, contacted an entity and got an immediate response. And it fled to Christianity and got super deep into it. But, and this is like a year ago. So 2 years, like, after I met them as a super duper Christian, I shouldn't even say super duper Christian, but super duper, like, in there, in the cut, knew every, you know, by word for word, but could also break down the symbology. They got sick for one day to where they were able to just look at their phone all day. And then they saw a post of someone doing like money candle magic, back on some witchcraft.
Just like that.
Just like there was no, oh man, I forgot about, nah. Got out of bed. Wasn't moving the whole day. Got out of bed to go get a candle.
Hey, those desires will do it to you. Like I said, when you at the bottom of the barrel, you need something to happen. We're gonna see what's real.
Well, like the story you gave with like the that Bible verse with when they're on the, I guess, a boat.
Mm-hmm.
And they're churning. You said like if a modern person were to go on that boat, they would go back to white Jesus.
Right. In a heartbeat. All that woke shit goes out the window.
Yeah, and I program myself through dreams, like, because I don't have abrupt dreams where I die abruptly. In those final moments where like some impact would happen, I would consciously make the decision to like, and this was like a while ago. I haven't done it in maybe a couple of years, but I would make the conscious decision, like the last thing I think about before I die is literally about to be the tree of life. So that kind of like, if I were to reach a low point too, then once I reach like that point and the tree of life sparks again, now I'm gonna truly start it's kind of like the Metatron Sandalphon relationship. So if I fall back down to earth, then I'm going to be reminded of all the stuff I know now. This was back then when I knew the generals. Now it's about to be a whole different game.
Yeah. Same framework, different content.
We got a few updates on the program.
New DLC, new server.
New server, got all the glitches out. Banned all the hackers.
Yeah. Yeah, the hackers are gone now. I didn't think anybody else really noticed that. Some of the things that were a threat before aren't a threat anymore. Or maybe I just realized they never were.
Mm-hmm.
You remember like being scared like about, well, I don't know about you, but the NLP stuff and the mind control stuff. Like, well, what if someone's mind controlling me and I don't know it? Or what if someone's using it on me? Like,
my thing growing up was my dad was always scared of the NSA. Man, into his worldview, anything with electricity, I don't care if it was a microwave or
yeah,
a refrigerator. The toilet didn't have electricity, but I was scared of the damn toilet. Like, I was so paranoid of everything.
oh man.
And if I would talk to people too, I'd always like press down. I used to press down on my phone in my pocket just to make sure that there wasn't any, if it was on, that I wasn't being recorded. Now
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I wish I had that discipline. Like, that shows that discipline, I feel like, is always there for people.
Mhm.
It's just what they apply it to. Like,
Right.
if I really applied that same, I wouldn't even like talk. It was just weird shit. Turn on the light, and I was scared. Like, imagine if I had that fear for success or fear for, goals back then. Yeah, that was my thing. It was bad.
That still show, yeah, like you said, that's that discipline that we do have. Like, people are like, oh, I can't concentrate or focus. I bet you do when you sit down for Netflix or for NBA 2K or whatever. You'll focus for hours. The time will just magically drift away. We all have it in us. It's just like you said, what we apply it to.
One of my friends, I really learned how in college to maximize my focus, because I had like a weird, I would meditate, but I didn't really have true confidence in my focus. And this dude had straight A's, but most of the time when I saw him, he was playing video games. So I'm like, how the hell, like, how you getting straight A's, but you're beating games, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're just sitting there the whole time. And I truly, like, I unlocked it. I was like, oh shit. So I started applying that same focus to my schoolwork, and then more time started to appear. And then I would like do the same thing. I would like start 100% in games, but my grades were super high up because I had that I knew when I was focusing, and then I knew when I was not. But if I tried to lie to myself, I pretty much paid for it later.
Man. Talk about that paranoia. I remember in my first job, 2001, working at Winn-Dixie. I don't know why, but I used to think like girls could hear my thoughts. So it was like I was practicing back then blocking out my thoughts to people when I got around them, because I was just so paranoid that they could hear what I was thinking.
Oh man, I did the opposite. Whenever someone like, even now, if I come across someone who has plausible, or I could say they could plausibly probably reach inside my head and hear my thoughts, I think of the most disturbing and or most stupid thing I probably could come up with. And I would talk to someone who was like, they were actively working on that. And I literally saw it on their face. Like, they told me they were working on ESP, reading people's thoughts. And then immediately I was like, I just thought it was fucked up shit. And you could see like, they were smiling and you just see like, but now I just kind of have like this, kind of this stealth shield. and I didn't have it correct. Like I kind of have it running in a certain way. When my ego gets too into it, then it kind of fucks up. And so there was a very big event here. It was actually in LA, but me and a friend ended up sneaking in through the back, and it was about to end, but we just ended up sneaking in through the back. And the one guy ended up, I think he like saw or he sensed, and this is where you would probably see someone working with some ESP. It isn't too likely, but this is where you probably see it. And then I started feeling this weird, it's like a sensation where someone gets a mirror and they're trying to shine it, you know, bounce the light at you. It was kind of like that. I'm like, what the hell? And I turn, I just see like this dude in the corner staring at me with his glasses like this.
Hell.
I look away. And then no one else noticed it. And then later, like when everything's getting wrapped up, people are putting all their stuff away. I felt it again, but this time was a lot more intense. And I turned and he's like maybe like 3 feet away. And then he tries to like, does the obvious thing. He's obviously staring like this and then starts looking in other directions like he didn't do it.
What kind of psionics is he working with?
Yeah.
Just read Cyclomancy.
Well, I haven't read that one, but I feel like, at least to me, it'll kind of, I guess I'll probably, if I do read it for the theory, because I've been in that state of getting caught up in all the different techniques. And then that's why I like that John Mumford book. It's really more a step-by-step process. Whereas for 2 years in a row, I was trying to do this technique, and you get nowhere.
Yeah, I'm happy to spoil it for people. The more that we study this Vedic information and the Kabbalah information, you're going to see that a lot of these other books that used to be so hot, you start to see through them.
Mm-hmm.
The more that we dig through this, even the Kabbalion is starting to dissolve. Because
Man,
the
that dissolved immediately when we hit taught with Shooty.
Right.
Like, man, you literally just copy and pasted this whole book.
Right. You keep bringing up Michael W. Ford and whatnot. The deeper we go, the more this, and honestly, I was looking through this one so far. Know Your Magnetic Field by same author, William E. Gray. And Kabbalion started to dissolve a little bit more. Because I think that was written around the same time frame. But yeah, a lot of the books that got mainstream attention, even in our little community, because it's not big, a lot of the books that a lot of people talk about, copies of copies.
And I'm starting to see that too. Like the more, I guess, people, like when I was at that stage, the people who would have been normal, now I'm seeing those people hop on what I started on back then. So it's either, or that some of them are coming out of the love and light phase, and now it's all Kabbalion.
Gotta love it, man.
Like, whatever. I try to tell people like, hey, I introduced you to that. Stay away, just hop on this Vedic information, but they wouldn't hear it. But then I just realized, it's gonna work on its own time.
Right. I've seen it repeatedly. I remember when we first got into the whole Illuminati reptilian, like I remember getting on it when literally nobody was talking about it. I'm talking about a decade early. Nobody was talking about it for 10 whole years. I'm trying to show people at my job and my brothers, like, you guys got to look, man, the Illuminati and the reptilians. And like, I was just like these people are now, but it was, just me. So I was the crazy one. And I remember specifically a group of friends like, man, you need to get off that shit, man. That stuff ain't real, man. Get that shit away from me. I don't want to hear that shit. 10 years later, Trav, man, have you heard of the Illuminati? Look at what they're doing to us.
It'd be the same people who say that type of stuff. Like, no,
same people.
I don't want to hear about it. Get out of the way. That's stupid.
Same people.
They be so passionate.
I remember there was somebody that I turned the video. He would leave my house every time. He would just leave. Sure, he was kind of scared, but same dude that's to this day trying to beat it in my inbox. Like, you do realize that I'm 10 years ahead of this already. But all that to say, I think that there is like a little path that has to be followed. You got to go through the Illuminati phase. You got to go through the reptilians phase. Eventually, it's going to lead to the Vedic. Everything does, if you keep going.
And I had I had ways like I ran into the Vedic information at several points. And there was even a point where I experienced it, but I wanted to experience it through the Western lens of shadow work and rituals and needing this, needing that. So it was there. I had the choice. I either had the choice to really learn this Vedic science or keep going to where what I was in. And I chose the latter. It was just a longer path. So I feel like it always shows up. But are you really going to take it?
Everything comes up out of it. So it would only make sense for it to continue to appear. Oh, my phone died. I guess that's a sign. Good stuff. Good stuff. Super hot.
Oh man, what you know about that?
What? Man, that was great. I mean,
go ahead.
I know it was on the console, but I played it on something else. That was really fun.
Those are I feel like that's an avenue that my personal thing would either be video games or anime or movies that I'll be on for way ahead of the curve. And then to this day I get people messaging me, did you watch the new season of blah blah blah? And I'm like, bruh, I was telling you back in 2014 to hop on that.
That's one of the things that was, in a roundabout way, one of the things that was addressed in the Holy Science book is that, like he was saying, when we have these geniuses who are ahead of their time, these are people who transcend the influence of the current yuga. First, they transcend the energy of the current day that's suppressing them, the current month. Basically, you start to become unaffected by time. And that's not just looking young forever. That's you being to the point where you're able to think outside of the influence of these governing planets. But he was just giving examples of people like Nikola Tesla and whatnot who are able to see the future because they're not limited by the present. So it's people like us, we get on things before they become the popular trend. Hell, we see the waves as they're coming in higher up on the tree of life, right?
Yeah. I tried to tell my dad we were arguing, and that's how I really understood the stick in the mud mindset that people have, to where I'm trying to tell him okay, you saw this 10 years ago, why didn't you do anything about it or do anything to capitalize on it? And he's like, oh, there's always one back, there's always one back, which was a good point. But what you brought up just now, to be outside of time, if you're outside of time, these cycles don't affect you.
Right.
And it's not don't affect to where, how you brought up earlier, how the dude lives off the grid. I mean, technically he's outside of some time. You walk in there, it might look like the 1950s, but to be outside of its influence and pretty much current matters.
Yeah. I know it's hard for him to make a living being off the grid like that. I mean, it's romantic. Yeah, I'm living off the land, but that's a struggle lifestyle, man.
There was a reason why it was in the past. They called it the Stone Age for a reason.
Right. Humanity and life, all this stuff is evolving. That right there is based on fear. That's not based on keeping it real and we got to stay human. And no, that's based on fear. You got to be honest with yourself. You're running because you're scared. Instead, look, you got cell phones. People were afraid of these when they came out. People were afraid of computers, television. Now, granted, they have all been used as weapons, but they've also been used as blessings to the planet. Scared of airplanes, trains, medicine.
Electricity.
Hmm? Electricity, period. Yeah.
And even if you observe older people, there's this one habit that one of my teachers pointed out, that older people will always take a step back from the microwave.
Yeah. Yeah.
To be this whole myth about you catch some radiation poisoning standing too close.
That's still deeply ingrained into my habits. I learned that. Oh, you don't stand in front of the microwave. You're just gonna, I don't know, radiation of something. But
Skin
we never,
cancer.
huh? Yeah.
I have a family that says skin cancer.
But we never stopped to think if that was true, then do we really want to be heating our food up with that? How is it the food is okay, but you would be, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Honestly, I just learned a few months ago that wasn't true. I'm gonna keep it real. I was talking to this one girl and she saw me do that. And she asked, and I was like, well, you know, the radiation. And in that moment, you know, with all the studying I've been doing, it dawned on me like, whoa, this is a generalization, that this is a belief that has no cause. Like, I just have the effect and the meaning. The effect is radiation or cancer. Why? Because standing in front of the microwave. But why do I believe that? And I had to go back in and dig that out and realized that's just superstition.
Oh my gosh. And where like if you don't have the root cause, like say you're working with someone and you don't have the root cause, or they do have a cause, but a cause is super general, I find that's like pretty much a thought virus. But I've encountered a few of those.
Mm-hmm.
Only one I've really been able to scope out. I haven't rooted it out yet for that person, but I ran across a handful, and there's no NLP technique that I've come across currently to really get that out.
The thought virus.
Be like, why? Because there's I don't know, Black people are discriminated, and then, you know, it just kind of feeds it's like when you encounter it, it's like, oh no.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll feel that.
That thing has to be surgically removed in multiple visits. Multiple visits. And what I find to be helpful, at least, is slowly replacing it. For example, say if someone believes that red is evil because a crab pinched me. So you would slowly start changing that example with related but different. You know, red is evil because crabs have pinched me. Well, crabs are delicious, right? Yes, crabs are delicious, but they're also evil. So you must be evil because you like to eat crabs. Well, I'm not. You see what I'm saying? Like if you start mixing and matching the beliefs, eventually they start to blend. And when they start to blend, there's an opportunity for cognitive dissonance. And where there's an opportunity for cognitive dissonance, there's an opportunity to change the belief.
Yeah. I'm gonna try that one out.
Basically overloading the current logic to disable it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's got to make sense too, right? It's got to be, it can't just be like something, it's got to be so close that it's going to make them question their beliefs just because, like, yeah, well, he does have a point. Crabs are delicious. Am I evil? No, I'm not evil. So if I'm not evil, then that means crabs aren't delicious. Well, they are. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you can make that cognitive dissonance start happening on their end, it'll be a lot easier to, that's breaking up the soil so you can start to change the seeds. But when they're so firmly grounded like that, it's not going to take a simple, like, logical presentation. Well, red can't be evil because, well, tomatoes are red too. Yeah, but a crab pinched me. You don't understand. Well, your grandma pinched you? Yeah, she did pinch me. So your grandma must be evil. No, she's not evil. I love my grandma. Okay, so crabs aren't evil either. Yeah, they pinch. Well, see what I mean?
Yeah, I was with someone in a car and we were driving to get a car wash. And then this dude cuts him off, like, as soon as the gates open for the car wash. Some dude just cuts him off and the person in front off. And then, you know, we get, you know, we're somewhere else at this point, but he's just mad. Like, what the hell? That was all these stupid white people.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, would you see like, what if a black person did that? And then you just see the stop, like the look on his face. I mean, he says a black person wouldn't do that, but there was no emotion behind those words at all.
Mhm.
It's like,
Mhm.
got you.
That kind of thing.
Mhm.
But like I said, multiple visits. That would have to be done repeatedly in a certain way to make it undeniable, because they admitted themselves. But then again, in that case, I guess he didn't really agree to it. A black
That's
person would never do that.
my NLP is like what stops me from getting better results is I assert my ego, I assert my attachments into it. So I want to hear either a specific answer and that's pretty much it, specific answer, or act off of emotion. But like the process just really happen when the person realizes it for themselves. And you don't have to, it doesn't have to be in the way you want. It doesn't have to be in the you're right.
Right.
There's a certain look where someone like you messing up. Like there's a certain facial expression.
Yeah. I remember having to let go of needing to be told that I was right, or, yeah, you got a good point. Because I learned that some people can just say that to shut you up. So that's not a good criteria. But that change in behavior, that's how you can tell. Like, a white person cut me off the other day. I didn't get pissed off. Or even better, I saw a black person cut me off. And I thought to myself, well, damn, I guess everyone does it.
And there was a video that I saw of a short guy. All right, I don't even think he was short, but he's calling himself short. And he's in like maybe some type of restaurant or whatever, but he's at the counter and he's just yelling about how girls don't like short guys and on dating apps or something like that. It was just weird to hear, but you kind of piece together what the belief was getting derived from. There happened to be a girl in the audience. She said, who in here said that? And the guy's mood drops from 100 to 0. And then like there's a few seconds that pass. So he just has like this dumbfounded look on his face. And if somebody else tries to calm him down, like, oh, whoa, calm down, blah, blah, blah. But that gets him back to his state. But that shows how it was one question.
Yeah.
Once he realized that, he's like, dude, like, why the hell are you in this public place acting like that? He asked himself that, and you could see it.
Yeah. Then, of course, some human brought him back to the program. Some bot reactivated his botness.
Or, oh, man, that's like in Dragon Ball Z with the androids.
Have that moment of clarity.
Fighting some bots.
Oh, yeah. Sheesh. Perfect cell. I believe that Dragon Ball Z was also a very prophetic series. The Android saga could be looked at in a very similar way to the Terminator series. Because, essentially that's what Cell did. He wiped everybody out. And it involved time travel as well. I think Dragon Ball Z was a very prophetic anime series.
Man, the best part about that show was the fights.
Right, just like the Matrix, huh? The fight wasn't even the focus. Like, that was a big part, but those conversations lasted forever because they were trying to really display, because there was only so many episodes and the Americans tried to stretch it out because they were having trouble translating them, but the emphasis was on the relationships of these characters.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Goku, the perfect catalysis. He transmuted his enemies into friends, into allies. Who else does that? Vegeta came here for one and one purpose only. Yet he stayed and stuck around for something else.
Yeah.
Piccolo. That was his sworn enemy. Best friend. Raised his son. Yeah.
That's way better. Like, in the modern context, I don't understand. There's some cases where I kind of do understand it, but that's just me. But the whole concept of baneful magic. I bought a book kind of is I really didn't know what necromancy was about. So the only book that I could really find on it that had more than the average information just so happened to be a recent blog book, and someone gave me enough money to buy it. So I went to go buy it, and it's just baneful magic. Like the whole book is just like, it don't even teach you about communion, with the dead or like the deceased. Talking about cursing somebody, and that's it.
And with that company being a business, I think they've reached the age where they are probably just pandering to their client base. A lot of companies get to that age where it's like, well, hey, in order for us to keep making money, and considering the circumstances now, I'm almost positive he's at that stage where we need to make some money. So yeah,
Come out
that's
with a 10th gatekeeper. The whole new series.
Oh wow. Hey, do what you gotta do. Somebody needs it.
But I only say that just to say, like, the better thing is to transmute these perceived enemies into allies. What if they're your ultimate foe? What if they have everything you don't have? I would want that on my team.
Right. I'm saying, like, that's why heroes like Mega Man and Goku have always been my favorite. Like, and even to the concept of the symbiote from Venom, or even the xenomorph from the Aliens, their specialty was absorption and transmutation, not simply destroying their enemy. They converted their enemy.
Yeah, and something Stuff Dog said too. And one of the, I think it was the last class where I was kind of saying, I said something, but he was like, maybe you could be that for your parents. And in my ego and my attachments, I'm like, nah, fuck them, blah, blah, blah. And then that night I went to go see Spider-Man, the new one. And it dealt with transmuting, not converting them, but at least like restoring his enemies. And I was like that was so profound to see, because most superheroes, you either kill the villain or let the villain somehow kill himself. Mm-hmm. And then this time there was a lot of Tifereth symbology. So this time it was restoring these, bad guys who had corrupted themselves.
Yeah, that is the Tifereth energy. Restoring them so they correct themselves. And that would make sense why in Luke, Jesus talked about, I give you power over these spirits, these entities. I give you authority over them. He doesn't say you destroy them, you trample on them and kill them. No, you have authority over them, which means that they're now your employees.
And that's in Luke. What's another Luke? Star Wars.
Yeah. What did he do with his father? He redeemed his father. Mm-hmm. And he redeemed the Force.
But I like the there's a book out there. I'm not going to mention the author's name, but he tries to work with the entity Beelzebub and with the goal of converting it to Christianity. And supposedly it's a profound book of a lot of insights. But I sort of got the watching Tron, and really looking at old school Canaanite religion. That's what was done with a lot of these old, they're not demons, they're really old gods, but that's what was done with a lot of these entities, is that they've, instead of fighting out, destroying them, we're going to sit here, change the name up, maybe change the function, and you'll fall right in. And that's why
sense.
That's why Catholicism works in certain areas better than others. Like, it may not work so hard in mainland Europe, but if you go to, let's say, Ireland or Mexico, where there were a lot of deities, they just took them and flipped them.
Yeah. Because, okay, so we're thinking now these entities aren't angels in the sky with wings. We're dealing with algorithms, right? So if we have a culture of people who literally figured out how the world works, they've got all these different algorithms for how the world works. That's what they're dealing with. But if you bring Catholicism, Okay, so we just need new names for the same shit that we already know. No saints and no angels. They don't care about those people. They're using the same stuff they've been using. Wow. So likewise, the Goetia is really a book of knowledge. It's a collection of these 72 algorithms that have been collected throughout history. You got some Egyptian deities, some Mesopotamian deity. You got all kind of folks in there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's like if you were to computer program today, you got a book of like these super old programs, but you know they could have some gems. We may have like how they have Java and like what is it, C++. But back in the day, they could have had some profound shit, but no one really was up on it. You may just discover some gold working with them.
So you might find some answers to today's issues.
Mm-hmm. And two, I started recently cracking open the Necronomicon spell book. Mm-hmm. And something I didn't really plan on. I just kind of put it on the sidelines, but then I had this urge, and with all the stuff I was mentioning earlier today, I was like, let me just give that a look. And then, I'm just going through the necessary stuff, the unnecessary stuff. And then I see just one kind of note in there, and I really don't care about it too much, but I'm trying to map out the significance where it says, to do while the moon is waxing. I said, let me just check the moon phase. And sure enough, it was waxing.
The essence behind the algorithm reaches out through whatever correspondence it can.
Mm-hmm.
The universe is always in a conversation with us. We're just the ones that don't know the language that it's speaking in.
Yeah. But I'm gonna head on out.
All right.
Cracking on these books.
Oh my goodness.
Who's left?
Yes.
Melissa, peace chat. Study and practice. That's about it.
Consistent study and non-attachment, y'all. Have a good night.
Peace, you guys.
Peace. All right, everybody. My internet on the computer for some reason cut out, so I'm not able to see the chat, and my phone died. So I'm just gonna assume that you guys are perfectly fine and enjoying yourselves. We're gonna wrap it up. So thank you for being here. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for learning and doing your work. Thank you. Thank you. I am grateful for you. I appreciate you. I hope that this relationship continues to grow and evolve, and we can continue to bless each other and change each other's lives for the positive. Right. So keep going. Keep going. Believe in yourself, right? Stop the negative talk. Encourage yourself, because you can do whatever the hell you want to do. If it's difficult, well, then start where you are and bridge the gap to where you want to be. But don't settle for any complaining and, oh, I can't do it, I'm not good enough. Don't settle for none of that. All right. So yeah, take care of yourself. Look, if you're still interested in joining my class, like I said, I made the extension. All right. This is going to be until Thursday. Thursday is when the next session we have is. The sooner you join, the more I can get you up to speed on what we're doing so far. But after Thursday, closing the doors, I'm not going to be able to offer it until the next round. I'm not sure when that's going to be, because I'm probably going to be working on a Kabbalah class after this session. So you still have just a few more days. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You got 4 more days if you want to get in on this class. It's going really well so far. Like I said, it's going to be 8 weeks, live sessions, also recorded sessions. And there's a lot of information, a lot of meditations, and a structured plan, right? A structured plan. So you're not confused anymore. You're not overwhelmed anymore. You're not lost anymore. You're going to know exactly what to do. You've heard other people give their praise for it because they've been through the process. They've tried it and they've gotten good results. So if you're ready to save yourself some time, some struggle, go ahead and take the course. Otherwise, continue to read and study and practice. Hit the like button if you haven't already. I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I'm about to go grab a bite and get some dubs, create my sigil. And I'm out. Almost done with this one. Stay on it. Oh yeah. And also grab this if you're interested on some good Vedic information, but also specifically he connects the dots between the Bible verses that were taken up out of the Vedic texts. Everything comes up out of the Vedic, even the Bible information. So yeah, I'm enjoying this book so far. It's a very thin book. But yeah, that's that. So let me head out. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. I love you guys. Peace.